Well, hello, everybody. A few minutes late, but for what we got planned today, we needed to make sure every I was dotted and every T was crossed for today's show. Andy Nichols here from the Two Legs Podcast on my usual Sunday show spot, but today is a little bit different, isn't it? Good morning, Kyle, and good afternoon, Tony.
Hi, Andy and Kyle and everyone in the comments.
Yes, thank you for being here for this mad idea to do a marathon live stream ranking Paul's, a.k.a. Taylor Swift's, eras, but mocking Miss Swiftie and doing it with Paul style and with artwork and thumbnail, just like Miss Swiftie. And he's a big Swiftie himself anyway, so why not do the same thing? And if we're going to rank some eras, I mean, that girl's only got what's she been around for 10 years? That's about 2 seconds in Paul's lifetime. So
from what I could tell, I had to ask ChatGPT a lot of questions about Taylor Swift. I was totally lost. I just knew vaguely of the concept of eras. And from the looks of it, like one era was one album, right? But in our book, like one era could be like 5 albums, depending.
But we're very happy that everybody, our usual Sunday family is here, plus some more people probably. We don't expect everybody to stay on for the whole 5 hours if you've got to nip out and come back. Or watch it later in the week. I know my friend Janet Davis said, 5 hours. It'll take me the end of the week to watch that whole thing. So that's fine. It's gonna be very loose and low key.
Well, we're actually gonna put like QR codes in airports to say like go, taking a flight over to London. Perfect podcast. Take you A to Z.
Well, our friend Nick Syrat is doing that right now on his way to London, and he was like, "I'm on my way to London," and he's gonna meet up with Tony. So he's gonna try to catch it at some point too. Yeah. Answer all your questions about are we going to have water breaks? Yes, we're not going. It's not going to be like a Paul concert where Paul doesn't take a sip of water. We've got coffee, we've got water, we've got Gatorade, we've got stuff to get us through, and then some. So
we're a team.
No drugs. No drugs.
No, absolutely not. No. So we've got a structured format for this show today. We've got 5 or 6 guests that are going to join us for each era. You've seen the eras if you've watched our socials, you watched the short. Now, we've refined them a little bit because yesterday on Tony's live stream that he did yesterday with Kyle and Joe Mayo popped on, and I did myself driving, talking about the eras. So the eras that we're going to call them, we've just redefined them after a little quick chat, international chat this morning. We're going to go Beetle mania, Pop is Art, Studio Years, Homespun, Wings Take Flight, Finding Himself, A Beatle Again, Paul Does It All, and The Grand Dude. Because we figured, that whole backing band fit, it was tough, figuring that out. So let's just call it Studio Years, and it'll be a
little.
Who the
hell came up with that too? We should beat up that guy.
That guy needs an ass kicking.
Yeah,
that guy needs an ass kicking. So we've tweaked the eras a bit, but again, it's all very loose, and we encourage you to. We're gonna at some point. When we get to again, we're making an 11-song playlist with each guest, right? So if we get to a point where we're not sure what's going to be the cut, Kyle will then put a poll up and say, look, you guys vote. And because we're going to make it 11 songs, and if one's got to go and it's down to 2 songs to vote on, Kyle will put the poll up and you will all vote and we'll go with the audience's poll, vote on that song. If we get to that point, and we might, because we've got a lot of decades to tackle.
And we also want to get your opinion on whether a song fits the era, because there's lots and lots of great, deep cuts in Beatlemania years, but we want to try and make a playlist that helps define what Beatlemania was, right? And so if, I think that Hold Me Tight is Beatlemania and, you all don't, then it's like, let's put it in the poll and let you all decide.
Right. Let's just get through some comments here because so our first guest is going to be a friend of the show who we met at the fest, and we're going to bring him on in about 10 minutes. But before we do that, let's get through some comments and say hello to everybody. So Lulu's here. Rick is here. Brad Hill. Good morning. Brad, he was the first commenter on here. Hi, Andy. Hi, everyone. I'm very poor now after record store day. Well, yeah, those records aren't cheap. And, Tony did well yesterday. I saw that. And, as you know, I didn't go out, but I eBayed my Power to the People, and I got 2 copies of it actually on eBay for not much less than I thought that would be. So I'm glad that those of you got your stuff. You did. Our friend Joan Borelli did very well. She went 3 for 3. James Boyce says, hope Tone's okay after Liverpool scraped past West Ham a few minutes ago. Yeah, 7 minutes of stoppage time.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Wow.
They got away with one today, I think.
Where was the game? Was it up north or down?
Yeah, it was at Anfield. Yeah.
Oh, it was at the Cop.
Yeah.
James Martinez, good morning. May the Maca Eras Tour begin. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Lulu, nothing to say, but what a day. How's your boy been? Well, we'll have to ask us after 5.5 hours and we'll tell you. Lynn says yesterday's live podcast with Beatle Tone was a runner-up practice marathon for today. Yes, it was. It was. Hey, John Bazzini, the Maca Marathon, let it be. Ted.
Hey, Ted.
Ted met up with Luann and saw the screening of 1-2-1. They shared that on Discord. It was so cool. They bumped into each other at the screening as well, which was cool. More like the long and winding road. Could be. Lynn, I didn't really think about songs for the 3 Beatle eras. I guess we would only be choosing some songs Paul wrote. Primarily, I think that's how we're going to do it.
We're open to arguments. If you got,
as long as they're not electric.
Well, we'll get there.
Is there going to be an intermission? Probably not. But as I say, we're going to probably take breaks because we are humans after all. So
we'll sub out.
Tag like a tag team WWF match. Tag, you're it. Like a Survivor Series. Lulu had to tell Tone who I was yesterday. Oh, okay.
Because her name is Luann.
I think I guessed it just before you revealed.
Yeah. David says this broadcast will be longer than Lennon's solo live career. Damn. That's rough.
That is rough.
That's rough. This is an ambitious project. It is. McCartney Live rules pre-2020, no water, no bathroom breaks. Well, still, that's still the case. I don't think he takes a bathroom break now.
No, I think he's trying to impose those rules on us.
Oh, okay, yeah. Ted said he loved the Kyle and Sean Ono Lennon story yesterday. Yeah.
Thanks, Ted. Yeah, that was
very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. Super lucky.
Yeah, get through the rest of the comments. Then we'll tell you who some of the guests we have lined up today for today's show. Lulu, you got to get one. You got to get one.
You can get it cheap on Facebook Marketplace, especially. Don't get a Crosley or Crosby.
No, don't get.
But it's you can get a cheap, a used one on Facebook Marketplace. They're fine.
Mm-hmm. Look who's watching us from 40,000 feet above in a plane with his feet in the clouds. Nick Syrette.
Nice.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for Nick. Nick's a big Elton fan like I am, and he's just dead chuffed about this new record, which I got my copy of in the mail yesterday. And the tricolor, Tony, I got. Did you get yours yet?
I haven't actually. I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet, but
okay,
I will do.
It's not. It's pretty funny if you look at the McCartney 3x3. It's almost the same design.
Yeah,
it's like they must have been impressed by the same company because the tricolor design is the same as the McCartney one.
Yeah, I saw there was another design as well, and I've forgotten what it was now. I think it's kind of a swirly thing. Multicolored.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tony. Good morning.
Tony.
Hi, Tony.
He saw the 1-2-1 film yesterday. Scott O'Rourke. Good morning. Good morning, Andy. Kyle.
Hey, Scott.
Hello.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, there he is. Well, we might be seeing something. We might be seeing him later. Maybe
some hot takes.
Oh yeah. Hey, there she is. Yeah, she's left you alone. She's having a girls' weekend.
She is.
She's left you quite alone. She's left you, and then you've got the run of the mill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, is she coming back tonight, Tony?
No, tomorrow.
Oh boy. Kim, you're going to come back to a whole mess of a house. When I left the theater, I saw Jeremy Potteralla, who had to find his phone. Well, that was Astro Jer. I'm surprised that happened. Hopefully, Nick will be let back in again. Oh, God. Yeah. Mr. Liverani. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hi, James. I loved your set at the fest. I thought it was great.
Yeah. Tony will be going to bed after this broadcast. He might. Well, he was up. He was up quite late last night anyway.
Yeah. It'll be no. I should be able to last longer than that, but hopefully.
Yeah, he is quite the night owl. You are, Tony.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Seems like I thought I saw you three recently. I think maybe you did just yesterday. Except now I'm home safe in a car, and I do apologize for just dropping off Tony's broadcast yesterday as I was driving a car. I couldn't say a proper goodbye.
How rude.
Joan. Hi, Joan.
Hey, Joan.
See you soon. Okay. Jeffrey.
Hey, Jeff.
Hello, Jeffrey. He's not safe to be left on his own. I hate to think how many records of what you've got to do is you've got to get those records ordered from Amazon, take the cardboard, fold them up, and get rid of them so they're not in the house, you see, so she won't find them.
Yeah.
You've got to just bin them somewhere else.
It's where did this one come from? Oh, we've had it ages.
Because if you get all the cardboard and you fold it all up and you drive over to your nearest dump and you get rid of it, and then she can't find it, you see. So in about 5 minutes we're going to start, but let's go over who's going to have joining us today. So our first guest at 11:30 is going to be our friend Russ, who we met at Beetle Fest and who donated a great quantity of first edition, early edition Beetle books, which he gave to a lot of our friends of all of our Two Legs family that were there. So nice of him. Such a great guy. Gave me the lovely London Town framed news ad, trade ad from 78. So he's going to come on first for the first era, Beatlemania. Okay. These slots will be 30 minutes. We will do what we always do when we do a playlist show. We will collaborate and work to build a playlist of 11 songs. Might be tough to do in 30 minutes, but we will do that rapid fire, and we will, because it does. If you notice, we did the country one, we did Grits and Grannies, so it can take a while. But I do think for the Beatles stuff, we should generally be able to work through that quickly. At 12 o'clock, we've got Susan Ryan, staffer at the Fest, and she's going to come on and do the Pop is Art era, which is Help to Magical Mystery Tour, and then at 12:30, it's probably just going to be just us three doing the Studio Years, the controversial former Best Backing Band, but now just Studio Years.
And if any, maybe a lucky person listening that wants to come on, let us know, and we'll make it happen. We'll make
the call if that works out. At 1 o'clock, the aforementioned number one fan on the run, Joan Borelli, is coming on for the Homespun era, which will be great. And then at 1:30 for Wings Take Flight, which it's now called, we're going to have Mr. Tom Frangione, the DJ of the Beatles channel on Sirius XM. So he kind of gets a good one because he gets to do the Wings really at their height. So he almost kind of gets off easy because he's got all the hits to work with. That's at 1:30. At 2 o'clock, we've got the Finding Himself era, which is Paul's 80s. And that's at 2 o'clock. And that tentatively is going to be with Ken Michaels. Ken should be able to join us for this. He emailed me, and he's going to try to make it. If he makes it, great. That era belongs to him and us. Again, it's collaboratively that we're working on this. So that's going to be Ken at 2 o'clock. At 2:30, we've got the era called A Beatle Again. And this is Flowers in the Dirt through Flaming Pie. And that's going to be with Mr. Owen Ling, which will be great. At 3 o'clock, we've got the era Paul Does It All, Run Devil Run Through Kisses, and that will be with Mr. Adrian Sinclair, co-author of the McCartney Legacy. Very, very, very excited for that. And the last one, the Grand Dude, which is Kisses on the Bottom to McCartney 3, is going to be with our adopted son down under, Mr. Boyan Archer, to close it out. And then we'll have some overflow time as well. And that's it. And that is our rundown, gang. So that's our guest list. I think we sent it all out to everybody. We hope everybody can join. Uncle Paul, good to be here, brother. Thanks for being here.
Hello.
Yeah, March Madness. Well, we did March Madness a couple of years ago. I think we did a March Madness Macca with 64 songs. I don't know if Kyle or Tony, you remember that or not. I'm not sure.
I remember that a few years back.
It's like Tony, in America, we've got like the college tournament with basketball teams, and they're all bracketed like.
Yes, I remember. Yes, I do remember. I remember I had to ask you how it works. I do remember it.
Yeah.
Did you do it for your 200th show or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Owen just messaged me. I thought it was 12. So did I. But if you can't make it, let me know. Okay. If that time slot doesn't work out for you, Owen. We were still kind of putting the time frame together. If that doesn't work out for you, if maybe he's just saying 12:30 might be better for him. Maybe Owen takes the Studio Years instead.
Sure. Perfect.
All right, Owen. If Owen, because if you're on, just message in the chat because I can't go on my mobile phone while I'm doing this. So if 12:30 works for you, then we'll just give you the studio years category instead, if that works. Okay, just let us know in the comments if that works. So, without any further ado, let us start our first era. Okay, our first era is Beatlemania. Okay, and we're running the gamut here from the beginning of Paul's career with the Beatles to the present day. So, let's bring on Russ Beatles 63, rocking a two-leg shirt. Hello, Russ.
Yeah, Russ.
Hey.
Hey. Can you guys hear me? Number one, do we have an echo issue? Is the volume okay?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
all good.
Perfect, because I set it up, no echo, no issue, so we should go. Unless I fat finger and hit something, hopefully we'll be good to go. Nice to meet you, Tone. Finally.
And you, Russ. It's been a while. It's been a while.
It has. And Mr. Hand, it's always a pleasure, Mr. Hand. Past times at Ridgemont High.
Yes.
And Mr. Nichols as well. Thank you so much for inviting me. Let's get the show started, shall we?
2 legs.
Beatlemania.
That's it. So we've got 30 minutes. We gave you we put out the era. So
Yep.
Okay. Now collectively, we've got to put together an 11-song playlist of the early era of the Beatles. Okay. So we're going from Please Please Me, With the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night, and Beatles for Sale. Okay.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Yep,
Coming
we're
up.
ready.
All right. So
We're ready.
we're gonna
before we dive in, Russ,
Go
I
ahead.
want to know just in what draws you to this era? Like, is this your favorite Paul era, or tell us a little bit about your relationship?
All of
with
the
it.
eras are my favorite Paul eras, honestly. This time he's playing the Hofner violin bass. So, guys, to explain what we're going to be talking about, I picked songs where his bass playing is prominent and his singing is prominent. And to me, that means a lot. It was very hard to play that bass. For people out there who do not know how to play instruments, and you look at it, he mastered something that's really, I mean, the strings are near each other. It's not like the Rickenbacker where it becomes much easier for him to play by Rubber Soul. So I kind of look at that and I say, I saw her standing there. How could it not start off with that song? Just like Please Please Me starts off the album. I would throw out I Saw Her Standing There as the very first song on this list.
And the other thing about the bass playing and singing is that when you're playing bass, you're playing notes rather than strumming, and it's much more difficult to pick out notes and sing. It's like two things going on.
Absolutely, Tom.
Whereas the strumming is more of a natural thing to do when you're singing. It's much more difficult, I think.
I will say this. He plays melodic runs while singing in a lot of these songs. And to me, he's not just pedaling the note, as the old saying goes, just hitting one note at a time. He's all over the place. And I know I Saw Her Standing There is, I'm talking about you sped up. He admits that as much. But then try singing I Saw Her Standing There while doing it, and it just all comes together. And as an example, that song and Hold Me Tight, I saw James Boyce say, no. Hold Me Tight is one of those garage band, any band can try. It chugs with the choo. I mean, it's just got something about it. They harmonize well. I love that song. So I Saw Her Standing There into Hold Me Tight. This is just for me now, coming right out of Beatlemania. That's what, when I hear these songs, and his bass is just amazing with the guitars locked in. I don't know what you guys think, but I want to hear.
Hey, I mean, we're in the stage right now where we're just adding everything and then we'll whittle it down.
That's kind of how we've done this, Russ. We just basically do diarrhea of songs, and then we start to say, okay,
of course,
whittle down.
I've been with you guys. I've been watching, of course. Yeah. I just don't want to pick A Taste of Honey because I don't think that defines him in any way.
No.
That's why I'm skipping songs like that. I'm not even thinking.
And
I've got my 11. Actually, I've got 14. But to do 11, that's where I'm coming from. I'm putting them out there.
That's the beauty of doing this. You have 11. Like, we all have our lists.
Yeah.
What can we agree on to define? That's the key word when we do a show like this. Defining an era. It's not just, these are the hits. What songs define the era? And what you just described with Hold Me Tight fits the bill perfectly.
Yeah.
100%.
And I'm also adding some ones that I'm seeing in the chat. Nick Syrette says All My Loving has to make it.
Yeah. We haven't gotten there yet.
No kidding. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, no kidding.
Right. So why don't we just throw some songs out there? Tony, what do you got for this first era off the top of your head?
I've got All My Loving.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You got All My Loving.
Yeah. You want me to carry on or?
Yeah. Go ahead.
give us a couple.
Out there. Go ahead.
Well, I've got Long Tall Sally.
Oh,
You
yeah.
bugger. I had that too.
Yeah.
Of course.
She Loves You. I've got, and that definitely defined. Things We Said Today. I've got.
Yep.
That as well. I don't have She Loves You. I try not to pick John.
Yeah,
but that was my choice.
I just
Right.
thought if any song that's involved with Paul defines that era, probably She Loves You, although it is John and Paul, I suppose. But
I agree. No, I agree. That's one of the reasons why I held back on that, thinking more of Paul-centric singing and Paul writing more. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah. Well, I think that
I
the
know
funny
what you
thing,
mean, though, Tone.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Tony on this because I feel like, this era that we're defining is John and Paul. Like, we want to lean towards Paul compositions, but if John has like a major role in it, all the better.
Yeah. Agree. And it's tough. And when you look at the early Beatles, Kyle and I were talking about this before we went on the air. The early Beatles are so John heavy because John was so much more present in the first half of the Beatles. And this is something I've said on the show for years. You could really look at the Beatles in two halves. Up through Rubber Soul, it's really John heavy. And from Revolver on, Paul really takes the lead with John, still contributing some awesome songs, but they were just not as much in the early days. And when you look, like, okay, you're looking through these albums and it's like John. Oh, Paul, John. Oh, Paul. Like, that's why it's so, when you find these songs, like, I think we can all agree, All My Loving's got to be on there. I think, how do we feel about Hold Me Tight?
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it too. I wonder if we'll have like
it's
enough.
not on my list, but it's
not on your list. Okay, well, we have to be unanimous with this as we do this. That's why
I'm absolutely fine including it. I've got Things We Said Today.
Yep.
And then I've got a couple. I've got a couple that I've got another cover, Till There Was You, because I kind of feel that was part of that era.
Yes.
Trying to appeal to grown-ups as well as kids.
Well.
They played it at the Royal Command and all that sort of stuff. So I've got that one. I've thrown that one in, and then a couple of songs from Beatles for Sale that kind of I'm not sure if they define Beatlemania, but they kind of define the development of his songwriting. So you can take them or leave them. But I've got I'll Follow the Sun and 8 Days a Week. So
okay,
I've got She's a Woman from
yes. Sorry, I was going to say, and She's a Woman as well. Yeah.
They
played that live a lot as well, didn't they? So
they did.
Yes,
I had a couple of the ones that I had on my list. I had All My Lovin'. I think we can all agree All My Lovin' is definitely going to be on there. Tony, I had Till There Was You as well because he was trying to appeal to a larger audience, especially grown-ups. So you throw a cover in there. I had And I Love Her, which Nick Syrette's talking about. I had Things We Said Today. I also have I Want to Hold Your Hand. Well, did anybody have that on theirs?
no, I think that's more.
I understand why, Andy. Sure, because he's dual singing. See, it was hard for me. I thought of Thank You Girl too, because him and John are singing it together, and they both wrote it together. From Me to You, they're both singing it together. They both wrote it together, eye to eye. These were hard songs to leave off, but I did for the reason or purpose of defining more Paul-centric. That's how I kind of looked at it instead of John and Paul singing together, because their harmonies are fantastic on those songs. But thinking more Paul sang lead on this, Paul sang lead on that. That's where I went with my list.
Yeah.
You
And also
did.
another thing that we try and do with the playlist is have like a good mix, So if out of like the 11 songs, 9 are like strictly Paul, and then we throw in 2 with John, I think, that's a good compromise.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Lulu, yesterday Yesterday is going to be in the next era. Yesterday goes into the next era, not in this first era.
Right.
Hold
This
that
is
thought.
up to Beatles for sale, so I chopped it right at the end of 1964, and that's where I left off. I didn't pull songs like What You're Doing. I don't think they define Paul, although
No.
I like What You're Doing. Just throwing out different songs that haven't been mentioned yet. While I like them, they're not, to me, strong contenders, is what we would define Beatlemania or define.
Agreed. I think Mr. Boyce here is onto something which I agree with. I had it on my list. Can't Buy Me Love has got to be.
Yes.
It's got to be in
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
also-
on my list, of course.
Just really quick, want to
Absolutely.
say hi to Lee. I know you were on Beatle Tones live stream yesterday. I'm so happy that you made it out over here.
Yeah. Okay.
So do you think we have enough choices here? You want me to share my screen and show you what we got?
Let's do it.
All right. I know
I think-
how to do this.
Joni's throwing a Ask Me Why forward, I think. In the comments.
Yeah, I did see that too as well. Ask me why.
Let's try and zoom in a little.
There you go. So there's the first one. I saw her standing there. Hold Me Tight. All My Lovin'. Babies in Black. Okay, that was just thrown in there. Long Tall Sally. She Loves You. Things We Said Today. I'll Follow the Sun. Oh, well, you got it in there twice, Kyle. Things we got. Yeah,
Things we said today is in there twice.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll Follow the Sun, and I Love Her.
Wait, hold on. Let me try and make this a little bigger.
I do have one more on my list that I forgot to add. P.S. I Love You.
Okay.
Here, I'll put that over here.
Okay.
He's
Now-
the dominant singer in that. It's a wonderful, beautiful 2-minute pop song. Probably the better song between Love Me Do. We can debate that back and forth, but it really flows nicely, and it is
Yeah.
it is mostly Paul.
So do
Yeah.
you want to start with kicking things out or what's definitely in?
What say you, Tony and Russ?
However everybody wants to do it. I'm for however you guys. It's
I think there's a couple that are like obvious, like these are in. Let's like start with that.
Let's do with the obvious keepers, right? So
Yeah.
I saw her standing there. And I think to do this, we all have to uniformly agree, yeah or nay.
Mhm.
Kind of like the Beatles. If one person says no and veto, it doesn't go in. It's the same thing we're going to do here. Just
Yeah.
as the Beatles ran themselves, we're going to do the same thing. So I saw her standing there. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, so I'm going to bold it.
Okay.
Oh, did you say pass, Russ?
Yeah, it has to be. No, it has to
Oh,
be.
it has to
No,
be.
it
I
has
think
to
you
be
said
in.
pass.
Has to be. It's a
Okay,
great
gotcha.
live song. It's one of their staples. It's one of their
For
best
sure.
early songs.
Beatlemania.
Hold Me Tight. What say the four?
I'm going to wait for the next round to see if there's what the list looks like.
Yeah, see if there's room for it.
I
well,
agree.
feeling there's not going to be, but let's see.
Okay.
I love
all
it, though.
All My Loving.
Yes.
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 Russ, you're in?
Oh yes, absolutely. All My Lovin'.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Babies in Black, I'm not ready to vote on yet.
No.
Same
don't
here.
think
It
so.
also, again, not to just be, counterculture with like Hold Me Tight, but like Babies in Black has got to be one of my favorite songs of this period. But does it define Beatlemania? Not exactly.
Okay.
Long Tall Sally.
Yes.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, me too.
And me.
Yes, they closed many gigs with that, of course.
Mhm.
Okay. So that could maybe be the closer of the first of the playlist.
Oh, okay.
That's how I had it written.
Yeah.
She Loves You.
She Loves You.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it defines Beatlemania. But there's that thing about whether it's Paul or is it John and Paul.
Right.
If we're happy to include John and Paul, then I think it's got to be there, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, to me, I think that this one's a slam dunk, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
P.S.
So how many we got? We got 1, 2, sorry, 3.
Those damn
4.
sirens, man. The cops are always after you. Kyle, on the run. Every freaking
It's New
Sunday, I hear
York.
sirens
Hey.
in that damn back.
Welcome to New York.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
welcome to New York. Ambulance siren.
New
always.
York City, baby.
Yes.
Well, I live in Brooklyn anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we got 4 in for sure.
All right. and keeping a track on time. It's 11:45, so we've got 15 minutes to
Doing fine.
to lock this in.
Yeah.
All right. P.S. I love you.
I want to come back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you all think?
Sure.
I'm on the cusp of voting it in because I think it is, you know, it's that kind of naive first album song. You know, it is part of
it. It is part of it. If we're thinking of define, I mean, we've only got. I'll give it a yes for now. But if we don't all agree, we'll circle back to it.
Okay.
So let's come back to that one.
Circle back.
Okay.
I'll follow the sun. That's a big yes.
Absolutely.
And things we said today.
Yes.
Did you have that one, Russ, on your list?
Yeah, I have that one. I like it live better. They really rocked it up live in the studio. I know Joe Mayo and I had a discussion about this. I always think certain songs sound better live. That one, I think they killed off better live. Thank You Girl as well is better live. But
true.
Yeah, it's got to be on there. Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Send it. Did I add Till There Was You a third time? Sorry. Doing this all on the fly. Okay, here's the next one. Till There Was You.
So
I added all this on again. Sorry.
It's all right.
All right, Till There Was You.
Yeah,
What's
it
that?
was his first like granny. I mean, we use the term granny music, as Tone said. It was one of the first ones that it would pull in everybody. And I remember my grandmother loved it. Both grandmothers loved it. So, and they did it in so many early shows. I hate to, and I'll stop it.
No, you're good. I'm into it. I think that when I think of Beatlemania, I think a little bit more of like I Want to Hold Your Hand, and I feel like even though this is kind of, you know, I don't know, like it's also part of going for that different crowd, you know.
Yeah.
It's an early thing about that, right? It's one of the first, really.
Yeah,
it's really interesting because I think it was I can't remember who it was that said it now. But he said there's a difference in the definition between Beatlemania in the US to the UK, and I think that for UK, She Loves You was really the pinnacle of maybe it is the pinnacle of Beatlemania, but that was the first one probably that when everybody knew the Beatles were, sort of thing, from all walks of life. And in America, it would have been I Want to Hold Your Hand. So it's an interesting take, that.
Now, Nick thinks we should ban covers, but covers were such an early staple and foundation of the Beatles repertoire. I think covers have to be included. Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
Sorry, Nick.
They have to. I don't have a list without covers. I mean, you need some of them with this, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So where are we up to now?
So we're Till There Was You. We're not sure. I mean, we'll come back to it. We're gonna take another pass anyway.
All right. Yeah. We've got 12. We've got 12 minutes. So
8 days a week is in, and I think these three are all shoo-ins. If we can just skip the line here, 8 days a week. I Want to Hold Your Hand. Can't Buy Me Love.
I'm 100% on Can't Buy Me Love, and I Want to Hold Your Hand, and I could be sold on 8 days a week. Tony,
what do you think?
Kyle?
I'm happy for all three to be in.
Russ?
All three deserve to be in again.
Put them in.
All three deserve.
Let them in.
Okay, so how many have we got now that are actually?
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Oh, we need one more then. We need one more.
Okay, how about this? We got 10 minutes.
Then we've got to put this thing in a playlist order too, as well.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I'm going to make a really quick poll with these last remaining songs, and I want the audience to tell us the last one.
Oh, he hates covers, this silly bugger. He said this before on live streams too. He has.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to mute myself.
Well, I'm not a big fan of them, but for this era, I think they're necessary because they did so many good covers. Not all of them were poor. In fact, John probably did better covers. But Long Tall Sally is it's got to be a shoo-in. I just got Babies in Black. Isn't that mostly John?
Right. That's how I think about it.
I
right.
think that's
Even
more
though
of
they performed it a lot, as Charlie said, it's a John dominant brought into it. They sang in harmony, but
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that to me, and I think Russ, I agree with you. I always think that's more of a John song, right? Yeah. Although, I mean, have you heard the recording from Candlestick Park that was recorded on the little cassette?
Sure.
And you can hear Paul screaming, like the harmony vocals on it. It's a rough recording, but it's amazing to listen to that on a bootleg form, to hear Paul just screaming his lungs out at Candlestick Park to try to get his voice out there in the crowd. It's amazing.
And If I Needed Someone with George, one of the things that Mr. McCartney always did on the bootlegs that you can tell is he always gave his best. The others may not have at times, but he always sang the best that he could and played the best that he could. I will say that about every bootleg that I owned, that I heard him clearly. He was always trying his best. He never gave half-hearted.
No.
Never. Now,
no, he didn't.
John and George, on the other hand, some of the bootlegs, especially from '66, you can hear that they're going through the motions some of the time. And that's fine, They couldn't hear themselves. Right?
And it was so true what they said in the anthology, that they got used to the loud crowds because it covered a multitude of sins. So when they're playing Frankfurt and they're playing the Budokan and it's quiet and you're hearing Beatles
out of tune paperback writer. Yeah, I know.
It's tough, right?
It's tough. Yeah.
Yeah. How are we doing on that vote there? Anybody voting yet?
So far, it's a unanimous vote because there's only one vote. So.
Can you make that a hyperlink that people can click without copying and pasting it? Can you do that? I don't know if you can do that on here, because you'd have to copy and paste that link and go on another browser and stuff. If you can make it a clickable link, then
Lee, you're right. The Red Album made outstanding cover version inclusions. You're right, absolutely, no question about it.
The recent, the 2023 remix, yeah,
outstanding.
Yeah,
outstanding. Absolutely right.
All right. Joan says she was logged out for a bit, so I missed. But please don't let She's a Woman go. Ooh, Fanab.
No, She's a Woman has to be on there.
I agree.
It does not support clickable hyperlinks.
All right, so if you're going to do the straw poll, you're going to have to copy and paste it, which if you're on your mobile or what you're watching on the TV, you're not going to be able to. But StreamYard doesn't have that functionality yet. But we can listen, just type it in the comments and we can get a feel for get a feel for what you're saying.
Yeah, but actually, so the votes are coming in. We have 4 votes right now.
Can you share a screen?
Okay, I will share my screen. And the playlist slot goes to...
Zoom in. So we've got Till There Was You, Babies in Black. These are 4. Go ahead.
There's 4 votes. 2 of them are for Till There Was You. 1 for P.S. I Love You. 1 for Babies in Black. See.
Right. Okay. So
no love for Hold Me Tight.
Only 4 people voted.
Yeah.
I think the link is a pain in the ass. Like we're kind of testing it out. Like
I
like
is
the graphic, but
it is.
Again, out of all those songs a garage band can do, Hold Me Tight.
Yes, they can.
Believe me, that is one of the things that when I heard that song, it's much maligned, in my opinion, in the canon of Beatles songs. I always loved it as a kid. When I heard it on the cartoons, it got you jumping around for some reason. It gets you up and moving.
I know
the lyrics might not mean much, but it's a really driving song.
Oh, and I love all the outtakes that came out on those 1963 sessions, which were so great. And you hear him screwing up and
laughing
laughing. Dun, 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 oh, bloody hell! And he messes up. I love that. That is so good.
Jeff is saying the link works, so I'm with it.
All right.
And more people are voting, so now it's 3 for Till There Was You.
All right, so when are we ending? When are we going to?
Let's call it. We only have 5 minutes, and we got to make the order. So
we got to make the order. So I think Till There Was You is the one that's going to make it. It's in.
Let's send it.
All right, now let's go back to your share screen and let's look at that.
Absolutely, can do. Bow.
Now,
All right. Till There Was You was in, and I'm going to cut out these other guys. Sorry to see you go. Okay. So I'm going to make it a little bit small. Oh, man. You guys can't really see that?
I can see it. You're good.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So we wanted, I saw her standing there to lead it off.
Yes.
We wanted
Long Tall Sally to end it.
To end it, yeah. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. All right. We'll make this prettier later.
You're all right. You're under the gun, Kyle. I got 6 minutes.
All right. What's following? I saw her standing there.
So a great pot boiler to open up an album, like George Martin always said.
Right.
What do you say? What do you think, Tony?
I'm thinking Till There Was You.
Okay. I'm cool with that.
Or do we want to rock it on the trot?
We could reverse Meet the Beatles with I Saw Her Standing There, followed by I Want to Hold Your
Oh,
Hand.
you could invert that. Yeah.
Very powerful opening to that album. It's one of my favorite. I mean, I love Beatles' second album. A lot of what I grew up with, Yesterday and Today, that's a great album because of the 3 John songs. So they're all good albums in their own way, folks. It's what you like and what you want to listen to. That's my opinion. They're all good.
Kyle is the temporary secretary with his typing skills. He is.
No, someone had to bring that up. Oh,
God. Or standing there till there was you. Okay.
Maybe She Loves You. Let's just like bring in like a third track is usually like a nice exciting one, right?
Yeah, I think Nick is right.
Nick is right. All My Lovin' track 3.
Yeah,
good with me.
It follows. Yeah.
Okay.
As per with the Beatles.
So 5 songs and 5 songs, and then our closer, right? It's easy. Okay.
And then She Loves You, probably.
She Loves You. Another home run.
Okay.
Probably.
Man, let me take it off.
Agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I'll follow the sun. Kind of cool down the temperature.
Can't Buy Me Love.
Can't Buy Me Love. Why not?
She Loves You and Can't Buy Me Love were heard a lot on the radio 61 years ago, back to back. A lot.
Agree with that because they're back to back and they were smashes. Now let's go. I'll follow the sun. Let's slow it down again now and let's do Follow the Sun. Things we said today.
Back to back.
And I Love Her.
And I Love Her. And then so we've got 2 more songs to put. What is that? That's 8 days a week, and I Want to Hold Your Hand.
Yep.
What do we think?
And then it's ending with Long Tall Sally, so you got to think of what goes into that.
I Want to Hold Your Hand would sound good to Long Tall Sally, actually. Next to each other.
They would
sound bad.
All right.
And 8 days a week right after And I Love Her. Kind of a strange juxtaposition, but still it would work.
Well, I can't wait to listen to this. It's so funny. I forgot to mention this. So typically when we make these playlists, we want to give back to the people contributing to the show, and we make and we give them links to the playlists. But when I make these playlists, these are going to be for everybody because this is just such a special marathon event for us that we want to share this with everybody.
We'll share it everywhere within our patrons and everywhere because these will be unique playlists. So
check our Facebook, Instagram, all the socials because I'll have to make them after the fact. But
right. So let's look. We got 2 minutes. Let's look at the rundown from the top. Okay, for Beatlemania, 1963 to 1964. Going through all the albums, the first 3 albums and the singles, okay? Please Please Me with the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night and Beatles for Sale. We've got I Saw Her Standing There, Till There Was You for the Grannies, All My Lovin', She Loves You, Can't Buy Me Love, I'll Follow the Sun, Things We Said Today, and I Love Her, 8 days a week, I Want to Hold Your Hand, and the closer, which they used in a lot of their early concerts, Long Tall Sally, with Paul belting it out at the end for the end of your 11-song playlist for the first era of Paul McCartney's career with the Beatles, Beatlemania. I think that works pretty well. I think how do we all feel, Russ, Tony, Kyle, about this?
I'm psyched about this. One in the can.
I think that's a great list. It's good.
I have no problem with it. It touches a little bit of everything.
If I wasn't podcasting for the next 5 hours, I would be listening to it right now.
Right. Well, I think, listen, Russ, we're just about out of time. This was a great first era to compile with you. Thank you for being here today and helping us kick around ideas and why songs should be there and why they shouldn't be there. This is the genesis of working on a playlist together. You have your list, I have my list, and then we just throw it all into the computer, and then we really pull apart what works best. So, Russ, thanks for being here today.
Yeah, home run, Russ.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers,
I appreciate it. I'm going to hang around in the chat or whatever. And whatever.
Russ,
please do.
Supporting Two Legs. Thank you so much for that. And I'm reading the book that you gave me. I'm reading the first that Wilfred Miller's Twilight of the Gods. I started reading it this past week again. Thank you for that so much.
God bless you, Andy. If you can read through it, I read through it and I still don't understand it. But if you can,
it's a musicologist book. So I want to thank you, Russ. And this is the end of Era 1, Beatlemania. Thank you, Russ, so much.
Cheers, Russ.
Nice to be with you guys. Take
Bye,
care.
Russ.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. That is the end of Era 1. Okay. Now, it's 12 o'clock, and we are staying on time here because this is just how we have to do it. Okay. We are now going into the pop as art era. Okay. Which is now going to be Help, Rubber Soul, Revolver, Pepper, and Magical Mystery Tour. This is a big era. This is a big era to try to, this is tough, man. This is tough. And we are going to bring on a friend of the show and a friend of mine who I just saw yesterday, and you've seen her on the show before. And we are happy to bring on here in Era 2 for Papa's Art, Beatles, Fast for Beatles fan staffer, Susan Ryan, a New York City Beatles tour guide. Hello, Susan.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Better than ever.
Good. Do I sound okay? I got a new microphone since the last time I was on with you.
Clear as a bell.
You sound great.
I don't want to sound like I'm at the bottom of the river like I did the last time.
No, you sound great. And Susan, thanks for being here today. And I think you probably saw the first era. So do you see how we did this now?
I do, and I don't know how well I'm going to be able to live up with all those albums, but I'll see what I can do.
You were blessed with like the magnet. I mean, every Beatle album is great, right? But I mean,
exactly.
you got like the magic sweet spot of records to try to put together to put it in.
Yeah.
Jeff says, hi, Susan, another Taylor Swift fan. And you see what we're doing here now with eras? You said we mimic Taylor Swift's whole thing? That's what we're doing here, but we're doing it Paul style. So,
wait, so Susan, you're a Taylor Swift fan?
My daughter-in-law is.
I didn't know that.
She's teaching me.
Okay, because I feel like it's important to have someone with some Taylor Swift knowledge weigh in on our era's playlist.
I have a lot less Taylor Swift knowledge than my daughter-in-law does. I'm still learning from her.
Okay, well, let us know if she has any notes for us.
I'll ask her to watch the show and see what she says.
Yeah. Kyle, take it over. I'm just taking a break. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All right.
So I like to start off each of the eras when we're talking with our guests before we dive into your selections. So why Papa's Art? Is this your favorite era? What does it mean to you? What do you think Paul was going through creatively during this time?
Well, it's sort of mid-era Beatles. It's not Beatlemania. It's sort of post-Beatlemania, but it's also not strictly studio and experimental and all that other stuff. It's nice to see earlier Beatles songs and Beatles eras getting some love, because frequently everybody talks about Revolver and later, and that's it, and nothing prior to that gets any love. It was hard for me to come up with just 11 songs. I have notes about which songs can be talked about and what I think, but I also think that this was an era where his songwriting was maturing.
Yeah.
And he was becoming the pop sensation that he is. He certainly already had the ability to write great songs earlier than this. But this was where it was sort of solidified that he was like, Mr. Pop King, because he could really write stuff that everybody would like.
And it's funny, I think the key word is maturing too. Yeah. Like at the ripe old age of like 24 or something, But I think that's a great way to like define the era.
Yeah. And I think that yes, he was very young, but some of these songs that he wrote during this time, which are on my list here, sort of belie that fact. When we get down to talking to the nitty-gritty about talking about individual tracks, there are a couple here where not only are they clever, which means, by the way, that he could hold his own with John Lennon, because everybody's like, oh, John was clever and Paul wrote sweet ballads for grandma. That's not necessarily true. In fact, I don't believe that's true. And it's clever. And also, that there was stuff that belied his years, things that just, you couldn't believe it's coming out of a 23, 24, 25-year-old man. There's no way, and stuff that like rips your guts out, and you're kind of like, wow, he was like 24. Wait a minute. Yeah. So it's really it's an interesting time for him as a songwriter, as a musician, as part of the Beatles. I think just picking 11 songs, and I know this wasn't like to pick our favorite songs, but I have so many favorites from that era. Totally. And that's like asking me to pick my favorite child, so that's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. But, to analyze what he was doing, and I see in the comments that people are mentioning songs that are definitely on my list. And
that's a good sign, some overlap.
Oh yeah, for sure. And there's so many that are clever and interesting and heartfelt and sad and happy, and it just runs the gamut completely. Yeah. So it's hard to define, because this was where he really just came into his own as a pop culture phenomenon,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think that this era is tough, right? Like we could spend a whole show on this one.
Oh God, yeah.
And also considering like the number of albums is disproportionate, like to the next era we're going to talk about. So like, what kind of like metric or filter or something can we use to kind of help us kind of narrow it down to like what do we think pop as art means for Paul, and how can that guide us through this playlist?
I think that in this particular time in his career, he's always from the very beginning been very conscious of wanting to create work that everybody could enjoy. So, in the previous discussion, you were talking about, even when he didn't write the songs that he sang that grannies and parents would like, Mm-hmm. And I think he definitely capitalized on that during this time, where he was writing songs that definitely, I could tell you what my own parents said about some of these songs back when I became a fan in the 70s. And also the fact that many of these songs were covered by other artists who you'd never consider covering a Beatles song, So they recognized something, and they were the parental, the parents' music. Yeah. So we had somebody like Frank Sinatra covering a Beatles song,
Right. But before we dive in, Tony, what's your guiding principle here?
Yeah, my definition of this era is when pop music kind of got serious. Yeah. Before it was just like a fun thing for the kids, and now it became this much bigger thing. Susan talked about maturity, and that is a good definition. Not only from Paul, but also the audience. I think he was probably maybe writing for maybe a slightly older audience as well during this period, because pop wasn't this silly thing that only the kids loved and they and screamed at. It now became far more artistic, I think.
You're right, and to your point there, I think that's proven by the fact that you have a Leonard Bernstein talking about a lot of these songs on that Inside Pop Revolution from 1967, where he's playing like For No One and he's playing Good Day Sunshine. Mm-hmm. This is the time where the songwriting really evolved and caught the attention of a Leonard Bernstein to say, this is pretty important stuff that's happening in popular music right now. It wasn't just on Paul. He was talking about Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys and things like that. And it's a great, great documentary. So I think this is the culmination of that period. So like Tony said, and you said, Susan, it was much more of a mass appeal now to adults and really formal musicology type people. Yeah. This music, She's Leaving Home. I think things like that are easily. That's a song I think we can all agree on. Yes. Make this playlist. She's Leaving Home has got to be on there, right?
Absolutely. Right. Okay. I think he was reaching. people were starting to understand that this was no longer a flash in the pan, that this was not going to just go away. And I think the mainstream, I mean, obviously the fans always knew that, but I think the mainstream was starting to realize this was not going to go away fast. I still think it is at this point in actual time, they weren't realizing we'd be talking about it 50, 60 years later. But they were starting to realize this stuff would hold up.
Right.
You know.
So
Right.
it's 10 after. How about, so I'm not gonna share my screen quite yet, but I'm gonna read what we have so far. And Susan,
Okay.
if you want to speak on any of these or add anything.
Sure.
So we're at 10 songs already between everything that's been
Wow.
said.
Okay.
Fool on the Hill.
Go ahead.
What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go.
Fool on the Hill.
Okay.
Penny Lane.
Yeah.
Here, There, and Everywhere.
Yeah.
In My Life. I'm Down.
No, that's a John song. That's a John song.
In My Life's a John song.
In My Life is a John song, and so is Penny Lane.
No,
Okay.
Penny Lane. Cool.
But Penny Lane kind of both. Kind of both.
No,
Yeah.
Penny Lane's Paul.
I was just
It
writing
is.
everything I saw in the chat. We're doing a lot. So I'm Down. Eleanor Rigby. I've Just Seen a Face. For No One. Paperback Writer.
Yes.
She's Leaving Home.
Yes.
Okay.
All of those are on my list.
Okay.
Okay. So
Tony?
Yesterday wasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
Yesterday was not mentioned. Right.
I actually put Yesterday on my list, and I will tell you why. I don't think Yesterday is the greatest pop song ever written. I don't. But in terms of its mass appeal, and in terms of its appeal to older generations, and in terms of its influence as pop as art, okay, I think it should be on the list, not because it's so fantastic. Lee pointed out that In My Life, and I was thinking In My Life when I said Penny Lane. I'm sorry about that. It's early in the morning, pre-coffee. Anyway, the thing is, Yesterday should be on the list strictly in terms of its influence on pop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not because it's the greatest thing ever. I don't think it's the greatest thing ever. In fact, I hardly ever listen to it anymore. But it needs to be there.
I think it's a major turning point in his career.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, I know Russ said I'm Down. How do we feel about I'm Down being in this? I mean, because is it too much of a throwback to the earlier era, or can you? I mean, it's the B-side to Help, but it's still Paul rocking out. What do you think?
Well, it's a great song, but if we're talking about defining that move to art more arty stuff, I would still probably put that in the Beatle mania.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Russ, I know what you're saying, but I think we're all in agreement where it's too much of a throwback to the earlier era. And if we're going to define this as art, using popular music as an art form, the songs we're all talking about check these boxes very easily. So,
yeah,
I mean, this actually probably was a little easier than we thought maybe to do. So should we just then, Kyle, just start running down and now whittling it down and agreeing on the songs that we already have on there, or adding some more that we haven't mentioned?
Yeah,
yet?
let's
run down the list again.
I've got Good Day Sunshine.
Yeah, I've got Good Day Sunshine on mine too. I've got things from Magical Mystery Tour, like The Fool on the Hill for sure. Your Mother Should Know in some way, you know.
Sure. You got to Get You Into My Life.
Yes. And Joan said exactly. She said it's not because it's a favorite, but it's an homage to what was important to him at the time.
Oh,
that is my exact feeling about that song. Mm-hmm. And I really don't like that song. Like, truthfully, I really don't love it. Hey,
from the second row of Manchester, we had no problem with rocking out.
Exactly. It's way different when you're hearing him do it. Okay, that's completely different. But yeah, it needs to have its place in there because it's another example of his maturity as a songwriter and where he was in his life at that point.
Sure.
So I think it should be on that list. Go down the list, Kyle. We can talk about those, and then if I
want to show the screen again, buddy.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Susan, I love your inclusion of Your Mother Should Know, even though most people would throw tomatoes at it.
And you know what? I didn't throw tomatoes at it, and I'll tell you why. Because it has to do with it. I hinged it to Winham 64. We'll talk. I'll show you what I mean.
I also wonder, though. Do you think that the what's it called? The medley at the end of Sgt. Pepper should be on? I know that's both of them, but that's kind of like the peak of pop as art, no?
Sorry, what's that?
The medley at the end of Sgt. Pepper.
He means
the Sgt. Pepper reprise and the and
A Day in the Life.
A Day in the Life. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I you know,
I always think of that as being primarily John with Paul just right in the middle bit.
Agree. Agree.
it's a little bit too. There's like much more Lennon in that one.
But whose idea was it to do like the orchestra like rising out of sync? Wasn't that Paul, right? And that's kind of art.
I don't know, probably George Martin, I would have thought.
Yeah, George Martin helped them.
They basically needed to fill, I think it's a 24
bars. 24 bars with Mal,
Right.
with Mal counting the 20 to the 24 bars. Yeah.
Right.
And I somehow remember hearing an interview with John about that, not Paul. But that could be wrong. I could be. It's like somewhere in the dim recesses of my mind.
Yeah.
I actually think that was probably like a John, primarily with the meat and potatoes of the song. George Martin taking that middle bit and orchestrating it, and then Paul doing just the little.
I think the
bit.
story was that like they had. I think it was Paul, but I could be wrong. That Paul had the idea to do like the crescendo thing, but then the orchestra was so like tight knit that they literally could not do something so abstract. So George Martin like put it on paper so that they could somewhat do it.
That's a very polarizing question, A Day in the Life, whether it should be included or not. I could see it yes being included and not being included. I really could.
I think we have a ton of great songs.
Me
I'm not
too,
gonna
and
try it,
that could be an honorable mention in some way.
All right,
but
so
not
why don't you get
Yeah.
I'm down? Take I'm down out of that list because I think we know that's out.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Have you got any other songs, Susan?
Well, I'm looking at Kyle's list. Fool on the Hill was on my list. Penny Lane was on my list. Here, There, and Everywhere was on my list. Yesterday was on my list. Andrew Bird Can Sing is John.
yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm
No,
adding everything I see in the chat.
No.
Look at that, going,
No.
nope. Eleanor Rigby's on my list. I've Just Seen Faces on my list. For No One is on my list. Paperback Writer is on my list. She's Leaving Home. Drive My Car. Good Day, Sunshine.
This is tough to whittle.
They're all there. They're all there.
Listen, we've got 15 minutes to get this whittled down and get it in a good running order.
I've got two songs that have not been mentioned, and
Go.
you can either accept them or throw them out. I've got I'm Looking Through You as a kind of a transition song.
Yeah.
And the one that I'm quite surprised isn't there is the title track from Sgt. Pepper, because I just always not that it's the greatest song ever, but just talking about that era, I've always thought that it's really hard for us second generation Beatles fans to really understand how much impact Sgt. Pepper had when it first dropped, because by the time we got to it in the 70s, it was kind of other bands were doing things similar to it. But I'm sure that if you put on Sgt. Pepper on the 1st of June 1967 and that song comes out of your speakers, your mind's blown, isn't it? It's so completely different to anything that's gone before at that point. So that's my case for the title track. But
title track of Sgt. Pepper. I would also postulate songs like Fixing a Hole.
Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah.
This
It's
is gonna.
hard.
This is really. This is
And when I'm 64, and that it goes into the same category as Your Mother Should Know. Okay,
It does.
The same lane.
It's that Paul trying to do music hall stuff,
right.
It's and that's legit. He's been doing that forever, and he's still doing it. So it's like
He is.
it's part of his musical. It's part of his musical genome. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's in him, and it's in him because his father made that kind of music, because he grew up listening to that kind of music, because he appreciated that kind of music, and so he would turn his hand to it. And that's Your Mother Should Know, When I'm 64, Honey Pie. I mean, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It comes later, obviously, but it's all that homage to English Music Hall.
And it also kind of
part
goes
of
to the maturity thing we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So I
it's
think
part of
at
his
this
music.
time, how about we do this first pass thing where we go through and we say definitely.
We all uniformly agree or disagree. If
Yeah.
one person says no, it's out. Right.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling we're going to choose more than 11, but let's
I think you're right.
Well,
It's
we've
a lot of
got
hours.
12 minutes, so let's do it.
Okay.
Fool on the Hill. What say you? All.
yes,
I say yes.
Okay.
Kyle?
Me too. I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. I agree.
Penny Lane.
Yes.
He's getting to the surrealism. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here, There, and Everywhere. Oh God.
Yes, that's one of those.
Yeah.
Grandma likes it.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's.
Right.
I mean, it's just really, really good pop art, and it's just
Mhm.
like we're already 3 for 3, all of them.
Yeah.
In, so
And
I'm
it's
just
Here, There, and Everywhere happens to be. It's beautiful.
I always like this here, there, and everywhere, and for no one. I just always put in the category that he's got no business writing songs that good at age 24.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah,
No,
seriously.
spot on.
Okay, all right,
Whether,
and
whether that actually defines the era or not, I'm not sure. But
all right.
Well, it defines
Well,
his
that's a good
era.
question.
what songs they are?
Okay,
Yeah.
yesterday, I think it's important historically. I can, with the embarrassment of riches here, I can see it not fitting in
Yeah.
just because kind of its like lack of like studio like instrumentation. You know,
Right.
like its stripped downness almost
Yeah,
makes
Yeah,
disqualifies it.
it's him and a guitar. I mean, it's
Yeah.
yeah. I
But
mean,
we'll-
kick it out.
yeah. You can take that one out.
Out.
okay. Well, we'll just keep
Fine.
it unbold for now. We're just saying what's in.
Okay,
I'm looking through you. I'd say come back to it.
come back. Let's come back to that one.
Rigby,
Rigby, yes.
Yes.
Has
Yes.
to be in there, doesn't it? Yeah.
yeah. I've just seen a face.
Yes.
I don't know if that's art pop.
Let's
Susan.
let's come back to that one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
like
I
that
love
one.
it.
Yeah.
For no one, slam dunk.
Absolutely.
Slam
Absolutely.
dunk.
Slam
Yeah.
dunk. Paperback Rider.
Let's come back to that
Come
one.
back to that one.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
leaving home. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, 100. I think that could
Tony?
be the lead off track.
Tony.
Yes, for me. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Drive my car.
Yeah.
I know.
I'll come back to
Out.
it.
I've
Yeah.
got that on my list, but I'm not sure whether.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. That was a secondary for me.
Okay.
Oh my God, we have
good-
so many songs.
Good Day Sunshine.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean,
Okay.
it's certainly one of those songs when I was talking about that there was, he was writing these really heavy songs like For No One and
Mhm.
Here, There, and Everywhere, but he was also writing little pop gems like Good Day Sunshine.
Right.
know.
Right.
All right, but we'll
right.
come back to that.
Let's
Yeah.
come back. But yeah, it's big.
Yeah.
So Your Mother Should Know.
Uh,
I don't
That
I
should
don't know.
go, but
Okay.
I mean, if everybody else agrees, it should go. The only reason I put it in there was that discussion about music hall music. That's
No, I think if we're gonna choose a music hall one, I would rather 64 be. in
yes,
there.
I agree.
Okay.
Got to get you into my life. Yes.
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 Yeah. I'm
Tony
fine with
also. Okay.
Yes,
so
yes,
So how
yes.
many do we have now, Kyle?
that.
How many
Great
folded?
question.
How
We
many? I
were
think we have like
1
close
and
to
2 or
10.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. All right. So we
Okay.
need 4 more. Okay.
Okay.
I think
Um,
Michelle could be in for sure.
I think Sergeant Pepper leadoff track.
Yes, I think Sergeant Pepper lead off track.
That's got to
for
be
sure.
in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fixing a Hole is another one of those where his mind was in his, just like Got to Get You to My Life. It's where his head was,
Yeah, I just don't want half the album to be Sergeant Pepper. Is kind of
No,
like I think
no.
Fixing a Pole. I would prefer it in there, but
Yeah.
I kind of want to look at the makeup of it.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And 64 should definitely be in there.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, what do you all think? I'm with that.
Tony.
If
It's got to be unanimous now.
if it
Yeah. I mean, I won't be insulted, but
maybe we should exercise guest privilege.
I mean, we can come back to it. I mean, let's
we
see.
can come back to it.
Allow
Let's
it.
come back to it because we're gonna, yeah.
All right, and we've got 8 minutes before the next era, so we've got to really grind here now.
So I think when we come back, if we're not at 11 yet, yesterday I say let's put it in on the second pass.
Okay.
Okay, Nick will be happy.
Yeah, and that's the goal of the broadcast, right?
Yeah.
So what?
Wait a minute. How did I Just Seen a Face not end up in there? You didn't highlight it. Did we have a conversation about that one?
Did we?
No.
Yeah, so and we're going to get to you at 12:30. We're wrapping this one up.
Yeah. I'm going.
So-
I've just seen a face. I just feel like it doesn't have kind of like the studio as the instrument quality that the other songs have.
But it's clever.
I love it.
And it was clever enough for Capitol to start it off with an album
Yes. Yes.
here in America.
Yeah.
So and that the cultural influence of Rubber Soul in America can't be undervalued because
Yeah.
Brian Wilson loved the American Rubber Soul.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I mean that I've just seen a face for American audiences sets the tone for a
Yeah.
lot of people for that folky vibe that Rubber
Yeah.
Soul
Mhm.
has for a lot of people in
You-
America.
You
So-
hit that on the head, Andy. That is exactly.
Do you
Hearing
think
that
that's
when I was
more
14,
pop? You think that's more pop as art than Good Day Sunshine?
They both are.
They both are. I think Good Day Sunshine's got to be in there personally.
Yeah.
I mean, Bernstein played it on the documentary as an example of what popular music is transforming
Mhm.
into.
But
As
I
art.
love. I've just seen Face just because the lyrics are. I mean, like we said this
Yeah.
on dinner yesterday, Andy. Who in their right mind rhymes "aware" with "dream of her"? You know, it's like wow.
Right.
You know,
So but
it
here's the
works.
rub. We've only
Yeah.
got one track left, and so
Yeah.
am I sending it to a vote to ask the audience if they want "I've Just Seen a Face" or "Good Day Sunshine"?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
Yeah,
Do it.
maybe we should do
we have
that.
6 minutes. Let's put it to a vote. Put it out. Put it out there. Put it
Oh
out
my
there. Let's do
gosh.
it. We'll get this done in 5 minutes for sure.
Vote quickly, people,
Vote early and vote often.
or just throw it in the chat. Also,
Yeah.
Or that
Good Day
too, yeah.
Sunshine, or I've
just seen a face.
I
Yeah.
also want Michelle in there, but I'm not gonna make a fuss about it.
All right. So is the
I'm
just
still
throw,
not sure
throw-
about it yesterday, even though I put it on my list. I'm not
If
sure.
for no other reason that lots of little girls were named Michelle after that song.
Yeah.
there's the link.
So
Vote I've Just Seen a Face. Heard.
Jones campaigning.
Okay, that's two. I'm just like jotting it down on my notepad here too.
Yeah.
You got to count the votes. You got to count the votes in the chat too.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm keeping track. I'm a professional.
Mhm.
Oh. I've gone with Good Days. Yep, Good Day Sunshine. Oh wait, I gotta see the results. Show results. Oh wow, people, the votes are coming in. Oh wow,
Yeah.
good on you all. You are really getting the hang
Oh
of
wow!
the
Wow.
What do we got? What do we got?
So it's 6 votes. I've Just Seen a Face.
Ooh,
2 votes. Good Day Sunshine. And James voted twice.
Yeah.
Vote early and vote often, James.
yeah. All
We
right.
never
so-
said that wasn't
No
allowed. I
cheating.
guess.
No cheating.
no cheating here. No hanging chads.
Okay, I've just seen a face as the clear
Chad?
winner.
Dating myself with that one.
Yeah, well,
Okay. So I think we know that I've just seen a face is the winner.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay, we've got 4 minutes. Let's look at this playlist. Let's put it together in a running
Yeah.
order. Okay.
Okay,
Sergeant
sorry.
Sergeant Pepper to open it up.
We're somehow missing a song. I don't know what I did.
Are we?
What did I?
I don't know.
Should we just add "Good Day Sunshine"? Or I mean, I don't know if I cut one out by accident.
It took a poll.
As the
I
runner up.
know. I mean that's we were between those two. I don't know if I deleted something or what. Yeah.
When I'm 64, I think
When I'm
it's the song.
64.
When I'm
that was
64
it.
is the
Thank
one.
you, thank
Yeah.
you.
That's the one.
And that means
Thank you
okay.
all. Kind,
Okay.
kind co-host. Okay, so Sergeant
Pepper.
Pepper runs into Here, There, and Everywhere.
Fine. Good with
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
How
Wow.
do we end? Let's because we always get the ending good. What should end the
Yeah.
playlist? What should end it? Should
Hmm.
should it be like maybe got to get you into my life, or she's leaving home to end it? Maybe we
She's
end
Living Home is too slow.
Yes. Hey?
You need it up.
I was thinking yesterday too, Tony.
yesterday to end it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday to end it. Okay, good. Pepper, Here, There, and Everywhere. How about Penny Lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Penny Lane for third. Rigby for fourth.
Yeah.
Yes. And then pick up the
um,
speed with I've Just Seen a Face.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're into the sixth spot now.
I think you carry the momentum with Got to Get You Into My
Which
Life.
is my life.
Agree with that. And then do we slow it down with then she's leaving home?
You read my mind, brother.
Yeah.
If that's okay with you all.
Three
Yeah.
left. Three left.
We could do I've Just Seen a Face.
No,
up
that's
there
already in
It's
there.
up
How
there
about
already. I just saw
how about we keep the neoclassical thing going with For No One after she's
No.
leaving home?
Yeah.
No one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Two left.
Footfall on the Hill, then When I'm 64,
Yes.
or swap it.
I don't know. No,
I
when I'm 64 first and Full on the Hill second.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's run this playlist down. This is era number 2, Pop as Art, 1965 to 67, representing Help, Rubber Soul,
Sorry.
Revolver, Sgt. Pepper, Magical Mystery Tour. Not an easy era to pick with the embarrassment of riches that is Paul McCartney during this period. Okay, Here we go. Kicking it off with Sgt. Pepper, Here, There, and Everywhere, Penny Lane, Eleanor Rigby, I've Just Seen a Face, Got to Get You Into My Life, She's Leaving Home, For No One, When I'm 64, Fool on the Hill, and closing it out with Yesterday.
Yeah.
I think, can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie thinks we should have opened with I've Just Seen a Face like the album. Well, again, we're defining an era, right? So we're not trying to mimic an album. We're trying to pick the best songs from this era and make and define the era as art.
And Sgt. Pepper, the opening track on Sgt. Pepper, the first, Sgt. Pepper, is also an album opener.
It is an album opener, right? But I think it fits this bill. And to Kyle's
it does. It gives you an idea of what might be coming.
Right. And we did not want to mimic too much of Sgt. Pepper. We didn't want to have too many tracks from Pepper. So I think, listen, no Michelle. Yes, Lee, I know. But
I fought for it, Lee.
It is 12:30. We want to wrap up. So, Susan, I want to thank you for doing era number 2. This might be the hardest one to do on this whole era of Paul McCartney's career, and you did it in 30 minutes.
It was very difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. Like I said, like trying to choose a favorite child. Good luck.
This was a rush.
Girl, you did it. We could have had 2 hours just on this era alone. Easily.
Maybe we'll do that one day.
Maybe we will. But
it could be fun.
Susan Ryan, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
Talk to you soon.
Okay.
That is era number 2 defined in 30 minutes. Not easily done. Woo!
This is a rush, man.
We're 1 hour 16 into it. So
all right. It's a marathon. It's a marathon. Woo! Breathe. All right, now we're gonna jump. We're gonna go back across the water, not too far from Tony. We're gonna go to lovely Ireland, and we're gonna bring on Mr. Owen Ling for era number 3. Applause!
Owen.
Hello. Hello, Lingo Star. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Fix the screen, though, Kyle. There you go.
I just wanted to spotlight him. Just say,
all right.
Hey,
How you doing, mate?
Okay. I'm fantastic. I'm going on a train to Dublin.
Going to Dublin. Okay, great. So he's going mobile, as Pete Townsend likes to sing, and he's joining us. He's joining us for era number 3. And era number 3 is going to be the studio years, 1968 to 1970. Really the end of the Beatles era, encapsulating the White Album, Abbey Road, Yellow Submarine, if you want to include that too, and Let It Be, at the end of the Beatles. So, Owen, first of all, how you been, and how are things?
Yeah, things are going okay. It's a lovely day here in Ireland, and yeah, I've enjoyed the episode so far, and I hope I can do justice to this particular era, which is a very good era, including the White Album.
Certainly is. Random question, is Kyle's last name really Hand? Yes, it is.
Why not?
All right.
But can we ask that? I like to start off each era with asking the guest, just tell us a little bit about your personal relationship with this era. Is it your favorite era of Paul's? What do you think defines it kind of on a macro scale?
I think
Owen
you may have
a little
frozen there.
Did you hear me, Owen?
Oh, you're muted. You're muted, mate.
I think you're
okay. So I'm trying to ask when we start each era. Tell us a little bit about your relationship with the era. Is it your favorite era? What do you think defines Paul's creativity in this era?
Well, an argument can be made that the White Album was his zenith as a composer, or 68. I mean, he was on fire. But I would personally prefer the Wings era as.
Lost you, mate. Choppy. It's choppy. We didn't get all that, Owen.
Okay. The White Album era is a very laudable era, but my favorite era is the Wings era.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's get going then. Let's get going. We know what we're working with. There's some biggies here in Paul McCartney's songwriting. My partner Tom Magnotti likes to call this the Paul McCartney highlight reel of when you think about some of the songs that were composed during this period. Whittling it down to 11 songs. We're whether it's White Album heavy, or you think maybe like Maxwell Silver Hammer makes the cut. I mean, it'll be very curious to see what we end up throwing to represent this era at the end of the Beatles, while Paul was trying to keep everything all together and really just kind of keeping the hammer down to keep the Beatles going until they were no more. So there's going to be some big ones on here, but maybe some other some of that stuff that we kind of some bleed over from Papa's art, maybe with Honey Pie and things like that. Again, it runs the gamut, right? This period. Yes, towards the end it gets a little more rocking as well, but Nick. Yes, it is, and do it in 30 minutes. And do it in 30 minutes. Come on now.
He's talking about your pronunciation of era, I think. Because you say error, which means mistake to us.
Yeah.
And,
That's so funny.
Eras.
Yeah.
Eras. I know.
We say era, you say error, you say tomato, we say
but
tomato.
You know what? I say process. I don't say process like a Yank.
Do you say data or data?
I say data.
Yeah.
And Tony, you say Dave a day.
So I was told last night. That's apparently how I pronounce DVD. But
oh boy,
Dave a day.
Huh? That's Dave DVD.
Dave a day.
All right, let's throw some songs out on the playlist there. Let's get going. Come on there, Owen.
Yeah. So from the chat so far, we got Hey Jude, Blackbird, Get Back, Let It Be, Long and Winding Road, Helter Skelter, Back in the USSR, Two of Us, and I've Got a Feeling.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll throw Golden Slumbers in there.
Yeah. Okay.
USSR.
Back in the USSR. Okay. Russ says, Martha, my dear. Ooh. I vote for that. I know that's not going to make it, but I would vote for that.
I've got Mother Nature's Son, and I will.
Okay. Kyle, you want to share the spreadsheet, mate?
Yeah, I got you.
Ted says Blackbird. See? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So
Well, we've already got 12 on there, huh? Ooh, good one, Todd. Todd says Lady Madonna. Oh, Darling, that's got to go. Yeah, Oh, Darling, Lady Madonna, add those songs.
Hey Jude's got to be there, isn't it?
Yes, hello. That's got to be there. Damn.
What about
there.
USSR?
Hey, USSR, add it.
we got it.
Okay. Ooh. I think Maxwell's going to get the axe.
The Axwell.
It is, sadly. I wish it wouldn't, but I think it's going to get Maxwell's and Martha's aren't going to make it. I don't think they're going to make it. They would make my personal list, but
Do we have I Will?
What about what?
I Will.
Add it. Somebody mentioned I Will.
Yeah, me.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Elijah says Oblad D.
We add everything and whittle it down. That's the name of the game.
That's the name of the game here. How about Get Back?
Yeah.
We got it.
All right.
No, not Get Back. No, not Get Back.
No.
We'll knock some out eventually.
Nick, I agree with you, but I think we're in the minority on this one, mate. What?
I love Martha as well.
Yes.
Is that your hot take of the episode, Owen?
I've said this a number of times. Get Back is awful. It's just a country honky song. I don't really rate the Let It Be album that much. I much prefer Wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
We got Martha Love, baby. Win. Yes, Long and Winding Road's on the list. Christ, there's going to be more songs on this list than the Papa's Art category.
Wow.
Martha, yeah, nearly are.
Martha, my dear, or as it's known in two-leg circles as Ever.
Oh, I loved that. That was terrible. When someone said that was too funny.
That was good.
That was good. He really thought that through.
He did. He did. That was a good one there by Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, Todd says all together now. Even though that song was written
Yeah.
in '67, it came out during this period. Yeah.
Oh,
Tony
Mother
said-
Nature's Son.
Well, Tony mentioned Mother Nature's Son.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would Come and Get It, but I know they didn't officially release it, but it was a great demo.
It absolutely was. Come and get it. Oof.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I think
This
Ian
is,
McDonald's called
I knew-
the best
I
song
knew
the
this
Beatles
one.
released.
I knew this one was going to be tricky.
well, once we got rid of the previous name of the backing band, yeah. So
Which we will not mention.
I want to say hi to Joe Mayo real quick. He did chime in the comments that he was going to see 1 to 1 again, so he wasn't on there today. But hi, Joe. Hope you enjoy the movie again. Yeah.
It's a very
Birthday.
good film, 1 to 1.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Lee says that was the most bizarre take of Get Back. Well, that's Owen. Owen likes to throw out controversial takes. Run with it.
It's just a crap song to be played live. Like the only reason it was written was because they didn't have enough songs for material. Like we seen Get Back that they were running on empty. They had to revive One After 909, another rubbish song.
Ooh.
Hi.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
They were not.
In 10 minutes we've got 20 something songs. That's pretty good.
Yeah, about 20.
That's pretty damn good in 10 minutes.
Yeah. I feel like this came like a whirlwind, man. Like, are we ready to start knocking things down, or do we need to?
Yeah,
knock
Joan,
them down.
I mentioned Golden Slumbers, Joan, so it's in there. Yeah.
I've got the end on my. Maybe we could have the entire Abbey Road medley as one song.
Ooh, that's a good cheater, isn't it? Just started with You Never Give Me Your Money and just go.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
the problem is,
because I've got that as well. You never give me my.
the problem is, and that our resident young guy there on screen can tell us, on Spotify and streaming services, these are individual tracks. They're not all linked together, right?
Yeah. So, but I still think we can bend the rules a little bit. Like, they won't be 11 tracks on Spotify, but to us, it's 11 tracks.
Correct.
It's a prog rock thing to do, like a cycle of songs. Genesis did that with Lamb Lies Down on Broadway and other prog albums.
No Supper's Ready, though, is it, Owen?
By the time you've listened to Supper's Ready from start to finish, you could make a 3-course meal. What is it? 22 minutes.
22 minutes, and then flip it over and go put it Close to the Edge by Yes On, and now that'll take you to the next morning.
So
Go
I
for it.
think that we should get to what's it called? Yes
whittling
or no's.
it down. All right, so let's do yes or
Yeah.
no's. Okay. All of
Yeah.
us, again, Owen, we all have to unanimously agree on this. So 1-0 vote and it's out. Hey, Jude. Yes.
Yes.
Into it.
Okay.
Blackbird.
Yes.
Yes.
Blackbird.
No.
Okay. Oh wait, you're saying okay. You're saying no.
No.
So-
No.
Well,
Yeah,
we know. We know.
the
Get,
plunking.
yeah.
I can't tell. It looks like you guys are saying thumbs up, but saying no. It's kind of. I don't know if you're trying to mess with me.
No.
You're saying no. Okay, Get Back. Well, Owen, I think is going to be the dissenter here, so we'll
all right,
move
so he's
on.
hand waving. Get Back. Let It Be. Yes.
And Long and Winding Road. And
Yeah.
yeah, Helter Skelter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say
No.
so too.
No. Owen says
No.
no. All right.
For Helter
no,
Skelter?
No.
No.
Skelter is associated with 1968, Manson, all that sort of stuff. Gotta have that in. Surely that defines the era. Maybe it didn't at the right at that time, but from 1969 onwards, it was so associated with that era.
Yeah, I'm going to fight for it on round 2,
You
but
two
I
did a
think
better cover. Yeah.
you two did a better cover.
They so didn't.
I'm going to fight for it on round 2, but I think for this unanimous pass, if Owen's saying no, then Owen's saying no.
Well, we'll have to come back to it. All right. USSR.
No.
No. Tony says no. So
Only because it's kind of rock, it's rock and roll, isn't it? It's not really definitive of 1968 or
no.
that particular era. That's my take on it. But
No.
I think kind of the
I'm
flying
happy to be
in.
talked out of it. I'm happy to be talked out of it.
the whole flying in sounds kind of gives some like studio like
All right.
trickery, you know. But we'll come back to it.
Two of us.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I like this song. Yeah, I like this song. I don't know, like, if that really defines this era, because I feel like this era is one of like
It should have been a
isolation.
duet. It should have been a duet with
Yeah.
Paul and Linda, like on
yeah.
Retro Speedway or Ram. But it is a lovely song.
That's so beautiful. That's a great Russ Beetle 63 What If. I love that. So we're skipping two of us for now, or are we all saying it's in?
Oh,
What?
it's a
It's good.
shocker.
What, Tony? What?
Well, two of us must be in there, surely. No?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
I
Me
won't
too.
hold it back. I've got a feeling. I'm gonna pass on it for now. I think we have a lot of Let It Be era stuff right
Yeah, let's pass on that now. Let's pass on that
now.
now.
All right. Golden
Let's
Slumbers in.
In,
Maxwell's.
In.
Out.
out.
No. Okay. Martha. I mean, I think the audience will definitely want Martha.
Mm.
It's such a
What do you
lovely
all think?
melody, Martha, my dear, and it's about his dog.
Yeah.
Mm.
Tony,
So much love.
I'm very happy for Martha to be in.
Kyle.
Yeah. Send it.
Oh, wow. So replace that with I've Got a Feeling.
Well, we're gonna. What do you mean?
Oh, I know what you're doing. Yeah, you're just going to come back to it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know, now that I look at below, I'm like, we've got a lot. Okay, let's just keep going. You Never Give Your Money to Me is in.
Well, why don't we just do You Never Give Me Your Money and just call it the whole
Oh,
entire medley of
yeah.
Abbey Road, second side
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Let's just do that. So it's You Never Give Me Your Money, Golden Slumbers, the whole thing as
Yeah.
one. A little bit of a cheat there, but we can do it.
Because
Yes,
you know,
Nick. Yes,
we make the
Nick.
rules.
Yes. It's a victory for Martha.
that's so funny.
All right, so now all of Abbey Road is there. Okay, great, fine.
Oh, darling. I feel like that's got to be in. I'm a little bit worried it's going to be too Abbey Road heavy. But
Right.
there are only 3 albums here. Well, I
That's
mean,
it. We're only 3 to work with, and one had 30 songs on it. So I mean, come
yeah,
on.
exactly. So medley's in. Oh, darling in.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a wonderful song.
Okay.
It's a wonderful song.
Lady
Lady
Madonna.
Madonna.
Mm.
No, not a punch
Okay.
on Oh Darling.
No.
All right. Now, yeah, not at the expense of Oh Darling. Fine. I will.
I think it'll add some balance to this kind of very like electric heavy playlist for like a tone shift here.
Yeah.
What do y'all say?
I will. I think is one of the best songs on the White Album. But
I Will is
Well-
superb.
whether it defines the era, I'm not sure. But it's such a great song.
You're gonna.
No.
It's not gonna work. There's gonna be some tough ones to kick out here, and the good thing we've got 14 minutes to hash it out because
Yeah,
there's gonna be some tight cuts here.
I think we include I Will.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think it defines.
Yes,
I think it defines
will.
the era.
Yes.
Obla D. That's a tough one because I feel like everyone is
Bin,
saying
bin, bin,
no.
bin, bin.
Out.
Bin, bin. You guys are fine. I think altogether now is interesting to get something from the soundtrack album.
Great comment, Russ. I Will is a continuation of the I'll Follow the Sun and the finger picking style. And there's some continuity for you in the playlist as we build this thing because we included that. So good point. I like that. I think Obla D and All Together Now, out.
No,
Both of them out.
both out.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, but what? Okay.
Altogether now is
okay.
just Christ. Just life for money.
So what about Mother Nature's Son?
In for me.
Outstanding. Yes.
Yeah. And then Birthday for me is probably my least favorite Beatles song, so I'm just gonna stay out of this one.
Okay, so that's out. Now,
Yeah.
I bet we're at 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we're at 9.
that's it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean we were strict. 1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, because you know why? Because the Abbey Road medley, we clumped it together.
That's why. Yeah.
Mm. So there's got to be room for Blackbird, no?
Or
Yeah,
and Lady
I'm a big
and
fan
Lady
of this.
and Lady Madonna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so that's our 11.
Because that's a standalone single, which is nice. We don't have to lean on an album with Lady Madonna because it was a single.
Right. Mm-mm. Oh man. You all can talk while I'm typing. I know it's very interesting. what I'm
A
doing.
lot of people want Helter Skelter back in there. I know Tony does. I would vote for Helter Skelter, but
Yeah, what would we
that
kick
might
out?
that might have to be a straw poll vote.
But what would we kick? What's the alternative here?
Joan suggesting Helter Skelter instead of Lady Madonna.
USSR.
It kind of
Okay,
does.
yes. Okay, I'll go with Helter Skelter instead of Lady Madonna because we already have a piano ballad.
Yeah. And we don't. I mean, I guess Oh Darling is kind of in the Helter Skelter lane, but Helter Skelter is obviously much tougher
Yeah.
than that.
Joan
Okay.
says Helter Skelter instead of Lady Madonna.
And Owen supports that. What do you think, Tony?
I support it as well.
I do.
Yeah.
I do too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's make the track list.
Oh, Mrs. Beatle Tone is asking for Blackbird.
It's in there.
It's in there.
in.
It's in there.
It's in
It's in. Phew! Can't piss her off.
Yeah, exactly. So interesting. How do we start this, gentlemen?
Ooh,
We start with the Abbey Road medley.
no.
Well, that's got to be the last one, hasn't it? It's got to be the last one, ending with the end.
Yeah.
I'm with that.
Helter started with Helter Skelter.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's what I was going
Do a
to say.
Francis Ford Coppola thing and start. Yeah.
Oh, and repeat that.
I just made a joke that why don't we do Francis Ford Coppola and start with the end?
Ah.
You know what? I just realized we forgot Rocky Raccoon and Why Don't We Do It in the Road?
No. No more additions now.
complicate it.
No more of that shit. No.
No more of that shit. All right, Helter Skelter. That'll be an awesome way to start it off.
Yes.
And then do we want some grit and grainy Whiplash following it with like Mother Nature's Son? Or do we want to kind of like take a
No, we need to calm it down.
I would go Martha. Go Martha after something like crazy as Helter Skelter.
That's so real. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
we've got like a couple of very.
Can you zoom in a bit, Kyle?
yes, sir.
Thank you, mate.
Is that too much?
No. Mrs. Beatle Tone said she couldn't see it.
I think because she's
Okay.
looking on her phone, I suppose.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry. I wanted to help Kim out there a bit.
Appreciate it. We could also make the text bigger, probably.
I think we need to separate. We're going to need to separate I Will and Mother Nature's Son. They're both sort of acoustic ballads.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've got 9 minutes. So
And Blackbird, obviously, as well. Is that?
yeah.
Boom. Okay, how about that? Okay, so what do we want after Martha, my dear? Maybe Oh Darling?
Rock it back up a bit. Do like rock ballad. Do like a rock or an acoustic or a piano and kind of do that kind of thing. A little back and forth, maybe.
Mm-hmm. And then maybe slow it down Blackbird?
Blackbird after that.
Or maybe
Yes.
two of us.
Two of us. Got to take care of the MBT. You know, we got the
Yeah.
MBT and we got the
We're not-
MBT. We got to take
Not
care of
joking
them both.
around.
Long and Winding Road is the penultimate song.
Okay.
Good slot, Tony. Put that right before the medley. Good
Love it.
one.
Yeah. I mean, I think I Will would fit right before that.
Sounds good.
Oh, and you like that? What else are we thinking?
I think I Will going into Long and Winding Road.
Okay, scroll back up. Helter Skelter, Martha, my dear, Oh Darling, Two of Us. We got to get Hey Jude in there somewhere too.
Mm.
Yeah, I wonder where that would fit.
Maybe Hey Jude could finish the playlist.
Oh, kind of after the medley?
As like so bump the medley, the end, and then have that be the encore track. Ooh,
I like that idea.
ooh,
That's epic.
yeah. Okay.
Then maybe Let It Be going into I Will.
Well, go back to the early in the playlist. We got one piano song, right? So it goes rocker, Martha, rocker, acoustic, slide, let it be in after Two of Us.
Yes, sir. And so now we're looking at Mother Nature's Son and Blackbird to fill out these middle 2 tracks.
Yeah.
So maybe Blackbird. Oh, they're both acoustic ballads, aren't they? So maybe put one of them either side of Let It Be. So move Let It Be down one.
Yeah.
So they're not. Yeah.
And then put. Well, we got Mother Nature's Son, and what was the other one?
Blackbird.
Blackbird.
Yeah.
So Two of Us, Mother Nature's Son, Let It Be, Blackbird.
Okay.
Now, Joan made a comment here, and I understand what she's saying. If you think about it as an album with 2 sides, Hey Jude would end side 1, but we're not really doing an album. This is more of a playlist. I think if we're not thinking in terms of albums, like when we've done these shows before, we do like 14 tracks, album. This is more playlisty, but I know what she's saying. I mean, I'm okay with ending like to be in the middle, but I like it as an encore too.
I think this is our playlist, folks.
Owen and Tony, if you guys agree, let's just run it down.
Yeah.
All right. So we got Helter Skelter, Martha My Dear, Oh Darling, Two of Us, Mother Nature's Son, Let It Be, Blackbird, I Will, Long and Winding Road, the entire Abbey Road medley because we make the rules, and then Hey Jude. This is an epic playlist.
This is tough. Charlie, I agree. I wanted Lady Madonna in there because it was a standalone single and it would have worked well. I just don't know. It wasn't unanimous. I
want to make a motion. I think that what we were struggling with the flow of the playlist was like a little bit too much acoustic in parts. I think Lady Madonna as kind of like a piano pop song might fit in well. Like, we switch it out. Because Blackbird into I Will, I don't want to lose either of those. But if we do like Let It Be, Blackbird, Lady Madonna, I think that might work.
I kind of agree with you. Yes.
Folks?
I think Lady Madonna's got to get into this playlist somehow. Come on.
Come on, Tony. Have a heart.
Does it? Okay.
Well, Tony.
You're suggesting that we replace I Will with Lady Madonna.
No. All right, so you, Tony, you said your Die on the Hill song on this was Mother Nature's Son. Like that's the one you can't live without, right?
Well, yeah, and okay, yeah.
So,
I think they're equally great. So I will and Mother Nature's Son. But look, I'm happy. We've got a standalone single in Hey Jude, haven't we?
We do.
Should we put it to a
Put it to a vote.
Put it to a vote.
We've got 4 minutes. Let's get the final word on Lady Madonna.
Lady Madonna or I Will. Yeah.
I think Lady Madonna's got to be in this thing.
Okay.
See how they run. No. See how they vote and vote often.
Lady Madonna or I Will.
Yes.
I Will. Yeah.
Because we could also replace it with Blackbird.
No. Leave that. We're gonna piss too many people off. You take Blackbird out.
We'll piss off Beyonce.
No. Christ, I could do without it, but I'll never hear the end of it from Nick.
And again, this is all about making Nick happy.
Listen, Nick
he's our boss.
Nick is the. Oh no! What? Oh! I will. Oh, your missus doesn't like it if we're gonna take I Will out. Wow. All right, that's one vote. Come on, people.
Come on, I Will.
Neck and neck.
Oh!
I will.
I got to vote in this now. Wait a minute.
Wait. No, you guys can't vote. The panel can't vote.
Bollocks. I was going to try to. Ooh,
this is tight. Oh, my God.
We got 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes for the end of this era. Ooh.
We already have 9 votes.
We can let this vote go for a bit because we've already got the order.
I will.
You've got 3 minutes to vote.
Refresh that page.
It's live.
Oh. Russ votes for I Will, if that counts. Oh, shit.
It's 5-4.
Wow.
Come on, somebody out there. Hey, everybody out there. Vote for Lady Madonna. That's it. It's over.
Lady Madonna is struggling to take it to penalties.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so happy that we have 10 people voting. Yes. I'm so happy that so many of the audience are engaged and excited enough to vote. That's amazing. That makes me so happy.
That's 10 people voted.
No
for that.
cheat, and this one didn't have James Boyce cheating, so you know it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Refresh it one more time, pretty please.
It auto
Oh.
refreshes.
All right.
Live results.
All right. Fine.
Oh man.
I
Yeah,
was talking about. Yeah.
Andy's gonna quit the band like Ringo.
You
And
were re-threatening its removal.
Oh, Blackbird. Blackbird. Oh, okay.
Blackbird.
All right. If you
Oh,
nix,
my
I
God.
will. I'm afraid Tone will leave in a huff. Well, we're not nixing it. It's one.
No,
it's one. Yeah.
I will leave in a huff. I will doesn't get in.
Owen didn't want Lady Madonna in, so I think we're done. Close the poll.
Close the poll. Wow, that was exciting.
So-
I will say.
All right. That was a contentious last spot, but it made it out.
Uh-huh.
So that's a nice playlist for studio years, 68 to 70. Great
Yeah.
playlist. Listen, could you put Hey Jude in the middle? You could put Hey Jude in the middle, but
Yeah.
we've used it as the kind of the encore bit for this one, and I think we can all
Yeah.
agree on that.
Joan says she's had enough of Lady Madonna.
Because she's seen it in concert.
Yeah.
She's seen it in concert 102
Three times.
103 times. That's why. All right. Well, Owen Ling, I know the connection was not great today, but I want to thank you for being here and chiming in with your selections. I know that you would have preferred to do the solo stuff a little later with Wings, but your timing didn't work out for that. But I want to thank you for being here today to rank error number what is this? Three. No,
Number three.
Error number 3.
6 to go.
6 to go. So Owen Ling on his way to Dublin. Thanks for being here today, and we'll talk to you soon, man. Be well.
Thanks,
Love and
Owen.
peace. Peace
Cheers,
and love to
Owen.
you, mate. So
See
take
you,
care.
mate.
Star.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't get
Now-
to remark on his name. His awesome name.
Yeah, Lingo Star. Now it is 1 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we are entering now era number 4, which we have dubbed Homespun, which Tony was like, Red Rose Speedway isn't Homespun, but it's okay. We love him anyway.
Or Ram.
Or Ram, but
But-
for our purposes, we did it, and
Sure,
we
it's
did
fine,
it, and
it's
he was okay with it. And we're gonna bring, yeah, go ahead, Tone.
It's going well. I can't believe that we're keeping to the timetable.
That's it's now 101, and let's bring on a dear friend of the show and dear friend to all of us in our Liverpool family and Two Legs Beetle family, and that's Joan Borelli.
Hey,
everybody.
Joan,
Hi.
good to see you.
Love the shirt, Joan.
Thank
Oh,
you.
it's a new shirt.
Love the shirt. That's awesome.
Nice backdrop as well.
Yeah, what is that, Joan? Is that like a wall poster thing, or is that an in-store display stand thing?
It's a folding screen that it's getting ready to go into my new Beatles room.
Love it. Love it. So this is the 4th. So we define this era as Homespun. Even though Ram is a polished studio album, even though Red Rose Speedway is a polished studio album, we felt that because a lot of that material was written when he was in Scotland, locked down. And according to reading the McCartney legacy, a lot of Ram and a lot of Red Rose Speedway songs were all written when he was just locked down with his family in Scotland, right? So these became polished affairs with Wings later on in the early incarnation of Wings, but they have a homespun quality to it. Do you agree, Joan?
I agree. They were birthed in that little studio at High Park. And what did he call it? Did he call it Junk Studio? I forget the name of it.
Rude
Studio. Yeah, Rude Studio. Yeah, Junk Rude. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were literally birthed, many of them, in that small Rude studio in Scotland. So it is home.
You agree that it's homespun. Tony feels that Ram is a very polished record, and while they all are polished, really good records in the studio, but the germ of all these songs on these records all came from the same period in time, roughly in Paul's life. So that's why we dubbed it Homespun, and we'll have a good time ranking this one. I know you're looking forward to doing this one.
Another funny thing that I think is worth mentioning is that I came up with not only this idea, but these eras at like midnight while I was like laying in bed typing on my notes app. So like a lot of these were kind of like my first crack at these, and we like only an hour before the show started to refine some of them.
Thanks to Tony's input was like, we got to clean some of we've got to tighten up some of these eras. But we now enter solo Paul. Now we've ranked the Beatles eras, we've done that, and now we get into what we love best, and that's just solo Paul here. So let's start throwing out songs. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
what do we got in the comments? Anything so far?
Um,
No. Oh
maybe-
wait, I'm sorry. Did we ask Joan our starting question?
no, please ask her.
Okay. Hi, Joan.
Hi, Kyle.
So I'm
Okay.
trying to ask everybody, as you've seen so far, what does this era mean to you? Is it your favorite Paul era? And in terms of trying to make a guiding principle of how you're categorizing these songs, what do you think about Paul's creativity during this period?
Right. Well, this is my favorite Paul era, and it's important to me on a lot of levels. But I was 10 years old when McCartney came out, so I was at that age, 10 to 13, for these albums. That's when you first start sort of earning a little bit of your own money and have the opportunity to go and buy your own records for the first time, not asking mom and dad to buy everything for you. And of course, that's where my money went. That's where my purchases went. And besides having like the Beatles catalog and some other music, I just played this music nonstop. These three records, McCartney, Ram, and Red Rose Speedway, were just on constant play in my bedroom, in my head, in never ending. So
Wow.
these songs, these albums, even the singles, they all define my youth, and they define what built my love of music as I got older and matured and that sort of thing. The reason I find the period so compelling is that I think probably besides the death of Linda, this was the most challenging time in Paul's life. Breakup of the Beatles, trying to put together a new band and defining how he would differentiate that from the Beatles. Family man, trying to manage all of this new life with a wife and children, managing the public's disapproval of Linda. And then you throw in all the business things that he dealt with, the disillusion of the Beatles, trying to break away from Apple. I mean, the man had a lot of pressure, a lot going on in his life. And that could sink a regular person, or a regular person could give up. But he did have his dark days, but he also took that challenge and turned it into wild creativity. And he went from the very homespun McCartney. I think he struggled with the critics a lot. They didn't like the homespun album, so he did try to then create Ram with a lot more production. And then I think Red Rose Speedway was sort of somewhere in that between Ram and McCartney, with some very simplistic music and then some very, very highly produced things. And then along with that, trying to cultivate this new band where he says, I want to be in a band, but he's still Paul and he still wants control. And I think he fought a lot of different sides of himself during this period, learned a lot about himself, and the creativity was wild.
Beautifully put, Joan. Beautifully
Seriously.
put.
Yeah, wow.
Absolutely nailed it. I can't wait to see what you've got on your list. What out of these four albums, which is your favorite from these four? I'm guessing Ram, but you might have a different take.
It changes, but for me, it's Red Rose Speedway.
Okay.
And I feel like my favorite part of your analysis was like, he's going through massive challenges right now. And in the face of all these challenges, Andy with the costume change.
I didn't know we were having a costume change.
So Joe, Andy, on the playback, you'll have to listen to Joan's analysis of this period. Tony and I were just totally floored. But I feel like I was saying my favorite part of it was just the challenges that Paul was facing at this point in his career. Because when faced with these challenges, what does he kind of use as his strength, his comfort, his home, his newfound family life? And I feel like that's not only where he got the energy to continue to be creative, but that's what he was writing a lot of his songs about.
Yes.
Well, he had the security. He needed the family as his security and safety blanket, and he leaned on it, and that's very evident in this work. I mean, Remember the press, the adverts for the McCartney album, Home, Family, Love, that defines this period.
Yeah.
It's what he leaned on and was the foundation for
Mhm.
what he needed. And a lot of people took the Mickey out of him about leaning so strongly on family and writing songs about that. But then later, people like John Lennon later on Double Fantasy are writing very similar themed type stuff about family and things like that. And even Bruce Springsteen said later, he was quoted saying, "Oh, I really didn't get what you were doing in the 70s, but now as a dad and grandfather, I get what you're saying." You see, but in the 70s, Springsteen didn't get it. I read that recently. So this is just something that's been Paul's MO for a long time. And now it's nice to see that now, 50 years plus later, people are not so down on it anymore. And we've always known that. But
I think that this period is defined by Paul, the family man, and Paul trying to distance himself from the Beatles. And some of it's very in your face, and some of it not so much. Like some of it, his responses to John's comments in song, and then going to Nashville and going to Jamaica and looking for those influences from other styles of music and a way of separating himself from what defined his teens to his mid-20s,
Right. So we're doing McCartney, Ram, Wildlife, and Red Rose Speedway, and the associated singles, all that were released all during this period, to come up with an 11-song playlist. So I know some people have thrown some songs into the comments.
Yeah, I caught all those.
Yeah. So let's start looking at it. Let's start.
Yeah.
Because we could have a field day with this. We really could.
I mean, it's so much fun.
Do you want me to give you my songs?
Please.
So take a look at how about I'm going to read the list from the commenters, and you can either second any of these or tell us what's not included already. So Oh Woman Oh Why, Dear Friend, Ooh You, Every Night, Mama's Little Girl, Tomorrow, Dragonfly, Maybe I'm Amazed, Too Many People, Backseat of My Car, My Love, Monk Fairy Moon Delight, the Red Rose Speedway medley, Love is Strange, and Another Day.
Okay. I need to throw in Three Legs, Some People Never Know.
Oh, I had Some People Never Know as well.
Too Many People.
Oh, that was in there.
I had that.
Big Barn Bed.
I had that as well.
Ooh You.
Yeah, we got that.
And Hi.
Yeah.
Every Night and Junk.
I think every night already there. I think it was.
It may have been. Yeah, it is there.
Okay. Good.
Every Night's got to be in there. I'll throw in Mary Had a Little Lamb, needs to be in there.
Oh.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
It doesn't, but I wanted to just shake it up and throw
Live and Let Die. Oh my god.
Oh,
so much.
I got Live and Let Die.
This is hard. This is a very hard.
No, I'm not groaning at the song. It's just again an embarrassment of riches. And again, this is only 4 years of this man's life.
I know that this is going to be difficult.
Mumbo, yeah.
I mean, I've got quite.
Try to stay focused on what is defining Paul during these years.
Exactly.
What is defining where he is emotionally, psychologically, musically during these years.
And that's why I added Mary Had a Little Lamb, because it was for his kids. Mm-hmm. I mean, on that basis of your definition, Mary Had a Little Lamb could be included. I realize why it would be elbowed, but
no quality issues.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, we want to make a good playlist here.
Yes, thank you.
But no, I just seconding that the audience is just putting in killer suggestions right now.
Dear Boy's in there twice.
Dear Boy's in there twice.
Just go up the top. Let's have a look. Can we just run down what we've got?
Yes, sir. All right.
God.
Oh yes, Sea Moon. Let me add Sea Moon.
Yeah.
Elijah. Sorry.
Dear Friend, Wildlife. You're amazed. Backseat of My Car there.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Dear Boy.
I Lie Around. That's a good one.
Little Lamb Dragonfly.
Oh boy.
Big Barn Bed. That's there.
That's in there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy. The boss is giving you the
I know.
here.
I know.
My Love. Is My Love there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Live and Let Die.
So should we?
Uncle Albert. Is that there?
Oh my gosh! How did We're like 30 songs deep.
Oh,
and
we
didn't say
got to
Uncle Al.
listen. We got to. It's almost 1:15. We got to start cutting songs.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is going to be hard.
All right, so we just need to start going and saying we all agree or we don't all agree, and then work off that way. So,
So
Yeah.
compared
woman-
with what we've got in the list, we're
Yeah.
not saying that these are not good songs. We're just
Right.
like there's
Yeah.
the
I
competition
mean, this one,
is fierce.
we didn't think that it could be harder than those Beatles years, but I feel like this one is like the most important to like really have a theme, just because there's so many that we need to say like, what are we going for, right?
if we're going for the homespun family thing, then we really have
Yeah.
to kind of whittle it down. All right, so Oh Women, Oh Why? What say the poll?
There's too many. We got to skip it for
No.
now.
No,
No.
from me.
Yeah.
No, so
Yeah.
that's out. Dear Friend,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's totally.
yes.
Ooh you.
Ooh You.
I love that one.
Yes.
I love it as well, but
I don't know if it works for the definition.
It's lo-fi, you know.
what,
Yeah,
it-
it's simple.
what it's,
It's
what
very
it's up
simple.
against.
What's it up against? Everything.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's great, but
Uh,
the things that
Can
it's
you-
up against, I'm not
Can you
sure if it makes
unfold a woman or why, Kyle?
it doesn't look like it, but I crossed it out.
Just unbold it, or just do, and then just stay zoomed in, and just there you go, and just come
Okay.
over. There you go.
Uh,
I'll
So I'm
fight
gonna
for
not
you
distract
because not only is it homespun, but it's for Linda, and that's
Fair.
his writing was during this period was for Linda.
yeah,
Very-
I agree. But if Tony's out on it, let's just for this first pass do like 5 stars. Only.
Let's see if it makes the second round. Yeah, that's all. All right.
let's see.
Good deal.
Every night, yes,
Yeah, I mean that's just one of those classic songs of this era.
that's easy. Okay.
Mama's Little Girl, it fits homespun.
It does, but we don't know if it's going to have the legs, pun intended, to make it in the end.
Okay, skip for now. Tomorrow. I mean, I just freaking love this song.
I do as well, but the competition is so fierce.
Fierce.
It's
Fierce.
Yeah.
Come back to that one.
Come back to it. Dragonfly.
Yes.
We didn't put Heart of the Country on here.
Forget that. No more additions. No more additions.
I won't accept- and
Dragonfly.
everyone has to say yes on Dragonfly.
All right, Dragonfly's in.
Yes.
Maybe I'm Amazed is in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong one. Too many people. No, not this time. Not this pass.
Oh,
No,
ooh.
don't you think it defines
Yes,
the
I mean,
era? John
this
and
was
Paul and all that.
Back. Yeah. he was just-
I vote yes for it, but it's
All
got to
right.
be unanimous. It's
I-
got to be
I'm
with you.
unanimous.
I
You
vote yes.
convinced me. You convinced me. I know
Okay.
you all can beat me up, so I'm just gonna go with it. Backseat of my car.
Yeah.
That's got to end the playlist.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. My Love, again, very heartfelt. I mean,
I'm a
it's good
no.
I'm not sure.
What do you think, Joan?
No.
No, I agree.
Interesting.
All right, how many? Forget. No. Stop. How many
Right.
actually do? How many bolded ones do we have that were our
One,
surefires?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, so we've got 5 more to get.
Yeah.
5 more. Okay.
I think Monkberry is like oddly really fitting for this playlist. Like it's not too on the nose of like Mama's Little Girl, but it's about, where it's like related to his daughter, you know.
It's piano on the nose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
So what do we say?
between Monkberry and Three Legs. Can we just go down the list and come back to Monkberry? But I'm
Yeah, sure.
not sure.
Andy, can you lower your background music a little bit?
Sure. Oh, you hear Paul play? You hear Paul a little bit?
Yeah.
The demons dance.
Record Store Day medley. The Red Rose Speedway medley. I feel like this would be like a great, like if there's not a lot of other representation from Red Rose, this would be like super sufficient.
I love it, but probably no.
I love it, but then you know where I stand on it, but I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah. Fine with me. Time with me. Love is Strange, perfect for this.
No.
Wow. Okay. I'll make my own damn playlist. Sorry. We're 2 hours 4 into this, and I'm just like, I'm gonna kill you guys. Another Day, I think, is also perfect for this.
Yeah.
What is?
Yeah, no, well, the competition's so tough. It's I mean, it's a great
Can we
song.
get back to it?
We'll come back to it. Okay, 3 legs.
Yeah. Maybe Monkberry. Let's think about that one. Keep going.
Okay. Some people never know.
Yes.
Yes, Tony.
Yeah.
Tony's
Uh,
not keen on that one.
It probably wouldn't make my top 11. I do love it, but it wouldn't make my top 11.
We're saying we're actually. Oh my god, we have a lot of songs left. Should I take it back?
Oh
Okay.
my god! Well,
I'm just looking at Junk. Junk's got to be in there.
Okay, well, let's not do one at a time. Big Barn Bed.
Yes.
Big Barn Bed's a yes from me. It's
Yeah.
kind of
Jonesy, yes. Andy?
Yes.
kind of the first development of the Wings sound, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Do we get
I
to
love this
hear?
comments. Kyle is strange would get in. Yeah. Okay, Big Barn Bed's in. Hi.
Yes.
Did you see on my live stream comment someone said Kyle is fit?
Yes.
You know, in does fit mean the same as it does in the UK as it does in America? So fit here means hot.
Oh.
What you call hot? Yeah.
Interesting. Probably talk about my takes.
Mm.
Yeah. Hi.
Yes.
Interesting. You think so, Joan?
Well, it's just this, I think, was Paul struggling between creating a band, allowing the band to be a band, and him just not ever being satisfied with what the band thought was good enough, and him just going back and changing it and producing it and changing it and erasing this and adding this. And I think it was a really keen example of Paul's struggling with his perfectionism.
Yeah.
And it's a great song.
It is a great song. It's an interesting angle. I wasn't really thinking of it in terms of like, well, I guess it is about the creative era's creative process. For some reason, I was thinking more so about like the meaning of the songs, which is not always top of mind with Paul's songwriting.
That too. I mean, it was him being quite cheeky about his support of marijuana and also being banned on the BBC and trying to get something through. But for me, it was more that I always find it so interesting how I want a band. I want them to bring ideas. I want them to do this. But yet, he took that from the live version on the tour and just kept, no, we're going to do it now. We're going to do it in the studio. No, I'm going to shelf it. Now I'm going to bring it back. Now I'm going to add this.
I mean, that was the work that went into that song as they wrote it in the Legacy book. That song, I mean, how many takes and run throughs?
We got 9 minutes, so we can't bring up the Legacy book right now.
We can't. and I think Junk. I think Junk has got to be in there.
But we're saying is hi 4 for 4.
Yes, for me.
I think it's a yes from me. I think the live version is so much better, but
it's a yes. The studio version
definitely
defines this era for Paul. I think.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Let's add it. Mary Had a Little Lamb. Skip.
I know.
Live and Let Die. Skip. Mumbo. There's a case for that.
There is, but we don't have the time.
No. Who made it? Who made the case for?
That was a comment. Somebody commented Mumbo in the chat.
Okay.
Didn't you highlight that as one of your like gem tracks?
It was one of my deep cuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it defines the era. So
okay, fair enough. Wildlife.
Yes.
I think we need something from Wild. Well, actually, no. We have Some People Never Know and Love Is Strange. Okay. Sea Moon.
Nah.
Yeah. Skip it. Uncle Albert. I feel like.
Sure.
It's again one of the best songs of his era. I don't know how much it defines Homespun.
Well, it's like I said, Carl. Things on RAM don't fit Homespun, do they?
I know exactly. Well, it's not things on RAM. We have like 3 songs from RAM already. It's just yeah. I mean, I don't know. He's singing. It's still inspired by family and stuff in certain ways.
Yeah.
So what do we say? 4 stars? We got to keep moving.
We do.
What do we have? How many?
Yeah, let's go back. Okay, so 1, Dear Friend. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Did
We
you
need
get
two-
Some People Never Know?
Yes.
Okay.
He didn't-
Oh no, it's not bolded.
Oh,
I didn't think so.
Did we all
bold
think
that. Yeah.
we all want it? Okay,
Yeah.
so then we have 11. So our
Are we
11
saying that
are
some people and Love is Strange get in and Monkberry Moon Delight doesn't?
I
Yeah.
agree with that.
yeah, no, this is actually now we have an over proportionate amount of Wildlife. We have 4 songs from Wildlife.
Whoa, that's all
Yeah,
I have.
we got one's got to go. One's got to go.
So our 4 Wildlife songs are Dear Friend, wait, Some People Never Know.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh crap. So doing this on the fly stuff.
6 minutes.
Ah
So I think Monkberry or Three Legs. One of those two has to be in there, right?
I think I would vote for Monkberry, right, Tony?
Oh,
me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Monkberry's got to be in there.
Yeah. So do we have a good balance of albums? I'd say we do.
Yeah.
Now we do.
But now we have 12 songs is the issue.
No.
So let me start. I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so I can kind of do some quick work here.
Okay.
But you all can talk about, whatever you feel like.
This is a seriously tough category. This one.
It is.
Sorry.
Chris Hahn says, "Get rid of Dear Friend. Too much of a dirge." I could see the case for that.
Okay. I could probably live with
I
that.
could see the case for Dear Friend. If you had to lose one track, I could see it being Dear Friend. Lulu agrees. Maybe we put it out to a poll if we can. We've got 5 minutes left.
I
Okay.
would agree with Dear Friend.
You would be okay? You'd be okay with ditching Dear Friend, Tony?
I'd 100% have it in before Some People Never Know.
Oh,
But
Don't we have 11 there?
Yeah, we have 11 exactly. I can go back to what we cut out.
no! Don't do that. Don't do that.
No steps back. No
So
steps
we
back.
can keep Dear Friend.
Let's. What else could we? What else would we elbow to keep Dear Friend with 5 minutes remaining?
Ooh, you.
Yeah.
I'd
think
be
OU would be
fine with
good.
that.
Yeah. Tony?
yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're gonna keep
So we have 4 songs from McCartney 1.
McCartney.
We have
McCartney. It's not called
McCartney?
McCartney 1. McCartney.
Okay. All right. Again, no time for this. Dragonfly. So we have Dragonfly and Big Barn Bed from Speedway. We have Too Many People, Backseat of My Car from Ram.
Yep.
And then Hi 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 is a single.
We have
And
Monkberry from Ram.
And Monkberry from him. So
Too Many- okay, it's a good mix.
Let's
Where's-
get it in a quick running playing orders
Where's Monkberry? I can't see it.
at the
Big
bottom.
Barn,
Not bottom
Big
here.
Barn,
right. Oh, yeah. Oh, got it.
What do you open up with?
Big Barn. I think
Big
the
Barn.
best opening of any album he have ever made.
Big Barn to open. Okay. Fine with that.
Mhm. Okay.
Big Barn to open. And then how about Too Many People?
Big Barn. Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Okay. Too Many People second.
Every night.
Yes, I was just going to say that.
Really?
Every
Nice.
night in 3. Third slot, fourth slot. Want to keep it any kind of theme going here every night.
Oh, maybe Hi 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 would be good after that.
Yeah, rock it up a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do we end it with Monkberry Moon Delight or Backseat of My Car?
Backseat of my car, I think.
Right?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay.
I'd end it with Drag
You would end it with Dragonfly?
personally, but I'm up for.
Okay.
I'm cooperative.
Let's change that then.
Okay.
Right.
So where do you think Backseat of My Car should go?
Right there, yeah.
Put it there.
Fine, okay.
End it with Dragonfly. How about
This is a sick playlist. Good lord.
how about
Sorry.
where to go?
We're back.
How about Uyu now after that?
Oh, Backseat. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
And then maybe Some People Never Know.
Slot it in. So let's see. Backseat of My Car, Uyu. Some People Never Know. We've got to get Junk and Monkberry, and maybe I'm Amazed in the rest, and then it's done.
I think maybe I'm Amazed can go here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We like that? Okay.
And then how about what's left now? Junk
and Montberry. I think we switched these. Yeah, Junk after. Is this what you meant, Joan? No.
No, I meant the opposite.
Opposite. Gotcha.
Again, I'm easy.
So Backseat, Ooh You, Some People Never Know, Junk, Monkberry. That's more of a funky, switch it up kind of playlist. Some People Never Know, Junk, Monkberry, all the craziness in that piano up my nose and all that. Maybe I'm amazed. And then class it out with Dragonfly to end the playlist beautifully.
Nice.
I think that's probably the best. So let's run it down with 2 minutes to go, about a minute to go. This is the Homespun playlist from 70 to 73, encompassing McCartney, Ram, Wildlife, and Red Rose Speedway. Big Barn Bed, Too Many People, Every Night, Hi, 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 the standalone single to rock it up, and then into Backseat of My Car, then into Ooh You, a little lo-fi, then into a little more acoustic bliss with Some People Never Know, more acoustic stuff with Junk, then the whole kitchen sink and Monkberry Moon Delight, classic, Maybe I'm Amazed, studio, and then classy songwriting with Dragonfly. Beautifully curated. I think that's the best we could do with this.
I mean, what an epic time period. Seriously. I mean, I don't know if I've said that after. Tell me if in the comments if I've said that after every single period.
You have.
But it's not a lie, though. I mean,
you have. Joni, you happy with that playlist, given what we had to whittle down to?
I'm very happy with it. It's an almost impossible time period to bring it down to 11 tracks, but I really think this encapsulates the quintessential Paul during this period.
I think it does. Joan Borelli, I want to thank you for being on here for this era, or era, as I'm saying it wrong, Nick. Sorry about that. But it was fun doing this one. With the beginning of Paul's solo career starts with Joan Borelli. Who better to do that than Joan? Of course, she picked it. She kicked us off with solo Paul. And we're happy to have you here. And I hope you stick with us for the rest of the show.
I sure will. Thank you, guys. This is really fun.
Thanks, Joan. Talk to you soon. Thank you so much. All right. Bye-bye. It's now 1:30 on the East Coast. And now we are ready to jump into our next era. I'm going to say that for the rest of the show now, just to make Nick happy. We are now going to jump into the next era, and that's 1973 to 1979, which is now dubbed as Wings Take Flight. And joining us for this period, we are very honored and proud to have the host of the Beatles Sirius XM channel, Mr. Tom Frangione, join us for this era. Welcome, Mr. Frangione.
Hey there, my friend. How are you? Kyle, this is twice in 1 week. What the heck's going on here?
It must be my lucky week. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to be seen.
Yes, and Tom, I feel like I just saw you yesterday.
I was going to say, Beatle Tone, where the heck you been all week? I've been hanging with these other two. I don't know where you've been.
I've been over the pond hanging mostly.
I see.
Nice to meet you, Tom. Nice to meet you.
Tony went to a one-to-one premiere when Kevin McDonald was over there, and then flew right over literally the next day to the premiere that you went to. So you both saw Kevin McDonald at the one-to-one screenings in America and in the UK.
Oh, you were at the Thursday night show then. Great.
I was, yeah.
Fantastic. I had seen the film, on a screener a few weeks back, but nothing compares to it in IMAX. I mean, it just takes on a whole new life.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
So, all right there, Mr. Frangione, I saw your songs. You see what we're doing here now. We're basically trying to throw the songs into the spreadsheet and then one by one cherry pick and come up with the best. Using yours, using Tony's, using Kyle's, and using the comments to really get everybody involved to curate what this playlist is based on our choices. So,
sure.
But before we get started, we got to ask
him the question. Go ahead.
So we're asking everybody, what does this era mean to you? Is it your favorite Paul era? And most importantly, when we're refining these songs, what is your guiding principle of what really defines Paul's creativity during this time?
A great question. Actually, as I put together my pick list of 11 songs, Kyle, I was kind of transported back in my mind. This is a very interesting period for me personally because, and to be clear, I was not in high school for 6 years from 73 to 79, but my high school years fell in this window. Okay. So that's kind of when you're really starting to cut your teeth, right, on what your musical tastes are, 12, 13, 14 maybe. Paul is huge at this point. He is enormous, okay? Band on the Run is out. He's reestablished himself. No, I'm not going to sit here and tell you something corny like, oh, and then I realized he was in a band before that. No, we knew about the Beatles. Don't worry about that. But it was actually coming out of, or part of, a first wave of renewed Beatlemania here in the States, 73, with the Red Album and Blue Album, reintroducing some fans and summarizing it neatly for people who were there. But Paul, by this time, now breaks out. It was a rough start out of the gate for Paul. As you guys, you were just talking about those first few years. Wildlife not being terribly well received. Ram, which has aged remarkably, right? A lot of people didn't like it. Then even his fellow bandmates said, I don't hear a single tune on it. There was the homemade McCartney record, and it was kind of unclear, what was going to take shape there. Certainly, Red Rose is a huge stepping stone. I always say people wouldn't have believed it if he went from Wildlife to Band on the Run in one step. It would have seemed like a fluke. And there's band member changes and comings and goings and all that. But to this period, this 73 to 79, Kyle, Wings were huge. They were absolutely huge during this period. Certainly they come to America. It redefines how huge a band could be in terms of arena rock and things like that. And anything he was putting out, I'm certainly Band on the Run, monster album, Venus and Mars, monster album, Speed of Sound. He's on tour and it's riding that wave, monster album. London Town gets blocked only by a little album called Saturday Night Fever. But throughout, and you'll see it in some of my picks, the two magic words during this time for me, or three magic words, were new Wings single. A new Wings single was an event. Okay, so we'll get to a few of them from 74 and certainly 77 and 79 that are on my list. So this is kind of, I'm cutting my own musical tastes and teeth during this point. It's high school for me. It's a very impressionable period. And yeah, there were the Elton Johns and Chicago and Stevie Wonder and lots of great bands at this time, great artists. But Paul, was in a class unto himself.
It's really funny that you describe it that way, because we just did 4, playlists that were so hard to whittle down with all these classic songs, and yet this era is when you could say Paul is at the height of his powers.
Height of his solo popularity, for sure. For sure. I mean, look, the Beatle years, and we talk about that all day. That bridge, that period from 68 to 70, if he sat behind a piano, it was just going to be magic.
Yeah.
Whether it was Hey Jude, Lady Madonna, Long and Winding Road, Let It Be, then maybe I'm amazed. Come and Get It. He couldn't miss. He simply couldn't miss at that point.
You looked at 1966 to 1976, 10-year period.
Yeah.
You think about, how hot he was between, say, Revolver through,
sure.
And really Wings Over America. Talk about dominance, really, from between being with the Beatles and solo. Yes, London Town and Back to the Egg was successful, but you talk about just the peak of his powers and the music written in that 10-year period.
Yeah.
Forget about it. It's
staggering.
Yeah.
It's staggering.
So
I went through my list, and I already confessed to Andy about cheating on number 1, so I don't want to hear any grief about it. I cheated a little bit right out of the gate. I told Andy this story last night, when we were just kind of kicking around the idea of where my darts might land. I said, can we do B-sides? Can we do unreleased? Does it have to be hits? Is it the biggest? He says, no, it's whatever you want. I said, well, for me in this period, circling back to Kyle's original question, there was no bigger record in my entire life, and maybe to this day, than Wings Over America. That was a revelation. It was an album that defined that entire era for me personally. I mean, it neatly tied up, you know, a bunch of the albums. Didn't dip into the Homespun era too much, just one or two songs, but you know how he brought some of the songs to life, which we'll talk about in just a bit. Some of the Venus and Mars things particularly sounded a whole lot more vibrant on the live album, and we'll talk about a couple of those. But what a bunch of great songs on that record. And that's where I threw my first dart. Okay. And I kind of went chronologically here. Certainly the first one and the last one, I think, are probably, you know, at least chronologically in place. The middle, shake it up however you want. But I came out of the gate with the opening medley on Wings Over America. So Venus and Mars Rock Show would have been on my list anyway if we were just doing studio record.
Right.
But you throw Jet into it, Venus and Mars Rock Show and Jet
In
really?
one song, yeah.
Really?
That's got my vote.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly Jet would have made my list on its own. So, yes, I shoehorned it in there a little bit. Sue me. What do you want me to tell you?
Yeah,
It's a fair pick. I don't think there's any cheekiness there. That's
No.
all good with me.
You know,
it is quite cheeky, but we get an extra song for free there.
Yeah, well, I thought Rock Show, you know, on the record it's great. I'm not a big fan of the edit. I kind of get that twitch, like just be a little more here. But the opening medley of that album is fantastic, and for a what I'd call an arena rock show, it has an incredible melody line, and his singing in it. You know, when he would close each verse with that melody line, whether it was like a relic from a different age or you know, it was louder at the rainbow, any of that, it's a really, really strong melody line. And, you know, just when you think you had a nice double dose to get the thing started, here comes Jet. So that's my opening punch, just to kind of set the stage, literally, as it were, for the playlist.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Again, it's like we did with Abbey. We took the Abbey Road side 2 medley and made that one song because it's a medley. You're doing the same thing. You're getting a bonus in there by doing that. Great opener. What else? Let's throw some other songs out there. What do we got?
Okay, I know that the time frame I was assigned was Band on the Run through Back to the Egg. Again, I don't think it's cheating so much, and I'm a pretty proud American here. I'm going to go with Helen Wheels because to me that was on Band on the Run. It's certainly from the Band on the Run sessions. It's certainly not something he dusted off from 5 years earlier or anything.
No.
And yes, it preceded the album. Yes, he was kind of sort of pressured into adding it to the album just in case. But that is such a cool, you know, rocker, one chord pretty much throughout the whole thing. But those Wings harmonies, the Paul, Linda, and Denny doing the Helen Wheels thing, it's trademark Wings for that. And of course, you know, references back to Liverpool and, you know, shaking dust off the old bus and you know, talking about getting back on the road.
Yeah,
I thought was a really cool theme for a rocker like that. So I kept the rock and roll going out of Jet into Helen Wheels.
okay.
Love it.
Okay. Again, so far I have 2 asterisks, right? That one kind of predates Band on the Run, but it's
part of the same sessions. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. Okay. What else we got out here? We got.
I'm gonna keep rocking and rolling. I mean, we'll get to a couple ballads, I assure you, but moving ahead, and you can wait. Where's the rest of Band on the Run? Don't worry about that. We'll get back to that in a minute. But I wanted to have the single in there from after Band on the Run, when Paul is kind of reconstituting a band, or the band for Wings, bringing in the new guitarist Jimmy McCulloch, new drummer Jeff Britton, and all you have to do is watch that new One Hand Clapping movie or listen to the One Hand Clapping soundtrack to hear how good that band was. They were really strong, a lot of presence, really good rock and roll sensibilities in there. Of course, Jimmy's guitar solo, I mean, Paul name checks him. He's a brand new guy in the band. He gets name checked in the song. And this was another one of those, you know, moments, as I said, Helen Wheels, the new Wings single, Junior, the new Wings single. And that one kind of, you know, one of the great things about getting the new Wings single was flipping it over and seeing what was on the other side.
Yeah.
And there was this beautiful country record that, he records down in Nashville. And, that one actually charts on the country charts, one of only a couple of solo Beatles singles to do that. If you didn't get your 99 cents worth on that single, you never were going to get your 99 cents worth.
So your pick is Sally G?
No, my pick is Junior's Farm.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Go
So I think it's really interesting. This might be the toughest one yet, because just eyeballing this, my friends, we probably have about 30 suggestions from the chat.
And by the way, you know how many bad songs are probably in that list? I'll add them all up in my head. Hold on. 0.
Exactly.
They're in there.
And they all you could take any 11 and slot them into this playlist, and they would all be fantastic.
Yeah,
they would.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Kyle.
I'm saying, so let me read this list. And Tom, if anything you have on your list isn't in here, tell me, and we'll add it. Okay.
If it's
well,
not,
I have Tom's list, and I think there's a lot of what Tom has written down on his list. I see in the comments.
Oh, okay. Let me share my screen. I mean, yeah, we're often on the same page here, until we get down to the nitty gritty and we start fighting. So we have, I'm going to make it
go over. There we go.
Let Me Roll It, Bluebird, 1985.
Wow.
Call Me Back Again.
Wow.
Treat
Wow.
Her Gently.
Yeah.
Love Awake, Arrow Through Me, Getting Closer, Silly Love Songs, Beware My Love, Listen What the Man Said, Band on the Run, Jet, More Smooth, Cafe on the Lift Bank, No Words, Girl School, Letting Go. Did I already say Letting Go?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Picasso, Band on the Run. Is that a repeat?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see this, but these were the crumbled up ones sitting in the top of my garbage that had a lot of those songs on there where I just had to make coin flips. There were a lot of coin flips and, just only so much room at the end, as they say. There are really not a whole lot of bad songs on that.
No.
list.
So off of that, what you just ran off, which people in the comments suggested, I counted up 4 songs that Tom had on his list that people in the audience matched up with.
Yeah.
So
and then I got Tom's here with Venus and Mars, Rock Show Jet, Daytime Nighttime Suffering, and then back to the comments. I think we had Bluebird, Love and Song, Warm and Beautiful, London Town, She's My Baby, Hell on Wheels, Junior's Farm.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the top again, Kyle?
Yeah.
Please?
Be right back, guys. Hold it down, Kyle.
Silly Love Songs. Is Let 'Em In there?
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be tough.
Now this is gonna be a long. This is gonna be a long list.
But we're tough. We're tough too. Let them in. Just let all the songs in. And then somebody said Old Siam, sir. I'd say we better get busy with cutting some songs. But Tom, is there anything else you want to add here before we start skimming it down?
No, I mean I'm happy to go through the 11 and we'll take out whatever's duplicated and whatever I picked. We'll see how you guys feel about that.
Okay, cool. Because when you were saying the audience added maybe 30 songs and you were still adding songs that were not mentioned, which really goes to show how much great stuff there is in this period.
Yeah. So after Junior's Farm, my 4th pick, I'm staying one more rocker before we get to a ballad. I don't think I saw it on the handy dandy list you just typed in, Kyle, but next up I had Magneto Entertainium, man.
It's not on there.
Not on there, huh? Look at that. And I have to say this. I mentioned it before. A lot of the Venus and Mars songs I thought sounded a lot more vibrant on the live album. This is a perfect example of it. The studio record is cool. I mean, it's a cool, comic book based, characters, little story kind of thing. But the production on it, on the whole album, frankly, is a bit compressed. Yeah. And doesn't really do the rock and roll of it much justice. Yeah. I didn't want to keep saying, but make sure you use the live version here.
We can. I
don't want to
find him at the height of his powers.
But Magneto would definitely make my list. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So just as a quick aside here, with 10 minutes left, we haven't started whittling. So I'm making a motion Tom, if you have a couple extra minutes, let's push this to 12:10 because we kind of baked in a grace period with our scheduling here.
You mean 2:10?
2:10. Yes,
2:10. Yeah, because we started at 1:30 or so. Okay, well, keep it
We-
moving.
We've been right on the money with the timing, but at this one, I think let's be honest here.
All right. Well, I'll go through them pretty quickly, and you can weed through. How's that?
Okay, go ahead.
So number 5, I did another little medley. Treat Her Gently, Lonely Old People. To
Got
me,
it.
that's what happened to the couple in When I'm 64. I don't know how many people
Beautiful.
have ever thought about that, but there it is.
I never thought of that.
Ending medley on Venus and Mars. Next up, I had to go with a really, really big hit. One, because it's a terrific record, and distinguishing between a great record and a great song. This is a great record. And another one that when performed live took on a whole lot more vibrancy, but as a record, it's immaculate. Have to go with Silly Love Songs. I would kill or die to hear him do that again live in concert. The live version in the Rock Show movie, he is just commanding the stage.
The strut. You got the strut on the stage and the whole nine, and rocking back and the whole nine.
So Silly Love Songs gets in there. Okay, the back end. We're now up to number 7. Another big moment. New Wings single, Mull of Kintyre. Now here, the New Wings single was Girls' School. Okay, and I love Girls' School. It was just naughty enough for a 15-year-old kid to let his imagination run wild. But flipping that record over as a budding acoustic guitarist, I couldn't help but love playing along with Mull of Kintyre. So again, great double-sided single. I'll go with Mull for that one. Back to the rock and roll, number 8, because this is an album I think people unfairly dismiss as just kind of too laid back, Paul, which is the London Town album. I'm going to go with Name and Address, which is the song that stuck out for me the first time I heard the record. Elvis, of course, had recently passed, and everyone said, "Oh, what a nice tribute." But the more we learn, the more we learn. He actually started recording that months before Elvis.
That's right.
So a nice nod, and very, very legitimate, and a great rock and roll record. Name and Address from the London Town album. Next one up. This is one of those moments where if I could be blunt with him, I'd say, then why don't you play it just one time live? It's a song he always says. There are some songs from that period that I wish people knew more, like Daytime, Nighttime, Suffering. Great Wings single. Again, New Wings single time. Good Night Tonight. There was an utter panic at the time, among, my high school, that Paul had, quote, gone disco. He's gone disco. That's all he's going to do again. He's gone disco. You flip that record over, that's as good a pop record as he ever made. Daytime, Nighttime, Suffering.
Linda loved it too.
Yeah, great Wings harmonies, of course. So that gets my number 9 slot. Number 10, got to go up to Back to the Egg. It's an album I cut high school to go get at the record store.
Oh, fun.
And I love so much. I was tempted to go with Winter Rose, Love Awake. Then I said, well, maybe So Glad to See You Here. There's so many different styles on that album. I went with one that, some people said, well, he still kind of sounds like he's in that disco groove, but it's really kind of like Blue-Eyed Soul, which is Arrow Through Me.
Yeah.
To close out side 1. I like the synthesized horns on there. And I always found it intriguing that in the first chorus, he went falsetto with, Finer Thing Could Have Been a Major Attraction. And the second time through, it's pure back to that great natural rock voice. And he sings it with a whole lot of rock and roll in his voice. So it's kind of a two-sided coin there. You get a little bit of the soul and a little bit of the rock. And then the one I had to close out my list, yes, I didn't forget the Band on the Run album. Don't worry about that. And I wanted to do it in high fashion and go out with How It Goes Out, 1985, of course, with the Band on the Run reprise to kind of, just put a nice big bow around it. So that would be my number 11 pick, wrapping it up in the best Sgt. Pepper tradition with a reprise.
Yeah. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I really love how the listeners added so many suggestions, and you still were like, "Oh, how about Mull of Kintyre?" And nobody else.
Right? Is it too obvious? Beatle Tone, tell me, was Mull of Kintyre too obvious? I don't know.
No, it was completely unobvious because when it arrived in 1977, the UK charts were full of punk and new wave songs. So,
Right, and you got a nice Scottish waltz to break it up.
Yeah, kind of had the chutzpah to put out a Scottish waltz in the height of punk. So good luck to him. 11 weeks or 9 weeks at number one, I think it was.
It's a monster record all over the world.
No, a couple people say, like Russ says, no to Mull of Kintyre. I support.
Well, we'll see when we get to it.
When we whittle it down, I think Mull of Kintyre has got to be in there.
Let's whittle away, Wendelman.
So now we're gonna take Tom's list, which are in all your suggestions, and now we four have to go through these now and go, that's out or that's in to make
and
this.
Remember, Kyle. Remember this, Kyle.
Yeah.
If Nito doesn't get in there, you and I aren't friends anymore. I'm kidding. You guys do your handiwork, and I mean I've seen the game played. Let me see. I'm very interested to know what you guys came up with because the listeners, the ones I'm looking at on this list, I mean it's staggering.
It's staggering.
They agreed. They had a couple of your choices too, Tom. So I think we'll agree. I mean, I think it'll be an aggregate. It'll be an aggregate. Of what you had and what they had. So
as a reminder, the first pass is 4 out of 4. Unanimity, that's in, right? And and then we can always come back to it.
Right.
Okay.
Is the actual song Band on the Run on the list?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yes.
Somebody suggested it. And just full disclaimer, we are going to end this era. I will say this right, era at 2:10. We'll end it at 2:10, and because we've given ourselves a little bit of a buffer time to do this period because it needs it. So we're not going to end in 5 minutes. We're going to go till 2:10 Eastern time. Okay. Let's go with it. Let me roll it. That's out.
Well, at least not in. At least not 4 for 4 in.
Not going to be a 4 for 4. Yeah.
No, Bluebird.
No, I mean, there's so many songs here. My bar is super high.
Tough. This is so tough.
My bar is all the way up there. Call Me Back Again.
No.
Yes.
Back that up there. What happened in 1985?
In.
What happened? It's 2 hours, 40 minutes in. That's what happened.
Okay.
In.
Okay, sorry.
Tom, are you in?
Me? Oh, it's 5 out of 5. Yes, it was one of my picks. I'm absolutely in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Call Me Back Again. I love it. I don't know if.
Yes, May. Especially the live version.
I'm not in on that. So come back.
Come back to it.
Okay.
Treat her gently. I'll come
Treat her
back.
gently, Romeo people. Tommy says yes.
In.
Yes.
All right, 4 for 4. 4 for 4. I won't fight with you. Love
Okay.
Awake.
No.
I think that it's going to be fewer picks from this album, and so I'm going to wait. I'm going to hold off for. It might only have 1 or 2 representations.
We'll come back to it.
Arrow Through Me is in 100%.
In. Tony.
No!
Oh, Beetle Tony with the arrow. Beetle Tony exercising the line item veto.
Because we have to employ that.
Just because of the competition in this category is so tough.
It is true.
I don't think anything from Back to the Egg makes my top 11. I don't think.
All right, keep going through.
What's there, but
all right, getting closer.
No.
I'm going no.
Okay.
No.
Silly Love Songs is in for me.
Yes, the live version from Wings Over America.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I might prefer that, but I think the recorded one was more popular at the time. No.
Oh, I mean, it was the number 1 record of the year. Yes, it was very popular.
Yeah.
So, Beware My Love. I would rather come back to that.
Yeah.
Do it.
Listen to what the man said.
Great, just great.
Yes.
It was not one of those lists I held up before that I had a scratch.
Oh boy, Tony.
Yes, it's a yes for me.
It's a yes for me. Tom.
It's a yes for me.
Tom.
Only because I know the rest of the list. I'll go with yes. I mean, it's a great. I mean, by the way, you play that and fade it right into when we start putting them in order to get into Treat Her Gently. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Sorry, Alan Cozen, but that one's.
Oh yeah, Alan did not like this song. That's okay. That's okay.
Band on the Run.
Oof. No.
It has
My
to
namesake.
be, surely.
I'm going to say no only because I'll get the flavor of it at the end of 1985. Of course, it's not the whole song,
right?
But I think it represents the whole period in the reprise. So I'm gonna go with a no on that.
Have you got
Okay.
Band on the Run fatigue? Have you just heard it too many times?
No, I don't turn it off when it comes on the radio. I know that.
Mhm.
Now, Jet,
Jet, what do you think, Jet?
I have to say no because I'm going to be voting for Venus and Mars
Yes,
Rock Show.
I,
Jet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
true,
go. Yeah,
true.
because now we get a
Yeah.
2-for-1 deal by
Yeah,
getting Jet
now,
on
not
there.
the cheater here. Now he looks like he has. Now it looks like he almost knew what he was doing here, right? Okay.
Mhm.
You get a 2-for-1 deal. So we're going to save
That's
Jet
right.
because I think we're all going to vote for it when we have it as part of Venus and Mars and Rock Show.
Yeah.
Moving down the list. Morris Moose, like
No.
it, but too stiff competition. Can't do it.
Cafe, no words.
Same
also
thing, no.
out for me.
Cafe, yes.
Oh,
I
Cafe
mean,
on the left
Tone, we
bank.
got look at the selections here, buddy. Come on.
No, a cafe.
not when you have Mull of Kintyre and Venus and Mars to worry about.
Yeah, but
I mean, Tom, do you remember how was Cafe regarded back when it came out?
It was almost like it was album filler.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
No words. Skip for me.
no, for me.
No.
Girl School, I could see it, but
I could see it, but I'm going to flip it over and take Mull.
Well, take it over and take Mull.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
yeah.
Letting go. I'd like to, but we got to come back to it. I don't think it's got enough. I don't think so.
That's it.
Same thing with Picasso. I don't think there's enough.
Why don't we
Little
do-
Luck is a slam
let's,
dunk.
let's not rule anything out. We'll just say come back to it and see how many of the 11 are.
Well, we got to go through
Exactly.
the bona fide ones. Like Venus and Mars Rock Show Jet Live is in.
That's a yes.
Yeah. I'd say
That-
the next 3 are in. What is this controversial?
I don't know about Bluebird.
I don't know about Bluebird. A lot of people in the
sorry, I'm
comments
saying
are
with-
a lot of people in the comments are saying no to Bluebird. A lot
I'm
of
saying,
people.
wait, let's start with a little.
Look at
Luck.
James Boyce. He
I'm
called
gonna
it
go
blue.
with
He
no
called it.
on Little Luck. I'm going to go with no on Little Luck.
Really?
Oh, you're killing me.
No, I'm going to go.
Tom.
I'm going to go with a no there.
All right.
Oh wow. Okay.
Daytime,
Um,
nighttime suffering.
Wait, so
Yes.
Venus and Mars
Yes.
is in. So,
Yes.
Sorry, this
Venus
guy's
and
in.
Mars and daytime, nighttime. Yes.
I
Yes.
freaking love that song.
I mean, look at
all right.
There's so many that we're saying. Oh, how can we say no? We're going to have 11. I got news for you that we all agree on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we
There's
got
so
5
many-
left and this many songs to go through.
Okay.
So Bluebird is no. Love and Song. I
No.
love that one. I don't know if it's
I'm going to go no.
Warm
No.
and Beautiful. Not much there for me.
No.
No.
London Town.
No.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yes, me.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather have With Little Luck than London Town.
I agree to that. I agree with that.
But we'll come back. She's My Baby, one of my favorites, but not for the
All right.
era.
Pause. How
Pause.
many yeses do we have so far that are bold?
We have 5 slots left. I just
Okay,
checked.
so we've got 5 more songs to go.
I'm going to go. I'm voting yes on Helen.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
I'll- Oh,
We can't have Helen and not Band on the Run, surely.
That's
yeah, I agree with that.
Wow.
oh,
I agree with
Wow. Helen takes a dive. Look at that.
and that's the first song you told me last night that you thought of.
Well, I was thinking chronologically, so that's right where it
that.
put.
Let Him In. I'd say that's a yes for
What
me.
about Junior's Farm? Where are
Oh
we?
my gosh, sorry. Junior's Farm.
yes.
Yes. Okay. And Let Him In or no?
Ooh.
Not let him in.
Not Let Him In. Let Him Out. Okay. Where are we? Old
Tony's right.
Siamster,
No.
No.
Magneto and Titanium.
Yes.
Live.
Big yes.
I can go either way. I'll leave it to you. I hate.
Can
I'll go
we-
live
can
or studio. I just like that record.
Let's see if there's room for that at the end. I could go either
Okay.
way with that song. Let's see where we're at with numbers and songs.
Yeah. Mull of Kintyre is a slam dunk.
Yes.
In. Now, somebody mentioned Good Night Tonight wasn't even thrown in there.
I know.
Again, it was on one of my working drafts, but there was just not enough room at the end. I went.
Oh,
to the
boy.
bass side. Now, what was the last one? Name and address. Is that out?
Yeah, name and address.
That ain't gonna make it.
No. Wow.
I don't
Okay.
Great
so.
contender.
All right. So how many did we agree on? Like 7 or 8?
I think
9.
6.
Oh
No,
wait, no,
not-
sorry.
no,
No, sorry. 8.
7.
8.
8.
Sorry,
Yeah, 8.
these numbers are wrong.
All right. So we
So-
got to go pick 4 more, huh? Oh,
Yes.
3 more. 3 more.
Now,
Yeah.
8, 9, 3 more.
So
Three-
I think Band on the Run really, we were nearly there, right?
Look. Saying no accomplishes nothing. It's one of his defining songs.
What are we missing tracks from? So we have
Well, I don't think we have a Back to the Egg track.
Well, Tony's certainly not going to submit a track from that album.
Wow.
Yeah, but we don't need unanimity
No,
anymore.
but I'd be happy. I mean, daytime, nighttime suffering is kind of a Back to the Egg.
Kind of.
Oh yeah, it comes from that period. Yeah, okay. Oh, let's see. We've got silly love songs. We've got Listen to What the Man Said. We've got Junior's Farm. We've got the biggies. We don't have Band on the Run, the song itself. Boy, what do we do? What do we do here?
Maybe we could do some negotiation.
All right, I'll go yes, Band on the Run if we slide in Arrow Through Me.
I love that.
Deal. I'm
And
for
I'll,
that.
I'll slide in Arrow Through Me if we can drop Malachintire.
Oh,
Oh no.
No deal. No deal.
No deal. No deal.
it's like the tariff negotiations here.
Yeah. Where's my equation?
Yeah. All right.
So
So
now
now
one more.
bold them all, and then we got to put them in order now. After we get the
Well,
last
we
song.
got to get one more is what we got to do.
Let's let the fans vote. Let's let our friends, our commenters, our lovely Two Legs audience vote.
So we got one
Between two songs. What are we between?
out of what's left.
Yeah.
Well,
How about Good Night Tonight? Did anyone even mention that?
Good Night Tonight. How about Good Night Tonight and
Let's do between like 3 or 4 songs. Let's give him
Good Night
Magneto,
Tonight.
Hell on
No.
Wheels.
Yeah, let's give him 4. Magneto, because Tom wanted Magneto. Let's do Magneto. We're gonna do a straw poll. Magneto, Good Night Tonight. What else did we say? Magneto,
Helen.
Magneto, Good Night Tonight, Helen, and we need a 4th one.
Cafe on the
Wonderful Christmas Time. No.
No.
Oh,
I
with a little luck. I think
with a little luck. With a
Yeah,
little
with
luck.
a little luck.
With a little.
Yeah.
Put those 4 out there. So Magneto live, yeah. Magneto
This is
live,
gonna be
Hell on
tough.
Wheels, Good Night Tonight, with and the full 545 version with the full keyboard solo synth, not the radio edit.
No radio edit nonsense.
I'll
Nothing
text
like
you
that.
when I'm making the playlist and you can help me.
Yes. All right. Let's. Our people vote. We're gonna put the vote. We're gonna put the link in the comments. Vote.
Can
So
I
this will be the last one.
can I just say to Nick Syrat, not me, I would have had Band on the Run almost first name on the team sheet.
Uh-oh.
The votes are coming in. They're coming in. Please vote. 1 each for Magneto. Good Night Tonight. With a little luck. Let's see.
You guys love chaos, don't you?
No, they
Where
do.
are my Helen Wheels people? Come on.
3 votes for With a Little luck.
This
That's
one's
right.
it's gonna go.
5 votes for With a Little.
Oh,
7
my
votes for With a Little
gosh.
luck.
Looks like With a Little Luck's going to landslide here.
10
Wow.
votes so far. 10 votes. 8 votes. 9 votes for With a Little luck.
Slam dunk.
Oh boy. 10 votes.
All
Slam
right,
dunk.
it looks like With a Little Luck in a
Wow.
landslide here.
Wow. You all came out. Wow.
Hey.
I
that
kind of
song's
regret
gotta-
offering.
What?
Sorry, you go, Andy.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I regret offering you all $100 because now I have to.
Oh, well, listen, Tom Frangione, I want to tell you got a friend there, and Tom Liverani, who
All right,
said
well,
Hell on
yeah.
Wheels should be in there.
That's my boy, Tom. Way to go.
You know Tom Liverani from the Fest and his
Yes,
son
I
James.
sure do.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom.
There's some Hell on Wheels love for you there, but it did not make it. With a Little Luck is the last song. Now let's put this in a playable playlist. How we think it should flow.
Something
think
Tom
that-
Frangione knows a little bit about.
Okay, well, I would say Venus and Mars Rock Show opens it up.
Yeah.
I mean, that just stands to reason.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, Joan thinks it's a travesty.
Ah, what the heck did I just do?
No, we got Band on the Run in there, Joan. We didn't not put it in. We put it in. We put it in.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, so that's a big one.
Silly love songs. Would that be crazy to follow that up?
Save that for later in the set. Save that for
Okay.
later in the playlist. Let's see, Venus and Mars Rock Show Jet, and then into maybe Junior's Farm.
Oh, that would be a crazy way to keep that energy up. I love
Keep
it.
that energy. Keep that energy going, right?
Yeah, and then maybe a funky twist with Arrow Through Me.
Ooh,
Could be.
I think McCartney's got to be towards the end. That's just my opinion.
Okay,
Last track, probably.
last track.
I'm thinking you end it with the end of the Venus and Mars album. You do Listen to What the Man Said and To Treat Her Gently, Lonely Old People. That's a great ending.
We got to get. Let's see. I'm for that ending. Let's see here, and it's 2:08. We've got 2 minutes. Christ, that went fast.
I know.
Wow. Okay.
I'm surprised when Frangione shows up. What can I?
Oh, all right. So I think let's put "Silly Love Songs" as like the last big, power song that would be done live. Yeah, but maybe. You can't follow Mull of Kintyre after Silly Love Songs. Swap that, reverse those.
Oh, reverse it. Okay.
Yeah, reverse those. Do Mull of Kintyre, then Silly Love Songs, then listen to what the man said into Treat Her Gently, and then you end it out. Why don't you how about this little trio? With a little luck, Arrow Through Me, and Mull of Kintyre. Does that work? You could rearrange them any way you think.
No, I actually like that. I think that's tight. And then how about Band on the Run after Junior's Farm?
Wow, talk about a 1, 2, 3, 4 punch. Put that in there. Put Band on the Run, and then what? And
then we got 2 left: 1985 and Daytime.
Oh,
Nighttime.
but then you've got 1985. That's got to be the closer.
Better put Daytime, Nighttime Suffering after Band on the Run. If not, 1985 is the other song.
Yeah, move everything up and then throw 1985 in.
So you avoid having 2 Band on the Run songs together.
So if you bumped it up and then you ended it with 1985, there's your Band on the Run reprise. So you got you open up this playlist with some freaking power, man. Like just off the charts power in your face with Venus and Mars Rock Show Jet live into Junior's Farm. Then into Band on the Run, and then now you cool it down a little bit with some kind of late 70s synths and disco type stuff with Daytime, Nighttime Suffering, heavy synth with a little luck, more synths on Arrow Through Me. Then out of nowhere, we go into Scottish waltz mode with Mull of Kintyre. Then we bring the band out back on the stage for one big song with Silly Love Songs and the horns. Then a little more continuation with that, with Listen to What the Man Said, rocking into a ballad of Treat Her Gently, and then into a final thing of 1985 with a Band on the Run coda as the reprise. I think that's the best we could do with this.
This is epic.
Absolutely right, Russ. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah,
what did Russ say? Russ says he would replace Mull of Kintyre with Cafe in the Left Bank. No way!
No, I mean, maybe personally, but again, I think to fit this kind of like Paul's on top of the world here, like Mull was like a #1 single.
Mull of Kintyre is still the #1 best-selling single of all time that's non-charity related. Still.
In the UK, yeah.
In the UK to this day. Charity singles aside, is still the record holder. Still.
Yeah.
So that's got to be in this playlist. And I'm glad you included that there, Tom Frangione. I'm glad you kept that in that was your diet on you got to have Mull of Kintyre in there. I love that. I do like how you were like when you came in for your segment, you were like latest Wing single. You built your playlist around the single of the time.
The single was a big part of the story in those years, a huge part of the story.
Latest Wing single. Like that defined your personal playlist, which I thought was really cool. Because it was the latest Wing single, whether it was Hell on Wheels at the beginning or at the end with Good Night Tonight and Daytime, Nighttime Suffering.
Yep,
very cool. So I think that's our playlist, brother. So, Mr. Frangione, I would like to thank you for being here today. You got to do the cream of the crop of Paul at the height of his powers as a solo artist.
I couldn't believe when you sent the list of available ones. There were 3 or 4 people who were in before me, and I said, they must just be overwhelmed by the thought of it. It's just such a concentrated, period of blockbuster type music that I can see all the the comments that we're getting here with everyone's votes and tastes and things we didn't have on those lists. And I'm not sure how many of those you're getting on the ones you've done so far, but I gotta believe this is the period where there would be the most variety among all of the people weighing in.
I would. It certainly has looked that way upon early returns of looking at it. It is. I mean, we're halfway through the eras. We started at 11 o'clock this morning with the Beatle period, early Beatles, and now we're midway through the whole thing. And this is like the height of Paul's popularity. And no better person to have this era than you, my friend. So thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
Thanks for your contributions, Tom. This was amazing.
You bet. On with the rest of the day, guys.
Mr. Frangione, thank you very much. And listen to him on every day of the week on the Beatles channel on Sirius XM.
Thank you. I appreciate the support. Have a good one, guys.
You too, Tom. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Wow.
That's the hardest category.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here. Oh my gosh. I don't know about you
We
guys.
had about 35 songs on the first pass, didn't we?
We did.
Contenders. That was
Time's
that-
flying
I
by.
I feel like we started this live stream yesterday. We've been on
Yeah.
for 3 hours, just about 3 hours now, and we've been just at about. We were at I think almost 60 at one time, but we've been at a steady 50, just about all stream, which is great. Thank you everybody for being here. If you've done nothing else on a Sunday, and it's nice out here in the East Coast of America, and you're watching three geeks geek out about Paul with other guests, thank you for being here and doing this, because this is a marathon. And thank you all for hanging in here, because damn, this is a marathon. And Tony hasn't even left the screen except to change his shirt.
I know. I'm gonna go now. But I'm just Man of Kintyre has Scottish waltzed in here and dressed in a kilt, pretending to be a good song, and it's got that.
Listen, your home country is the reason for that.
I know, but
that's your home country, man.
I think to get that number of sales, you're not just talking about pop people buying it. This would have been mums and dads and grannies buying it to get 2 million sales. So
But it's all
anyway. I live by the rules. And that's
and
That
this
shows you're a good compromiser.
Listen,
that's how it goes. So
writing a Scottish waltz at the height of punk in 1977 is part of who Paul McCartney is.
Yes.
And it became a huge success. So how could we not include it in this list, in my opinion? Russ, peace and love, brother. And I know you probably were like, how'd they include that? But this encapsulates all of Paul McCartney, and everything that he's done that we're including in it. And Christ, we've gotten to the later eras. I mean, we could even put classical stuff in there. I don't think we're going to, but it's all on the table. If somebody wanted to include something from the Liverpool Oratorio or the Firemen, go right ahead, because this is supposed to be everything that Paul has done.
Yep.
What we're doing here. So,
and by the way, we only have 45 minutes to go until we break the record for the longest single Beatles podcast.
Which was what? 4 hours? 3:45.
Things we said today, their podcast with Peter Jackson. So I think, we're going to do this 80s era. And then when we do Paul's like a Beetle again, Flowers in the Dirt, Flaming Pie, it's going to be epic. We're going to celebrate. And we're so excited for everyone.
And I think for right now, we're going to do the next era by ourselves, because I'll tell everybody right now, we invited Mr. Ken Michaels of Every Little Thing, of his radio show and Things We Said Today, to do the next era, which is we've dubbed Finding Himself, between 1980 and 1988, basically from McCartney 2 all the way up to Choba BCCP. And Ken is a big lover of this era. He especially loves Press to Play, but he may or may not join us. So
we're going to give him a ping.
He emailed us while we were on, and he was like, "I'm not home yet, but if I get home, I'll see where you guys at, and I'll see where you're at, and I'll jump on." So we might get an appearance from Ken Michaels. It might be in this one, or it might be in the next one. We'll see. We had Ken lined up for this one. And then
Beetle again, is that open?
That's now open, because that was going to be Owen Ling. So now maybe if Ken comes on later, maybe Ken does a Beetle again, Flowers in the Dirt through Flaming Pie. So it's really kind of just open to us for a little while. At 3 o'clock,
I need to take 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Go.
Kyle and I will handle it. Yeah. At 3 o'clock, we've got Paul Does It All, which is Run Devil Run Through the Kisses, and that's going to be with Adrian Sinclair. And then our kid down under, Boy and Archer, is going to close it out with Grand Dude. So that's the rest of our eras. So we've got some wiggle room for the next two.
So here's what I'm thinking. Let Ken know that anytime in the next hour he's available, he can come on. But I just want to maybe say, is there anybody that's part of our Patreon community that is in the chat right now that's available
that would like to come on and
talk 80s Paul with us? Shoot us a message and we'll send you the link on Patreon.
Yeah, let us know. We'll take a little bit of a break, Kyle. If you want to go get a break, get something to eat, go to the bathroom, get water, go ahead. I'll hold it down if you want.
No, I'll stick around until Tony comes back. It's all good.
Okay. All right. We've been on for 3 hours. This is a good, let's take a break. 5 minutes kind of thing.
I feel honestly, you know what, man? I totally disagree with you. I say we're on for 3 hours. Now's the time to bring the energy up and keep the momentum going.
Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just saying, like, it is what it is. We're here. We're here.
I'm just saying I'm not taking a freaking break.
Okay. Well, then let's see who pops on. Let Tony come back.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So
it's,
just to kind of,
it's on my list, Nick Syred. It's already. Are you kidding me? It's on my list. That's my Died on the Hill song when we get to this period. Don't you worry. That will be here.
Quick little rundown of anybody. I'll share my screen if anybody wants to.
Please
appreciate.
We've got 4 more to get. We've got 4 more to get through here.
So wow, we can't even fit on the list. Oh my gosh, feels like Rust Beetle 63 was on here days ago.
I'm telling you, that feels like it was 2 days ago.
I'm not even gonna bother reading everything, but just y'all can see.
And everything that we've worked up together is gonna be Spotify and Apple Music playlists.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, marathon, baby, the first time ever. Let's keep let's keep going. So
yeah,
we'll give everybody a couple minutes. If maybe if Luann or maybe if Ted.
Yeah. So Andy, how about this? How about let's cut to the chase. Let's wax about the 80s. This is something that it's funny that you and I are the only ones here right now. We can talk about the 80s for hours. We have talked about the 80s for hours. What is on your mind of what is going to define a Paul's ERAS or 80s playlist?
A lot of music that is going to be represented by a man who was emotionally damaged and scarred after losing John, and putting Wings to bed and diving into the studio and the safety of the studio and not touring. And the 80s is when he built his home studio at Hog Hill, and being experimental and trying new things and trying to stay ahead of the charts and do things and do duets with people like Stevie Wonder and Michael Jackson. I think this era of Paul is really one of my favorites. It's one of the most misunderstood. For the last 40 years, people misunderstood him in the 70s. Now people appreciate and love Ram and Wildlife and Red Rose Speedway. Now it's time for that to happen for the 80s. And the 80s material needs to get the same treatment that the 70s albums got, because people love to just pile the shit on him in the 80s, and it was wrong. It was absolutely wrong to do that. It was cool to do it in the wake of John's passing. This was his musical soulmate. Yeah. And it's something that he's still not over. And go ahead.
Yeah, I was just speaking to somebody the other day, somebody I, of course, met for the first time and naturally started talking about Paul relentlessly. And he was just like, but didn't he really have some clunkers in the 80s? And, of course, I love when people are like, oh, that was just when he made the Frog song. That's the only thing he made in the 80s, right? And I just told him, I'm like, what's great about Paul is if the whole world is looking at him, he's gonna bring it, right? He's gonna match that and say, here's something for you, just what you needed for this time.
Right.
But when the world is looking away from him, he still has that same attitude, but a little bit like, I'll show you. And when McCartney has that I'll show you feeling in his gut, it's dangerous. Things are about to happen. And I think that this is also an interesting time, because combined with that kind of I'll show you attitude, it's also technology and music is evolving and changing, and he's trying to soak all of that in like a sponge, but still make something wholly original and creative to him. And so I think that's why I always say Press to Play and Parts of Pipes to Peace are my favorite parts of McCartney's era.
Totally. Boy, welcome back there, Tony. Here in the UK, people bash him for We All Stand Together and Ebony and Ivory as if that's all he did then, and it's wrong. Yeah. And Ebony and Ivory was #1 for 8 weeks, I think, in the UK. So we're going to just get on with it, Tony, and we're going to get on with it here in the 80s until somebody pops along, if it's Ken Michaels or one of our friends. So let's
chop it up.
We are on a schedule. We've got to get 2 decades, 2 eras through before 3 o'clock, before we have Adrian on at 3 Eastern. So we've got to start doing it. So let's start throwing some songs out there. Let's get the 80s. Let's get the 80s McCartney 2 through Choba BCCP. What songs represent Paul finding himself? We're not talking about smash hits. And in my opinion, like, it's not Ebony and Ivory. It's not Say, 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 because he is finding himself, right? So what songs on these albums fit that definition of finding himself? That's the challenge here, right? It was not so, this was the number one hit. So it's not that. This is the work of curating a playlist. How do we get to that point of putting these songs that are finding himself, experimenting with technology, working with Hugh Padgham to stay ahead of the time on press to play and things like that, and all of these things that all happened within all of it. What are these songs, right? So that's what we want to see in this playlist here. So I'll share my screen since Kyle took a break, and I'll start putting stuff in here into the playlist. Hold on.
I'm back.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna shoot because we're getting. So I explained what the definition of finding himself is to the viewers, so they know what we're looking for. We're not looking for smash hits. We're looking for Paul writing introspective songs that reflect what he was going throughout the 80s, personally, professionally, things he wanted to do, writing music for films. Like Once Upon a Long Ago was going to be for a film. It wasn't. A lot of film work in the 80s too. What are these songs? James Boyce had a song that I know we can agree with, which I know is going to make this list. I know we're all going to agree on it. My Brave Face. That will be on this list. I know it. But I'm sorry. Wrong era. I'm sorry. Wrong era. That's the next era. You jumped ahead, James. That's the next one. Yes. Sorry about that. So you've got the ones in the go. So we've got already coming up: Temporary Secretary, Tug of War, Waterfalls, Take It Away, Somebody Who Cares, So Bad, No More Lonely Nights, Only Love Remains, Once Upon a Long Ago, Here Today. That's right off the top. Okay. I had in my own list of finding himself, I had Somebody Who Cares. I had Talk More Talk. I had We All Stand Together. I had The Other Me from Pipes of Peace. I had Wanderlust. I have Pretty Little Head. I have Press. I have Back on My Feet. These are songs that I think represent that era. Tony, I don't know if you want to chime in with what some of the ones off the top of your head.
That weren't on your list.
Yeah, maybe the ones that I didn't say.
Well, I think Pretty Little Head is a good one for that, particularly the 12-inch.
12-inch, yes, yes.
Was Only Love Remains on your list?
It was not.
Okay.
No, it was not. But we can. Somebody else included that, so that's fair game.
Okay. So you had Tug of War. Was that there?
Tug of War was there. Yeah.
Somebody Who Cares.
Yep.
I'm just going down it. Ballroom Dancing. Pound is Thinking. Did you have that?
Ballroom. Wait, so are you saying yes to Ballroom Dancing, or just saying you're just saying?
I'm just going through the list in my mind. Did you say Temporary Secretary?
No.
Waterfalls.
Well, it's on there though. Temporary Secretary.
I
didn't have it, but it's definitely on there. And I think it should be on there.
Yeah.
Sure. Now this song, Nick, sorry, Hardline. That I'm not voting for that song. I'm not putting Spies Like Us on this list.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, sorry, Nick. But Nick, I'm going for Once Upon a Long Ago, so you can't be too angry at me.
I'm also adding Average Person.
Good. Check My Machine, Elijah said.
Sweetest Little Show.
Yeah.
Types of Peace. Is that there?
It's not, but it can be.
Somehow not yet.
Ted says One of These Days. I love that.
Yeah. Dark Room is one of my favorites.
Yeah, we've got to get these two eras wrapped up before 3. That's basically how we have to look at our time slot now. So if we get back on time with Adrian, we've got to get, if the three of us do this one, we've got to do it quick. This way we can compensate for some time that we did to get back on time. So if we do this one in the next 10 minutes, we'll get back on time for, I want to start with Adrian at 3:00 Eastern and get us back on.
Yeah. So anything from Choba? What are we thinking from Choba?
No.
Nothing at all?
No.
I think he's finding himself.
Not at the sacrifice of any other song. I agree he's finding himself, but you can't put a cover song on and take one of those other songs out. And I think Tony agrees.
Oh yeah. James Boyce has said Footprints. I love that song.
Footprints, yeah.
I'm going to
says-
try and convince you guys with Choba.
Ballroom
one.
dancing, I don't know, Joan. You know, that's such a poppy song. I wouldn't call it. I mean, listen, I guess he could be finding himself through the pop form. So if you're looking at it those terms, he's just having fun with a pop piece. So yeah, Tug of War is on there, Charlie. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
My favorite from Choba is "Don't Get Around Much Anymore."
I love that song too. That's out of all. I love that
Yeah,
song.
I like the song, but I don't know. The competition's too stiff, I think.
It
Well,
is.
I'm gonna add it, and then we can talk about it.
That's the next era, Lulu. That's the next era.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the next era. We did put covers in the Beatles era.
We're not saying we're not including it because they're covers. We're just saying we're not including them because they're not good enough.
That's why. That's all. That's exactly it. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah. For sure. So let's see if we can let you want to share the screen. We've already got you've got 11. You've got 20 something songs on there already.
Yeah,
Let's
at least. Here, one sec.
Let's do it.
Oh, how about "Good Times Come and Feel the Sun"?
Oh, yeah, I love that.
Put that on.
Got it. Okay.
It is. Go listen to the new version on the that new Dutch import that just came out, which is quite good because you've got a guide vocal alongside a master backing track, which is never leaked before, which is actually really awesome.
Present, sharing, share, so many buttons. Okay. All right. Here's the 80s.
Okay. Let's start.
Coming up. Is that 3 for 3?
Yes. Right,
Okay.
Tony?
Yeah, live version or studio version.
Studio.
Yeah. I think it better represents where he's at.
Okay.
For this era. Temporary secretary. That's it for me.
And
Yeah.
Do you talk to the temporary secretary? Do you guys in America, when that first came out, did you know who Mr. Marks was?
no, I had to read about it's an agency.
It is Alfred Marks Bureau.
It's an agency. I read that. I read that when I was younger. It was. I had no idea what Mr. I've been, and I learned it was an agency. Does it still exist?
I don't think so. He's probably retired. He earned that much money. He's probably retired by now.
That's
Yeah,
Marks
yeah.
Jr.
Tug of War. How do we feel about Tug of War?
Oh,
Tony and Kyle?
love it. It's fantastic.
Gotta have,
Yeah.
right?
So for me, again, what I'm kind of thinking with this era is like, yes, that's like a very poppy song, but kind of what defines this era in the 80s is like a lot of like studio, not trickery, but just kind of like what he discovered during Pepper as like the studio as instrument, right?
Yes.
And I feel like Tug of War, anything with like sound effects kind of begins to meet that criteria for me.
So you agree?
Yes.
Okay, great.
In short, yes.
Yeah, like using again. Don't forget, this period is the beginning of the return to the fold with George Martin, which really happens before this because George Martin and him work on "We All Stand Together" in 1980, which comes out in '84. So George Martin coming back into the fold after John's gone. It's bringing comfort and peace to Paul to have a security blanket of a producer who at that point is like a father figure to work with after they both lost somebody that they loved with all their hearts, despite all the bullshit. The two of them could reunite and create some music. And listen, good, bad, or indifferent, Tug of War, Broad Street, Pipes of Peace, to varying degrees of success. This reunion for these couple of years just yielded so much great stuff. It did.
Yeah. Waterfalls, well said. Waterfalls, one of my favorite McCartney songs ever. I don't know if it really fits this era.
I disagree. I think it does.
Tony?
I think it fits the era, but I'm not sure whether it's.
Is it going to make the cut?
Top 11, but I do think it kind of fits.
We'll circle back.
The song was called "I Need Love." I mean, this is initially in its demo form.
Yeah,
so
finding
real.
himself. That really does check the box. But we'll have to let's come back to it now. "Take It Away." I actually, which I think is one of his best songs. It may not necessarily fit this era, this definition.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a banger of a song. Like it's just freaking. It's like a caffeine substitute. But
Tony, do you feel "Take It Away" has got to be a must-have in this list?
Not necessarily. Need to sort of revisit what else is there. It's a great song. There's no doubt about that. And it's the same somebody who cares. Both of them are great songs, but depends what else we put in.
And I think for sure this list has to include Here Today, does it not?
It will. Well, let's get there. And what's funny though about what's tough with Tug of War with this era is that it's kind of an anomaly for the 80s. Like, it's a more commercially successful thing. You have a lot of different celebrities coming on and playing. It's even though Pipes of Peace is kind of like leftover Tug of War, and that kind of makes them similar. Like, I guess obviously like Tug of War was his biggest hit, or the album was his biggest hit in the 80s, like with a bullet, right? And then the other ones, Broad Street, Press to Play, Pipes of Peace, were a little bit less commercially successful. And so Tug of War's success is kind of what makes it an outlier.
It is the outlier because when he's faced with a tragedy or obstacles, he brings the goods. Band on the Run, Tug of War. These are albums that were produced under some deep personal crap between band members leaving, John passing away. Yes, it's the outlier, but it's his first musical statement after John Lennon's death. Yeah. Bottom line, drop the mic.
Yeah.
That's why. It was his first statement after John Lennon's passing. He's going, you know what? My band ended, I went to jail, and my best friend was killed. What am I doing? Wow. Oh, here you go, people. Here you go.
Well, that's kind of what we were talking about with Joan in terms of like when he's faced with that hardship, he just makes these, like, he puts it all into his art.
Because that's all he knows. He wants to just shut the world out and just do his music and be the perfectionist that he is and craft and channel his grief and his distractions into everything that he can with music, whether that's something he sees on TV or a genre of music from a far and distant land like Jamaica. He wants to take it all. And in this period of his life, and he's still raising children now too. His kids are starting to get a little older. His youngest is only 3 or 4 years old. Yeah. He's not touring. He's like, I'm just gonna bunker down with my family and channel my grief and just work and become a perfectionist in the studio. Yeah. That's all he ever wanted to do. So
all right, let's keep it moving. So we think Take It Away's out. Somebody Who Cares. We're coming back to it. It's in. Tony?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel bad that oh no, it's probably right. I was gonna say that Take It Away is out, but Temporary Secretary is in, because I think Take It Away is a better song, but Temporary Secretary is probably more typical of the era, I think.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. So Bad, another thing, I think it's a really great song. Okay. I think it's a really great song, but not super typical of the era.
Yeah. No.
No More Lonely Nights.
Yeah,
I would keep that in there.
Yeah, 100%. That's good. That's a surefire stay.
Only Love Remains. I love that one.
Yeah, for me, that's in for me.
Put it in,
Andy. Okay, we're running out of spots here, people. We got 5 left.
All right, we got 5 left. Okay, fine.
Once Upon a Long Ago. I love that one, but I think it has enough comparable ones already in the list.
I'd vote for it.
I'm in.
No. Really? Yeah. I'm not going to argue with that, gentlemen.
It's in.
Here Today is in.
In.
Yeah.
We only have 3
and
left.
Now it gets interesting. Oh my God,
we have
loads. Loads of them. How many are there?
We have 3 left and 13 songs.
Oh my God.
I vote for Pretty Little Head 12-inch remix.
That's on Spotify. It's on Spotify. Is it?
It might be. Well, either way, whatever version. But yeah, the 12-inch remix is the best one.
Okay. We have 2 choices left now.
Oof. What do you say, Tony? What do you think? What's left there?
I'm just looking down. For me, it's difficult, isn't it? Love Good Times Coming, Feel the Sun.
I would second that.
How about
Pipes of Peace? I like.
Somebody mentioned it, but I didn't see you wrote it in there. One of These Days from McCartney too.
One of These Days, yeah. It's a good one, but maybe not. It's just an acoustic ballad, isn't it? So maybe not.
Maybe
it could probably fit in any era, couldn't it?
You're right. Yeah. You're right about that's a good one.
Do you prefer Check My Machine or Temporary Secretary? They're the same slot.
I prefer Temporary Secretary.
Yeah. I don't like you guys either, so it's fine.
My machine. But that bass line in it is fantastic.
Are you guys talking yourself into it or what?
No.
No, but we're just giving it a bit of kudos, I think.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we got 2 slots left. Can Don't Get Around Much Anymore fit, or do we want to kick that to the audience?
Well, that's let them vote. I think Press has got to be in there.
I think the thing about Chobber, Carl, is that I don't think it's typical of this era because it's all old rock and roll songs. So it's not 80s, it's not.
I know it's not 80s and it doesn't have the 80s sound, but in terms of him like searching for himself, I think it's really interesting to think of Paul reaching to the future and all the way tech is evolving and reaching to the past, because that's how he's trying to like form his like identity in this difficult time.
Agreed.
Why do you think that this time is difficult for him? Because Press wasn't a success.
Yes, 20
None
minutes.
of it was a success.
20 minutes to Adrian. I might add.
Okay.
So
we really got to button this one up and get to the next one.
Okay. So we have 2 songs left. So what we have right now is Coming Up, Temporary Secretary, Tug of War, Somebody Who Cares, No More Lonely Nights, Only Love Remains, Once Upon a Long Ago, Here Today, Pretty Little Head, Wanderlust.
Wanderlust.
It's hard, isn't it?
Wanderlust has got to be in there.
Okay, so is there one more that we want to like agree on 100%, and then we'll kick the rest of the listeners?
What about Back on My Feet? That's a great song.
Yes, it is. Back on My Feet,
yeah,
I love.
And
I
that's
love
kind
that
of
song.
thematic for him coming back from everything.
Yes, it is. That works very well.
But it's like, do we put that on instead of Wanderlust?
Put both.
But then there's nothing else to decide.
Then it's done.
And we do kind of need to move on.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Oh, this hurts. We're leaving so much good stuff out.
I know. It's got to be done, though, isn't it?
Oh, like I want Average Person. If only we'd gone for a
20-song playlist, we'd have been fine.
I know, right? Good Times Coming. I want. All right. Dark Room. I want. All right. So let's see what we. Okay. So here's Oh wait. So Waterfalls. Take it away. So bad. So here's what we're. So how do we want to kick this off?
I think we end. I think we end the playlist with Back on My Feet.
Okay. Good with me.
Okay.
And I think.
Actually, I was thinking of. Oh, what if we started with Here Today?
You know what, Carl? I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Oh, I guess we've been podcasting for 3.5 hours, and we're starting to share the same brain.
Yeah.
And then maybe No More Lonely Nights.
Okay. Yes, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Man, this is great.
Somebody Who Cares, because he always likes to put an acoustic ballad as number 3 on any album.
Yeah. And then maybe Tug of War, or no, maybe we spread out the Tug of War songs.
Something a bit more upbeat. Maybe.
Coming Up.
Coming Up. Yeah, Coming Up.
Okay.
And then maybe Once Upon a Long Ago.
Yeah, bring it back down a sec.
And then
Pretty Little Head.
Pretty Little Head or Temporary Secretary.
Either of those. Let's spread out. Let's keep that one for a little later. And then maybe into Wanderlust.
Wanderlust, okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm open. Do you want to do Tug of War?
No, Wanderlust's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe have a Tug of War just before Back on My Feet.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Like, because that's funny because it opens Tug of War and we can end it here.
Yeah. What we got left then? Temporary Secretary
and left. Only Love Remains.
Okay. So let's put. I think they can probably go just like that. I think.
Yeah.
Temporary Secretary, then Love Remains. Splitting up those 2 Tug of War songs quite nicely there.
Yeah. All right. So our 80s playlist is Here Today, really opening up, showing where he's at. But then we got No More Lonely Nights to kind of, she's coming back from it. Somebody Who Cares, another heartfelt one. Then coming up, Somebody Check on Paul. Once Upon a Long Ago. Again, kind of bringing it back down with a more searching ballad. Pretty Little Head, kind of just bringing it right back up.
80s craziness.
80s craziness. Wanderlust. I almost wonder, okay, here, I have a crazy idea. We switch Wanderlust and Temporary Secretary because my theory is the Pretty Little Head and Temporary Secretary are 6 years apart. But I think if you put them back to back, it kind of shows that like the the continuity of this period.
Okay.
Whatever you want. We're match. Well, I'll probably change after we I'll probably change.
We hear them talking in the back. We get some deleted scenes of Andy and Heidi.
Yeah.
All right, so this is our track list.
I fixed it. Let's see. Kyle changed the spelling on Wanderlust. I fixed it already.
I fixed it.
Oh, okay. Let's see it again. I came back now. So it's here today. No More Lonely Nights. Somebody Who Cares. Coming up. Once Upon a Long Ago. Pretty Little Head. Temporary Secretary. Wanderlust. Only All Remains. Tug of War. At the end of the playlist for a more of a thematic thing.
Something different than how it's placed in the album.
Okay. And then Back to My Feet. I like it. I like it a lot.
This is an awesome playlist.
Yes, it is. And we've got 15 minutes till the next era, which we have to get a Beetle again done and be ready for.
I mean, Andy, we can't rush this era, man. Can you tell Adrian 10 minutes? We're 10 minutes behind.
I can.
Or tell him to come on early and he'll help us with the Beetle again.
Okay. Let me message him. Hold on.
Yeah. Honestly, just tell him come on whenever he wants, if we don't have a guest anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, really. There's just him and Boyan left.
Yeah. Because he wanted to do Paul Does It All. Yeah, so we have 3 eras left. We have 15 minutes until we break the record.
Yeah.
And you know what also, if anybody listening can do me a favor, this is obviously an unofficial record that we are trying to break. My best guess is that the longest Beatles podcast is the Peter Jackson interview on Things We Said Today, 3 hours 45. Can you think of any longer single run of a Beatles podcast? Because I don't think anybody's crazy enough to have done more than 3 hours 45.
I can think of a few that have felt longer than that, but I don't think they actually were.
Oh, you bugger.
And at 3:45, Tony's going to name names too.
Right, so
you know what? We're never going to make it's never going to make 5 hours, is it?
I think it will.
We only got 2 to do.
No, we've got 3 to do.
Oh, 3 to do. Oh, yeah, 3 to do. Yeah.
Yeah. And we've been right on the money with keeping this thing moving.
Yeah. I mean, obviously all the eras have been great to rank, but the ones from the solo, these have been the ones. I mean, the Beatle ones were great to rank because we had it, but the solo stuff has just been so much fun because there's so many songs that we can put in there. But the Beatles songs, you're limited with what you can put into those, right? Whether they're just solo Paul contributions or whatever. This is really the teeth. I mean, this is why we're a solo Paul McCartney podcast. This is our bread and butter, man. This is our bread.
But we love the Beatles stuff, and we love. And I think what's so exciting about this is that what we don't often get to do on the show is really tracking the creative progression from I saw her standing there to Pretty Little Head.
Yes, we've got a guest appearance here from.
Hey Heidi, you're next up. You're doing the next era.
You're doing the next era, Tony said.
No way.
Hey Heidi.
Hi Kyle. Hi.
Here we are.
She's fresh in from South Carolina.
I know. Did you have a good trip?
Trip to my sister's house. I had a great time. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but I'm a little tired.
You have a Southern accent now?
No.
No.
Yeah. So we totally match. We're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more costume change. Tone and Kyle. Maybe we can end the show all matching the same stuff. Maybe we do one more.
You look like the Two Legs Twinnies.
You look like the Two Legs Twinnies. Matchy.
Oh, we forgot Tough on a Tightrope.
Yeah. All right. So I messaged Adrian. If he comes on, he comes on. Let's do it, man. So we're gonna go to a Beetle again, 1989 to 1997, which is kind of really my period for when I kind of first got into Paul. I was young, and this is like Flowers in the Dirt was the first album I remember seeing. off the ground, the videos. This is me kind of like when I came into my era of solo Paul. So Kyle wasn't even born yet, which is okay. It's fine.
This is the last pre-Kyle era, and then we'll get into my life.
But there's a reason why we called it a Beatle again, and because this is when he felt okay with the past. Flowers in the Dirt tour starts. Elvis Costello tells him, get that bass out, and please get the Hofner bass out and play again and embrace your Beatle past. And now, for the first time in his career, you're getting half of a live show, 2/3 of a live show. That's all Beatles. Did not happen previously. They were sprinkled in. This was Paul really being okay with his Beatle past and saying, look, I've been through the decade. It's been pretty shitty. And now I've got an album that I didn't sell well in America, wasn't #1 in the UK, but I feel good about it, and now I'm going to hit the road again. And that's why we've called it a Beatle again, from Flowers to Flaming Pie. So yeah.
And also I feel like the MTV show is going to be a good one to choose from too.
Yeah. The Liverpool Oratorio, sure. That can totally be some. Tony, would you include anything from his orchestral works in this period?
No.
You wouldn't.
Not matched up against the pop stuff. No, it's what he does. It's what he does best.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. All right. So we'll see if Mr. Sinclair joins us. If not, we'll get going. Now let's just start throwing songs in there. My Brave Face, for sure.
Yeah.
We Got Married. Was included by Tom Liverani. This one, a lot of people mentioned.
Yeah.
Put It There. Young Boy. Beautiful Night. Little Willow. Calico Skies. I would on my list. I had Cosmically Conscious, which was kind of a Beatles pastiche. Flaming Pie, the track itself, the song we were singing.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, did you have that too, Tony?
Yeah. I've got a few here that haven't been mentioned.
Mention them. Go.
Hope of Deliverance. We said that.
No, I did. I had that on mine as well.
Yeah. Okay. World Tonight. Some days. Heaven on a Sunday. Biker Like an Icon.
Oh.
I love a story song. I love a story song.
Love it. I love that song. Gets a lot of good traction on these podcasts. They do.
So you had Calico Skies and Little Willow, didn't you? And
yes,
you had those.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
I
also had as an off the wall take, Rough Ride. I don't know why. I've just always loved that loose feel of that song. It's really groovy. But I don't think it's going to. I don't think there's no point putting it in because I don't think it's going to make the top 11 with what it's up against. But that's what I had on my list anyway. But
we have a guest who's joined us, so he's going to join us for, I guess, hopefully 2 eras now. And let's bring him on a Sunday night there in the UK. We are very happy to have Adrian Sinclair.
Good evening.
Hi, Adrian.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, mate.
Yes,
Good
sir.
man. Good
Hey,
man.
Adrian.
Hey, I've got the worst case of hay fever ever. So if my eyes look like they're about to explode out of my face, it's because the tree pollen over here is just going crazy right now. So there we go.
All right. Well, do you mind hanging to join us to finish out these 2 eras?
Hell no, I'm dosed up on all the meds I need right now. So
we've just begun. We're doing the Flowers to Flaming Pie era, and then we'll do the one that you wanted to do, was Paul Does It All. And then if you want to, you're welcome to stay on till the end of the stream or whenever you want to go. Go ahead.
I'm just here to talk about Heather, just that one song for half an hour.
Man.
So, yeah.
So, Adrian,
else?
I'm wondering how you feel about this period from Flowers in the Dirt through Flaming Pie, everything in between. Where were you in your life when this was coming out? And now in your studies and in your writing, how do you feel what defined Paul's creativity during this period?
Well, I guess Flowers in the Dirt kind of signals his return to the road. So, and that will be the end of our 3rd volume that we're currently working on. So for me, I feel like it was a real creative high point for Paul, Flowers in the Dirt. It was, fantastic album. And for me, in my life, well, I was 9, so I was sort of coming towards the end of primary school here in the UK. And you know, if we work forward a little bit in this era to Flaming Pie, that was actually I think the first Macca record I ever bought on CD. So yeah, I think it's a fantastically creative period of Paul's life, really, which is interesting given that in '98 Linda died. But I think that the anthology project kind of really kick-started Paul's creative engine again, really, in the mid-90s. And there was a lot of really good music come out of this time.
But not a decade that was as prolific in terms of recorded material in the 90s. Only just a couple, between really, when you think about it, in the 1990s, not Flowers or 89, but Off the Ground and Flaming Pie. I mean, Run Devil Run's the covers, but it was not a prolific decade of original studio albums.
No, I guess that, a lot of his time was taken up with, Linda's illness and also working on projects with the Threetles, as they called them at the time.
Yeah.
So they were working up the, Free as a Bird into a single, Real Love into a single. So I guess, if you would you count them within kind of Paul's canon of work at this time, or would they be considered as just Beatles work, really? Because Paul had a great, creative input in both of those singles, as well as the anthology project itself. Both the TV, documentary series and the 6 CDs that came out.
A big hand in. Well, you raise a good question, because we initially had Now and Then and bookended on this and this, but then we kind of felt let's just keep the Beatles separate and just keep it to Paul music. Would you include Freeze a Bird, Real Love, and Now and Then if you were gonna rank everything Paul's had a hand in, or would you leave it separate?
I think it's hard to overlook them, really. Yeah, I think that he had a real creative hand, just as much as he did with Now and Then, really. I think. I think in the start of our second book, we talked about how Now and Then feels very much like as much a Paul McCartney project as a Beatles project.
Tony dissents on that. I know. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Tony.
yeah. I think all three of them are Beatles songs, but they're written by John, though Paul added things to it. And I think that there's a difficult line to be drawn, because then if we go back to the Beatles era, we know that that Paul had a lot of input into some of John's songs during the Beatles period. So we've got Paul putting a lot into John's songs for these these 3 new demos sort of thing. So it's quite hard to draw the line whether they legitimately count as Paul songs, because he had a big hand in it, because he had a big hand in a Day in the Life, or other songs that they did during the Beatles period.
You could flip a coin. I see the argument. I see the argument either way. I leaned on including Freeze Now and Then in it, because Paul's got such an input, especially on Now and Then. I mean, he was the guy that basically made that whole project happen. To do it. So I felt comfortable including that and ranking it, but I'll take we ask the audience, we can ask, everybody else that's doing this show, we can just, be democratic about it and see if we can include it or not. Either way, I'm fine with it, but I do lean on, I think we should include those songs if we're going to rank them.
If we do, then I've got 2 more songs to add to the list.
So Kyle, where do you stand on this? And let me know in the comments, people on the chat, would you include the 3 reunited songs in Paul's later eras if we're going to rank them? Would you include them? Sorry.
I think that if we're using the same rubric for the Beatles era stuff, like we had some, John, like some songs with a lot of John on them, but I feel like the Free as a Bird and Real Love are like primarily John. I feel like Paul has more of a presence on Now and Then, and are kind of closer to something like Babies in Black, like we were considering. I mean, not that much of a ratio, but I feel like that's kind of what we were leaning towards. Like, yes, like Paul had a huge hand in a lot of John's early Beatles songs, but we didn't include them, and I feel like these ones kind of are more similar, and not to mention we have an embarrassment of riches for this period. We're not going to be like searching for, do we have to use Free as a Bird?
It's true. It really is true. There's so much great material in these last 20 some odd years. It's going to be, we're not going to need it.
Yeah, but I think we've all heard the demos of "Free as a Bird" and "Real Love," right? They've been bootlegged, so many times. I think, the comment that just came in, Paul really did have a big input in shaping, those two tunes into fully fledged songs.
Yes.
But I agree that I think if we were to look at this in terms of songs that Paul penned, then they're not Paul's songs.
All right, then the early returns in the comments say no. So you know what? We'll shelve them. We'll bin it. We'll bin this idea, and we'll move ahead. So, Kyle, share that spreadsheet, will you?
Let's do it. My cat Rocky Raccoon is very upset he didn't make this list, by the way.
Oh well,
We
didn't even think about Rocky Raccoon. All right, so
I know.
1989 through 1997, we've dubbed the era a Beatle again. And bring it to the top of the list there. We Got Married, My Brave Face, Distractions, This One, That Day Is Done, Beautiful Night, Little Willow, Calico Skies, Some Days, Young Boy, Put It There, Cosmically Conscious. Scroll down.
It's coming.
Rough Ride. Wow. Hope It Delivers. Roll Tonight. Delivers Never Were. Jesus Christ. Heaven on a Sunday. Biker Like an Icon. Figure of Eight. Rough Ride. Come on, people. Golden Slumbers live from Tripping, I guess. Yeah. Lost My Little Girl. The song we were singing. Some Days. Golden Earth. Who used to be bad? Don't even put that. That's out.
We have to honor the commenters. We'll get to that when we get to it.
It would have been quicker the songs that not from that era that aren't being included.
Seriously.
Right. So,
30.
Almost 30.
Almost 30.
So what we do, Adrian, is we take everybody's comments of suggestions. We put it into this spreadsheet. We then add our own and see what matches up with them. And then we go one by one and we go, we all agree? Yes, we don't. We're out. And we just move through. And that's how we whittle it down to 11 tracks.
Got you.
Okay. Ready?
Hey, before we get started, anybody recently checked the time?
It's 3:00.
No, it's 3:45 into the stream. We beat the record.
Okay, we beat things we said today with Peter Jackson. All right, yeah, good.
Adrian, you are now part of Beatles history. We are. This is officially the longest single podcast about the Beatles in history, in the entire internet, in the universe. And we're very.
Are you sure that they didn't do 4 hours with Peter Jackson? I could have sworn.
Let me look it up. Let me look it up. I'll do it right here.
I mean, I know Adrian and Alan did 2 spots on that show, but I don't know that. What were they, about 2 hours each? You did with them?
Yeah, a little less than that.
All right. Well, we ain't going anywhere, as Bruce Springsteen likes to say.
3:35. Wait. 3:52. 3:52.
Yeah, I knew it was almost 4 hours. We ain't there yet.
All right. I'll ring the bell in 7 minutes.
All right, ring the bell there, Mr. Wall Street. All right.
I was just looking at that list, and there's no fans of Oratorio.
We talked about that before you came on. I said, would you?
That was 91. So
yeah.
I wouldn't mind having some representation on it. It doesn't really we're not just trying to, choose the best or whatever. Like, our thesis is that in this period, he's trying to become a Beatle again. And so that we're trying to fit songs that, reflect that. But, we're in the any idea stage right now.
Sure.
I think the only one that I would put from working class, not working classicals, the Oratorio was that one that he ended up using as the Christian bop bit. That piece, that was a pretty poppy piece, the Christian bop. I forget what it was called on this, but that one. All right, go back to the top.
Some great movements in that. Yeah,
there absolutely there is. This is the best one in my opinion.
So Adrian, the way this works is the first pass we are saying what is in. And it has to be unanimous, 4 out of 4. If any of us dissent, then it's as simple as we just go back to the next Passover. Okay. So We Got Married. Are we saying this is in? He's a Beatle again?
That's a yes for me.
In.
In. All right. I'm not going to be Simon Cowell here. Let's call it. My Brave Face. That's in for me.
Absolutely, 100% in. Yeah.
This leads the playlist off, in my opinion.
Okay.
Distractions.
I love that song, but I don't think it's Beatle again.
No.
Come back to it.
This
one?
Yes.
This one, fantastic. Yeah.
Yes.
In?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys don't know what we're in for. We're piling this up already.
Okay.
All right, that day's done.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot to choose from here. We got
there is. I like
really
it.
like
I
it.
like it, but we can't. I'm not going to put it in.
It's,
because
it's
there's too
not.
much-
It's
No.
not Beautiful Night, is it?
Beautiful Night's in.
in.
Yeah.
Little Willow.
In for me.
And it's also about Ringo's wife, right?
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Call
beautiful.
it. All right, it's in.
This is gonna be tough.
Calico Skies, a high contender
Yeah.
for Phoebe and I's wedding song. So
Yeah.
kind of hard to be unpartial here.
My ex boss really dislikes Calico Skies.
Well, your ex-boss is not invited to my wedding, so
maybe
if it
maybe
wasn't
I'm on
already
the fence
official.
about that one.
Oh.
He always used to say to me, Paul, it's not yesterday, is it? I said, yeah.
Guess it's
I
not.
don't know why I
boss.
dislike that song so much. Yeah, I like it.
Oh, you also don't dislike.
No,
you also
no,
dislike it.
I like it. I think it's good. Yeah.
Okay. So are we unanimous, or did I make a mistake putting it
In.
It's
Okay. Some days.
In.
I mean,
for me.
I got to see what else is on that list. Let me scroll.
We have 6 songs left.
Put it
Adrian, what do you
there.
say? Some days.
Put it there. So good.
Yeah.
Some days I'm on the fence on some days.
Okay,
Me
if you're
too.
on the fence, we'll
Just
come back.
Just
Me
looking
too.
at what's to come. Yeah.
Young boy.
Young boy.
Young boys.
Like pretty boys, yeah.
That's one
No,
of the.
that's the last era. That's the last era. We
Yeah,
can put that one.
exactly.
It's one of the first CD singles I ever bought was Young Boy.
Oh, really?
Sure. This one.
Yeah.
I think it's very Beatle-y. I mean, this is already.
Could not be more Beatle-y. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kyle, I know you're not sold. Shit, you're not sold.
No,
on that song.
I don't like a lot of the songs of that flavor on Flaming Pie. I kind of like the more acoustic ones on Flaming Pie, but I think it fits the era really well. So I'm open to it. It's just remember we got this coming.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a long list.
All right.
What the
Let's
hell,
see.
James? Sorry.
Where'd you go?
Here, I'm sorry. Just fucking with you.
All right.
All right. Put it there.
Yes.
In.
But
Yeah.
it there's got to be in. Yeah.
Gotta be in.
Gotta be in.
Not going to argue with that. Cosmically Conscious. Sorry, Andy. I think we ought to skip that for now.
Nah.
Rough Ride. Love it, but I don't know if it fits so well.
No.
I love it. It's loose.
Such a good song.
It is a good song. I love the loose feel of it. It's great. It's great. It's got great drums.
Well, they both like that. Maybe we could circle back to that.
Yeah.
Hope of Deliverance. I love that one. I don't know. I think we need some, solid representation from that album.
Yeah, but
round.
does that define this era though? Back to being a Beatle.
Not quite.
Sure.
Not quite.
No, it's very
Come on.
80s sounding. I
Come
remember seeing that a lot on Top of the Pops back in the day. Hope of Deliverance.
Oh, the video?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what though, what does Come On People represents that a Beatle again for sure.
Yeah, I'd rather take that one.
Trouble
We've
is,
really got to get this down to 11.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it. I'm out, boys.
it's a bit of a poor man's Hey Jude, though, isn't it? Come on, people.
It is. It is. But
That's the
that's
point.
that's the point.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so Hope of Deliverance. World Tonight. What do we think?
World Tonight is such a good single again.
Yeah, World Tonight in. Oh, the
Two ins for
Lovers That Never War is a great song.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
and also kind of Beatle-y again with using Elvis Costello as a
That's
co-writer.
why I put it on my list.
I'm saying 100% for Lovers That Never Were.
Ue Le Soleil didn't make the list, no?
Hell no.
Happens to not this list, Adrian. That's after the Oh, we beat the record. We've actually beat the record this time.
Guy and the record.
We got to beat the record. That's the whole point.
I get it.
Some places on the list again there at the bottom.
Do you have it twice?
Thank you very much.
Oh, the MVP says Golden Slumbers, but are we putting a Beatles song at the space of?
Yeah,
Can't do that.
No, let's get rid of that.
No.
Oh man,
Kyle
I
wanted
disagree
that.
with you guys. I
Kyle
wanted that
wanted
because like you said, Adrian, like now a third of his set list live is Beatles songs. I feel like we want one to represent that.
I get it. I just don't know if you can sacrifice the other songs to do that.
No.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. I'll
Listen, I love that version of Golden Slumbers from Tripping the Live. It's the first time you ever played it live. It was fantastic. But I get, but Joan has chimed in here. She says Lovers That Never Were has to be on, non-negotiable.
Yeah. I'm thinking Mistress is Made as well. As another great.
I love that one too. We can't be adding stuff though. I mean, I'll add it.
We only have one more spot, isn't that right?
No, we have a couple. We have 4.
Oh, we have 4. All right.
Wait, so Lovers That Never Were. Do we have a consensus?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a yes from me.
Adrian?
Yeah, no, that's a great song.
Okay. Having on a Sunday. Okay, so do any of these jump out to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Heaven on a Sunday, I really like. Biker Like an Icon, I really like, because I just really like story songs, and he doesn't do many of those.
Fucking guy with that song.
Sorry, what? You what? What was that?
Song sucks.
What? Biker Like an Icon?
Oh,
get out of here!
Fight.
All right, yeah. Look, if you know what we said. If it's on the first pass, if one person is,
you're right.
It,
you're right.
It gets vetoed. It's just fair enough.
Figure of 8. What do we think?
Again,
I don't think it's good enough.
Okay.
No, Adrian?
For this list.
I love Figure of 8. But then I pretty much love everything from this era. So
yeah, me too.
And then
I'm
you
not
got
the right person to
You've got the song we were singing, which is definitely a call back to the Beatle days. That's got to be in there.
That's in for me. That's in for sure.
That's got to be in there.
What do you guys think?
Or no?
Songs we were singing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if you put that against Come On People or Figure of 8.
Ooh.
Well, we got room. We got room for them both for now. I mean,
we got
3 slots left. So we got Married, My Brave Face, this one, Beautiful Night, Little Willow, Calico Skies, put it there, Lovers That Never Were.
How about the title track, Flaming Pie? That's that whole song is a Beatles narrative.
True, and also it's a reference to John coming up with the name of the Beatles.
Correct.
Right? Oh, you may. You gotta make this complicated.
I'm just telling you like it is. He's admitted it. He's admitted the Beatle connection in that song. And if we've got an era, called a Beatle again, it's got to be in there.
Yeah, but when you ranked the songs of Flaming Pie, I can't remember whether you did it on your show or it was something that you did at the fest. I can't remember. You only gave Flaming Pie 3 out of 5.
Yes. Well, compared to the rest of the album,
like we have to balance quality for Beatles connections because there's plenty of Beatles connections here.
Right.
Okay, I feel like we're getting off track.
No, the MVP agrees.
Yeah. Lost My Little Girl. That's one I added just to get some representation from the MTV Live.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Crickets.
Not for me. And we need to lose Golden Slumbers live. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, Kyle.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just gonna bring your book to a reseller or something.
Piss off.
Just kidding. So the songs we were singing.
He's a right potty mouth today, isn't he?
You. Oh.
Well, when you're 3:57 into the broadcast, then
No, we didn't rank the broadcast. We didn't choose that song.
Oh yeah, right. I say the songs we were singing. I think it's like matches for quality and Beatles connection, or at least like a reflective thing.
It's not as good as World Tonight for me.
I could.
Yeah.
Nor me.
All right, then it's
how many spaces have we got left?
3.
3.
Okay, let's go World Tonight. It's got to be in there.
World Tonight. Is this one right? Did we have this one on there? We do, right?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Yeah. And I think the Figure of 8 live version, as Lulu mentioned in the comments, the live version of Figure 8 is
that's true.
light years better than the studio cut. On the
album. I love that one. Do you want to add it?
Yeah, I think Figure of 8's got to be in there. World Tonight as well.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one song. All right, so how about we kick the last one to the audience here? I can't believe we're 4 hours in and we still have 50 people on the stream. This is amazing.
It's fantastic.
I'm so chuffed.
Heaven on a Sunday, indeed.
Yes. So okay, so hope. So which ones do we want to? Are we in between that we want to give to the audience? Distractions is out, right?
Out.
That day's done. I love that one,
but I don't think it holds. Doesn't hold enough weight.
I'd say Some Days and Young Boys are contender. Gosh, Young Boys, what is wrong with me? I'm sorry. Gotta go to. Oh man. Cosmically Conscious, I think, could be on the fence. Rough Ride, I know Tony loves.
You know what? For Tony's sake, throw Biker Like an Icon into the poll. Let's see how the people vote on that.
Okay.
Song.
I gotta stop.
I can't ask for more than that.
Create a poll. Okay. So
what about Mr. Maid?
Well, we didn't even really discuss it, but I'm happy to.
No.
So okay. So what do we give? What are we giving the audience? 4 choices.
So the only pop song that's got the word soubrette in it.
Yes.
So we're giving them Rough Ride, Mistress and Maid, Cosmically.
No, Biker.
And Young Boy or Some Days.
Figure of 8. Oh no, that's already in.
Figure of 8. Delete
come on,
that.
come on,
delete,
people.
Come on, people. Delete Figure of 8 from that. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, people.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go, people. It's your time. Get your voices heard.
People want peace. No, that's not till later.
Come on, if there's 50 of you, need a good.
We've had about 12 people voting this. Yeah.
Good poll here.
All right, everybody.
We can't vote, for the record.
Let your voices be heard.
Oh, the MVP votes for Rough Ride. Damn. Did not think that.
Nice one, Heidi. And Biker.
Ooh. Oh. Jones voting for Flaming Pie. Oh, we forgot Flaming Pie.
Did we, though?
No, I think we ditched Flaming Pie.
Yeah.
All right, never mind, Joe. Never mind. Sorry, Joe.
Oh my, this is an even split. Oh my gosh, really shows how tough this was.
Oh, well, everything's split now. We need a deciding vote here.
Oh my God, it's 2-2-2-2.
No, that's a song we're gonna do later.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, 10 votes. Oh my gosh. So I think
we need a deciding vote. Someone.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go back up to the percentages up here.
Yeah, go back to that. 3.
Oh my God.
I think these guys are just messing with us now,
Yeah.
Come on. Somebody's gotta break that tie. Wow.
This is all in a minute. I can't believe it. Okay,
how about that? It's gone to penalties.
The next person that votes gets to choose.
Mistress Maid.
That's
it. Winner.
That's the winner. Wow.
We're stopping the polls, closing the polls.
Close it. Which way? Honestly, it does work because it's got that whole big back and forth, dialogue that kind of John did with Paul, that he's doing with Elvis, and he's admitted that.
Some of those Costello songs for me are a little too lyrical. That's my only criticism of that. They sort of venture a little bit outside Paul's kind of natural comfort zone, which is melody first. When he gets a little bit over lyrical. That's why I wouldn't have voted for Mistress and Maid.
Right.
It feels more like a Costello song than a McCartney song for me.
Spot on.
Is there any way to show? Sorry, I want to make a social media post saying that we broke this record, but I'm also kind of a little busy right now. So
in time. So
yeah.
Now we've got to put this in. We've got to put this in an order we like, right?
Yes, we do. All right. So what do we think? So some of our leadoff tracks so far have been Here Today to set the tone for the 80s, Venus and Margaret's Rock Show to set the tone for Wings Take Flight, Homespun starting off with Big Barn Bed. So you get the idea that the first one is very like thematic. Really,
it's probably My Brave Face, isn't it?
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Interesting. I was thinking of starting with the Flaming Pie song.
No.
Okay.
It's got to be My Brave Face.
It's got to be My Brave Face.
You've named the era a Beetle again, and there's that song has Beetle qualities all in it.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe followed up with Lovers. Or is that too dirgy? Maybe The World Tonight.
I'd go a couple of high energy tracks to kick the playlist.
Yeah.
Off. Maybe Figure of 8.
Figure of Eight live, yeah.
Yeah. Think of it like sequencing an album.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
I think
This
World
one?
Tonight. Okay,
World Tonight. Yeah, World Tonight
All
after that. Yep.
And then we start to slow it down here.
Well, because you've got ballads and songs that Mistress and Maid and Lovers are like waltzes in 3/4 time.
Yeah, exactly. So we should probably have one of them on each like half the record. Like
Yes,
spread 'em out,
break it up a little bit. Yeah,
so Lovers next.
I would do Mistress and Maid early and put Lovers late.
Okay, what's gonna close it out? Beautiful Night.
Beautiful
Or is
Night.
it-
Yeah, Beautiful Night. That's it.
Now too bad. Like, we actually could have put the original version of Beautiful Night in our Finding Himself.
I know, but it's not on Spotify.
Yes, it is.
The next track after.
What do you mean it's on?
Mistress and Maid. I think we need to use one of those acoustic ballads. Little Willow, Calico Skies. I'll put it there.
Yeah.
How about put it there?
Good with me. Kind of sitting right in the middle of the album. We all okay with that?
Yeah, and then you've got We Got Married as kind of like a power ballad still lingering there that you could slot somewhere later if you want to have like acoustic stuff in the middle and then end it with a power ballad and then a proper ballad. I mean, that's one way to do it. Maybe, I don't know.
I think we can, if we're gonna do 2 acoustics in a row, maybe Little Willow before put it there.
Yeah, but we'll break that up so it's not Flaming Pie tracks, consecutively. Do Little Willow, put it there, Calico Skies. Do that.
Right. And then so then we got these 3 left.
This one.
So do this one, and then Lovers and We Got Married kind of go together because it's Lovers and then We Got Married. So that kind of works.
Yeah, totally.
The Lovers That Never Were, and they got married.
Yeah, exactly. And then
they had a beautiful night.
Yeah, exactly. Do we want to break up these acoustics, guys? I feel like we can. I don't know.
No, it's like the acoustic set in the middle of a concert.
It's
totally.
It works.
Okay.
It's good.
Power songs, 3 power songs to rock it out, a mid-tempo 3/4 kind of waltz, 3 acoustics, and then a power song, another power rocker, and then another waltzy, and then 2 another rocker and a ballad to close. I think that's a good playlist.
Right. So Andy, you want to read us off for us?
A Beetle again, Flowers to Flaming Pie. We kick it off with My Brave Face, an obvious opener. Figure of Eight, the live version. Thank you. Then The World Tonight. Then Mistress and Maid. Then Little Willow. Then the acoustic set into Put It There, into Calico Skies, which is where Mac was just on his guitar on stage. Into this one. Then full band for Lovers That Never Were. We Got Married with the extended guitar solo at the end. And then wrapping up the playlist with Beautiful Nights with Ringo at the end. Meaning, like, you've got My Brave Face starting it, echoing Beatle past, and then 2 Beatles at the end of it, which, sums up the playlist neatly. Good job, all.
I love it.
Good deal. All right. Dunsky. Now, somebody mentioned Golden Earth Girl a little too late now. A good song, though.
Oh, I mentioned it, but I think there were so many we didn't even discuss it.
No. Now we get to Paul Does It All. Run Devil Run. Run Devil Run through Kisses this?
Yes. Oh no. Sorry. No.
Electric Arguments, right?
EA.
Yeah.
You've got to fix that then.
Oh, it's not 2012. Yeah, you're right.
You've got to fix that. 2008. 99 to 08. Fix that real quick.
I gotcha.
And Adrian, when we messaged him about this, he was like, "This is my era. This is my jam." And so obviously he feels pretty strongly. Now, why do you feel strongly about this era? Oh yeah.
Wow.
Are those songbooks?
If we're talking, prime Macca, you look no further than this wonderful album, really.
Yeah.
With where to start? Driving Rain. I mean, a lot of people really dislike this album because of the sort of Heather undertones, right? But for me, I think it's one of Macca's most honest solo albums. He's reflecting on Linda's death. in '98, and he's looking forward to his short-lived future with Heather. And I think even the song Heather itself is probably one of the greatest melodies Mac has ever written. I think Heather is absolutely fantastic. And if it wasn't written about Heather, it would be up there, and it would be on all the greatest hits albums. But obviously it doesn't make any of the greatest hits albums because of its connection to his ex-wife. But yeah, any song that uses a reference to, you know, a 200-year-old poem, he gets the word runcible in there, doesn't he?
Yeah,
runcible tune, which is pinched from an Edward Lear poem, isn't it? I think Lear's poem, he said a runcible spoon, didn't he? And Macca twisted that, you know, in a classic Macca way. But yeah, honestly, I think if you can look away from some of the pretty trite lyrics in things like Driving Rain, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Let's Go for a Drive. It's not his finest moment.
No.
I think that this is one of his finest solo records.
Yeah.
So let's just put like all 11 tracks from this on the list
and be done with it.
Let's just move on, right?
I was telling Andy that, like, I feel like in the fall of last year, all I listened to was Driving Rain. Like, I feel like what I love about Paul, he can do so many things well, but when it comes to him in the studio, he's just an artist that exerts so much control and intentionality over every single sound that you hear in the soundscape. And I feel like Driving Rain and Press to Play are two of my favorite albums for that reason. Like, when I say that he's just trying to, like, record a rock band with wings, it's not to imply that he's, like, not thinking of where everything is placed in the soundscape. Not at all. But I just feel like he's taking more of an approach of like a conductor of an orchestra, but instead of violins and cellos, it's electric guitar and drums. And that's what I love about Press to Play, that if you give that album like a really close listen, Driving Rain, you give that album a close listen, you will really see, you know, somebody, one of the legends of music in his 50s now, I don't know, really, really bringing it home.
He does. I mean, I think Adrian, I mean, we're both the same age. So we bought this up. Did you feel the same way in 2001 about this album that you do now, 23 years later?
Yeah, well, it's strange to think about 2001, isn't it? Because obviously the big single from this was Freedom. So this is around the time of the September the 11th attacks.
Certainly was.
On New York, which is obviously, you know, it's your home turf. So,
yeah.
You know, so the world was a very different place back in 2001.
And I do think this record kind of gets lost in the shuffles because of the period from which it came.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like I said, I think wasn't it the case when he put out Pure McCartney that there wasn't a single track from this album on it?
There was not.
I don't think there was there? No.
There was not. Adrian, somebody wants to say a quick hello to you.
Oh, hello. Hello, dear. There she is. It's good to see you.
Oh, I can hear him.
Yeah, she wanted to say hi real quick. She goes, "Can I say hi to Adrian real quick?" Yeah.
How's your wife?
She's well. She's
Good.
downstairs. She's downstairs watching a film right now. Yeah.
What he said?
She's watching a film right now,
All right,
Kaz.
good.
And his allergies are killing him like yours.
I told you, my contacts, I can't keep them in. So bad.
Hay fever season, man.
Sending my love to all 4 of you.
Will do.
Thanks, Hyde. Yeah. But, it's interesting this. I mean, of all the albums, that they're not one track from Driving Rain or Flowers in the Dirt. That wasn't represented on Pure McCartney either, because it was coming out as the archive the next year, as you say. Now, I was spinning that. Kyle and I had a chat to plan this show during the week, and I'm often want to do, I'll put an album on at night to unwind, and I put on Pure McCartney. And Kyle's like, "What are you listening to?" I said, "Pure McCartney." And he kind of, as a younger guy, 26, he thinks that release is kind of like a rehash. It's kind of a waste. Don't you think that, Kyle?
Yeah, that was my take. I think I feel 2 ways about it. First of all, if Paul was releasing just a compilation today, and it was a entire career-wide compilation, and there was nothing extra on it, I would just be like, where's Back to the Egg? Where's London Town? You know, like, it just kind of feels like a waste. But the more I thought about it, this was in the midst of the peak of the archive era. So maybe you're getting bonus tracks like literally every year. Just a nice compilation could be appreciated. And I think I have a new understanding of that.
Yeah, I think what you have to remember about a lot of these compilations is 9 times out of the 10, they're just sort of contractual obligations with the record label. It's just to get another record out and rack up some sales.
And it was done really before the streaming era really took off. Yeah, there was streaming in 2016, but it's not like it was now, nearly a decade later. So the streaming, the art of the streaming and the everyday streaming on Spotify or Apple Music just was not where it is at now. So the thought of a fantasy compilation, back in 2016, because Nancy Jeffries says, "Oh, this is a good idea. Let me go do this," and then they, and they go ahead and do it, and that's exactly why it happened.
That's such a good point. That we can't just imagine Paul waking up one day and being like, we've never had like an awesome, compilation of all my songs except those on Flaming Pie and Driving Rain. It's the label that just wants to, use what they already have and make money off it.
I mean, I'd be absolutely stunned if there wasn't something towards the back end of this year, or certainly to coincide with the documentary coming out. When they decide to put the documentary out, they've got this Wings book coming out in November. So I think there's going to be a series of kind of tie-ins with that documentary coming out. Whether or not they do some kind of greatest hits, I don't know.
Like something retrospective.
Yeah, I'd be very, very surprised. I mean, that it's just basically you've got Paul McCartney back in the shop window again. So it's time to put a record out.
Sure.
It's either that or hopefully, we actually get something that we do want, which is London Town and Back to the Egg archival boxes. Yeah. But let's not hold our breath.
No, let's not.
Exactly.
Russ makes a good point here. Music, movies, sports were all lost right after 9/11. A strange time in the world. Kind of like where's the next tack going to be? So yeah, anything like entertainment, sports, music, any kind of consumable media was really kind of an afterthought. And I can remember just really here in the New York area, the New York Mets played a game. There was no sports in America for a while, for like a week or so. And the New York Mets played a baseball game, and it was the first game back, like 2 weeks after 9/11. And there was one of the baseball players hit this home run, and the Mets won in dramatic fashion. And it just galvanized the city. And it was like a moment of you would think about art forms of, music and things like that. A Beatle like Paul, a guy like Paul releases an album in the wake of 9/11. It's tough, but I don't know, totally agree with that, right? Because sports kind of really did galvanize the New York area, especially with the New York Mets and the Yankees and things like that. And they brought the city back together. So when you juxtapose that with the release of an album by then, a 61 or 2-year-old, ex-Beatle that didn't light the world on fire. It wasn't Flaming Pie. It wasn't coming off the heels of an anthology. It's sad that album really suffered the fate, because if 9/11 did not happen, I think time would have been kinder to that record.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of pushback against Heather at the time as well, particularly in the British media. She was demonized as being, the sort of how to put this non-litigiously, but people felt that she had ulterior motive for marrying Paul to begin with. They didn't feel like there was a love connection between the two of them. They felt like she was just there for the money, really, and that was really the story from day one in the British tabloids. So I think that any album that had an association with that relationship probably wasn't going to do very well.
Yeah, and then factor that on top of it too. Like, he's in this honeymoon phase with Heather, so all the songs are going to be influenced by that and things like that. So that on top of it, and being divorced only 4 or 5 years later, was going to, and then of course it's not an album he's keen to revisit because of that history with her. So, but there's some there. I mean, listen, Kyle loves it. You love it. I mean, Tony, where do you stand with Driving?
Yeah, I love it as well. But it took me a long time to love it. I had to really work hard with it. But eventually it dropped. But I've always thought that because it was like the first album after Linda, there could have been, I was surprised that there weren't sort of more songs that were about her. I know we've got Magic on there, but if it was the other way round, can you imagine if it was John and his next album after Yoko had died would be just full of songs, about pain and heart, and loss and stuff like that. And I just felt Paul kind of swept it under the carpet.
Well, I think in a way you've got to look at this album, Run Devil Run. This was really Paul's kind of tribute to Linda. This was kind of harking back to their rock and roll days. And it's interesting, that whenever Paul breaks in a band, he always plays them in with old 50s rockers. So what does he do when Linda dies? He breaks in a new band with old 50s rockers. And to me, this was just like a kind of polished version of the Russian album, really, when they did Run Devil Run.
Yeah.
But I feel like the motivation behind doing this album was to play all the music that Paul and Linda used to love listening to together, and the music that kind of bound their relationship, that love of 50s rock and roll. It's probably one of the cornerstones of their sort of relationship from day one, wasn't it? The fact that they were both old 50s rockers, really.
Right.
So maybe that's kind of Paul's justification for not having so many, Linda love songs on his first real solo album after Linda's death. Yeah.
Because he basically did that with Run Devil Run. This was a project that they enjoyed. They enjoyed 50s rockers even to the beginning of Wings. We're going to try what are we going to rehearse? We're going to do Lucille, and we're going to do all these songs. With every outfit we're going to do 50s stuff. So his first musical statement afterwards, after Linda, is a rocking album, and I don't think most of us were ready for that at the time. We didn't think his first musical statement after Linda was going to be some, a rockers album of mostly obscure songs that most people didn't know about. And I can remember at the time thinking like, wow, I did not think this was going to be the first thing that Paul did afterwards. But I think it's a record that's aged rather well.
It's one of my favorites, period. I think this is obviously better than Choba, but I just think that this one has so much heart and soul in it. Especially, the covers album is such an interesting thing to look at when different big musicians turn to the covers album. Especially, I compare it to Dylan's self-portrait album, right? He's also just going through a lot at the time. And I read something somewhere that even though it's a covers album, it's his most personal album, right? What's more personal than the music that you love, than the music that you grew up with, than the music that you feel defined you? And then having that flow through you into the mic. So that's why it's one of my favorites, and I totally didn't get ripped off on eBay by buying this totally legit reel-to-reel tape of
No, and I
was wondering what that was.
Oh,
yeah.
I've only recently acquired the 7-inch singles box, which was on my list for many, many years to get that. Adrian, did you get that early when it came out, or some years?
Yeah,
later?
I've got it. It's just behind me there, actually. Yeah.
Did you get it? Did you initially, or?
Yeah, and I've even got the LP as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which they sell for crazy money these days, don't they? The
No,
records from that era, because they weren't pressing records in great numbers.
No, I think I paid $30 for that in 2000 in New York. Which was a lot for a 20-year-old kid.
Yeah, you get four times that now.
Easily.
Yeah,
a guy at the fest had it, I think, for sale, but and we were going to get it for Kyle, but I think he had it listed at least $200.
Yeah, wow.
I'll tell you this: I got the 7-inch singles for less than what the LP's going for.
Yeah.
That's that much. So, Tony, do you have the 7-inch singles of Run Devil Run?
I don't. No, not for Run Devil Run.
Is it on your wish list?
No.
Alrighty then. Let's.
It's just not one of my favorite albums. I'll always put songs that Paul was written above an album of covers.
And covers.
Yeah, and I've got it on CD, and it's just a little bit too samey for me, and I think that's something that applies to a lot of rock and roll, and it would be even more tedious if I have to keep changing the record to hear another song that sounded a bit like the one that I just heard. So.
I hear you. But I tell you what, the production is night and day when you think of Choba to them. Chris Thomas did on Run Devil Run. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's clean as a whistle, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, for me, the other thing is, I just wish Paul would do more stuff like this. covers albums. Ringo's recent country themed album I thought was absolutely fantastic, and I feel like Paul at this time in his life could really benefit from doing something like that. Maybe do a country album or something.
So wouldn't that be cool? Because Look Up, I mean, it was the most enjoyable Ringo album I've heard in decades.
I think it's actually his best solo album.
Yeah.
Full stop, actually, for me.
You do?
Yeah.
Even better than the self-titled Ringo album, 73.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I've spent more time with that album than any Ringo album probably for the last 10, 15 years. I reckon.
Easily.
Yeah, likewise.
Easily.
Wow.
Yeah.
I strongly disagree. I think the Hudson Brothers stuff is amazing. I think Stop and Smell the Roses is better. But
No, that's good. That Stop and Smell, but Look Up is. I mean, I can't tell you the last Ringo album I listened to start from beginning to end, and I can actually I can name each song and sing how they go. You can do that with Look Up.
So I'm thinking,
Share the
Adrian.
screen.
So we've got.
Share the
Wait, but before we share, yeah, Adrian, if you want to kind of just list off a couple of ones on your short list, and I'll add them to this list.
Well, I
and
mean,
then I'll start sharing.
we've not. Is Chaos and Creation in this as well?
Yes, it is.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
And we're also hitting Sing the Changes and things like that, right?
And Electric Arguments.
Electric Arguments.
Yeah.
Adrian.
So Sing the
Memory
Changes has
almost
got to
full
be
as well.
in there.
Adrian, one of the things I scored at the fest was that potato sack Electric Arguments with all the extra bonus audio. Do you have that too?
Yeah.
That
And
is
the,
incredible.
there's some fantastic. Is it the DVDs that came with that?
Yes.
The sort of the STEM audio. or
STEM
something like
audio.
that. Yeah.
He's
amazing.
never done that. You've got STEM audio for 5 tracks. He's never done that. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was so awesome.
Yeah.
Well worth the $400 or whatever it was that that set you back. That set.
No, I got it for less than that.
Oh, that's good, man.
So no sack.
Because it came without the sack.
No,
Yeah.
it was no sack with it. Yeah.
So what we're going for from this era? Well, we got to have Fine Line.
So we're going 99 to 08. We're gonna. So here, I'll read off what we've got so far.
Wait, no, let's just have Adrian shoot off some, and then Tony shoot
ahead.
off some, and then we'll yeah.
Brown Eyed Handsome Boy.
Got
Got
it.
to be in there. Letter to a Friend.
Gotcha.
Heather.
Riding to
Heather.
Jaipur.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Dylan. Oh, we forgot to invite Dylan Seavey.
Freedom. Just purely because of the fact just purely because I mean it's not the greatest composition, Freedom, but I think what McCartney was doing with that song, kind of bringing together. It wasn't just a broken community, was it? It was a country at the time that was completely broken, and trying to heal them with his incredible art. I think it was a very profound song at the time, so I think that's got to be in there. What else are we going to do? This Never Happened Before is great.
Yep.
Yeah.
English Tea.
Too Much Rain.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the thing that sort of really struck me about this album when I look back at it, Chaos and Creation, even down to the front cover, which is taken by his brother, wasn't it? It's a Mike McCartney picture. Is it's very, very English. It's got a very English sound about it. English rain. English tea. Too much rain.
Yep.
Feels like everything he's writing about here is is very English. What else are we going for? Driving Rain.
Title track.
Yeah.
I go title track. Yeah. I even like things like Spinning on an Axis.
Me too.
She's Given Up Talking is fantastic. Lover to a Friend. Lonely Road.
These are all bangers.
Yeah.
Kyle, I've got an outlier for this for you to add to that.
Nothing
spreadsheet.
too much, just Out of Sight. That's I mean, that's again another electric.
Tropic Island Hum.
What? What is that? Oh wait, I feel like you were playing that for me the other day.
No, I wasn't.
What is it?
Tell him, Adrian.
It's a single.
I don't think I've heard that.
It came out in 2004 with We All Stand Together on the B side.
That's right. Yeah. It was
yellow vinyl single, Tropic Island Hum. It was the theme song to an animated series, an animated cartoon that he did when Linda was still alive with Jeff Dunbar. And it's like it's not well known, but I've always enjoyed it. I've got Traveling Light from Electric Arguments. I think that's great.
Tony, do you want to fire off some?
Yeah, I've got. She said Lonely Road. Jenny Wren. Back in the Sunshine Again. English Tea. Friends to Go. Anyway. See Your Sunshine.
Boyan's happy.
House of Wax.
Oh, gotta have House of Wax.
Yeah.
That was me. Only Mama Knows and Mr. Bellamy. I've got a few more.
I'm not coming
I think we got
down.
enough. Yeah, we got enough, I think. But
yeah, we have just about enough.
You got
Andy? Sorry, you go, Tony.
You got any good ones that?
I added some as we went, kind of sneaking some on. I added Light from Your Lighthouse. I think Magic was mentioned. Oh, you know which one? My Ace in the Hole, Lonesome Town. One of my favorite Paul performances ever. But I can already tell the lack of interest on that one. But it's okay. I'll listen to that on Reel to Reel.
You have Only Mama Knows on there.
Yeah.
Did we get Rinse the Raindrops as well?
I have that on my list too.
I've got that on my list, and I was almost too scared to even mention it.
Rinse the Raindrops.
On Earth.
Such
like 30 songs in, we haven't mentioned
so
that.
good.
Rinse.
No Other Baby.
So.
Rinse the Raindrops is one
on, delay.
It's one of those
Somebody
songs.
Good night tonight.
What's that, Adrian?
Rinse the Raindrops is one of those songs that you just wish it went on for another 9 minutes or something. You just never ever get sick. You never get sick of that song.
Yeah.
So
No.
So should we start to whittle?
Let's see. Hold on. English Tea, House of Wax. We've got all those songs. Yeah, let's start to whittle it down. Let's do it. Oh, you're loving Flame. Add that too.
It's got to be on here. I mean, there's too many. I can't even scan just to see. Yeah, it's on there. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. You talk for a quick sec.
Let the whittling down begin, baby.
Just FYI, we have about 30.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a strong period, isn't it? This
is an incredible period. I'm not surprised. Adrian looked at the list and said, "I'll do that one."
Yeah,
not stupid.
This one, I mean, it's just funny that we're like, yeah, this one's the strong period, guys. Not literally the other.
Not the Beatles.
7 we just did. That was also impossible. This honestly might have the record for the most. That we chose. Okay, gentlemen. So again, as a reminder, it has to have 4
The first
yeses.
The first round has to be unanimous.
Yeah. All right. No Other Baby. What do we say?
Let's just fast track anything from Driving Rain right now straight to the top, and then we'll just fill the rest out. Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to see, Adrian. We gotta have some variety here.
All right.
No Other Baby. Yes for me.
I don't know. I'd probably just put maybe one song from that album on the playlist personally.
What would you do? What would you pick?
Brown Eyed Handsome Boy.
All right. Well,
really?
That's not unanimous then. Okay.
I feel like No Other Baby is more representative of that than.
And I always viewed No Other Baby as kind of as a throwback to Linda. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Tony, what do you say?
He don't like it. He don't care.
No, I'd probably, out of the 3 that have been listed, I'd probably go for Run Devil Run as the best of those songs.
It's not unanimous then. That doesn't go in.
Not even. It's the furthest from unanimous. Okay.
Okay.
You're Loving Flame.
Yes.
Yes for me.
That'd be a no from me.
I'm gonna go no.
All right. Jenny Wren, that's a yes for me.
That's a yes from me.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Yes.
All right. Consider it in. Dance Tonight.
That's a no from me.
No.
There's too many good songs on this list.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
House of Wax is a yes for me.
In
100%.
Adrian?
Yeah.
All right. End of the End?
In.
Yeah, I love the idea of Paul contemplating his own mortality.
And that needs to be towards the end of the playlist.
Yeah.
All right. Tony, what do you say? You seem hesitant.
I probably wouldn't put it in because, just because of the other stuff that's
All right.
that's there. It's
Okay,
too
we'll come
sad.
back.
All right.
I
Elbow.
feel like I'm boycotting everyone's favorite.
No, we got 30 to get to. So I think Sing the Changes. I just feel like that one's been celebrated already. I mean, I know we're not really going for deep cuts here, but I would like to choose a different one from arguments.
I agree.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Too Much Rain.
Yeah, I love that.
I love it too.
Does it?
I don't know if it's good enough to make the list, but it's a good song.
I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's good enough to make the list with only 9 spots left.
Okay.
This never happened before is In For Me.
And for me.
Adrian?
I'm just smiling because I love the connotations with this song.
What do you mean?
That it could be about something else entirely. You know, this never happened before. It's like, isn't that something that every man has said to a woman at some point in his life?
I've never thought of that.
It's just me. Sorry.
I'm really tired. I'm a tired to drink.
Oh, man. Especially at this point in his life too. Anyway, so is that in or what?
Yeah, that's a goodie.
In. Yes.
Okay.
In.
Ever Present Past. That's in for me.
No.
Okay. All right. One no. We move on. Lonely Road. In for me.
100%.
And for me.
Yeah.
In.
Okay.
It's
Easy.
it's that bass.
Oh, such
It's
a good.
great.
Yeah. Such a good bass line.
From a Lover to a Friend.
Well, I suppose if you're going to have one, you maybe don't need that because they're kind of covering similar territory, aren't they?
Yes.
I remember
All right.
hearing that, and that was the first song that I can remember thinking, "Oh, something's happened with Paul's voice. It's not quite as sharp as it was before."
Yeah.
on that song because it was a single, wasn't it?
Do you
And
remember? Do you remember
Right.
back in the day on his website? He actually released that on his website, and you could listen to it on his website first. Do you guys remember that or no?
I don't remember that. No.
If you went on PaulMcCartney.com, you actually could play it embedded on his website before the album came out, and I was like, "Whoa, this is different."
It's got a fragility about it, hasn't it? I suppose, which reflects what he's singing about.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think it has the legs to make the playlist though.
We'll see. I mean, we got a lot of left, but we also have a lot of songs to choose from. So, Riding to Vanity Fair, that's very relevant for this time. But we're not totally sold.
It's good. It's good.
I mean, we got so many here. I only want to really think about ones that we're jumping on right away.
Ones that are bangers.
So, Brown Eyed Handsome Man.
Brown Eyed, yes.
You think that's in?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, no, that's in for me.
All right. Only because of the music video for me.
Yeah,
Oh,
great video.
Oh, Lonesome Town. All right, I guess that's not in. I'll listen to that on my own. Magic. I just love that one.
I love that one as well.
Adrian?
There's Hesitation.
I'm sensing hesitation, so we're gonna keep.
If I'm going to go for one over another, it's probably Heather over Magic.
Yes,
Just purely
Yeah, that would be
I
more
think-
interesting.
Purely because I think melodically it's more interesting.
Yeah, Tony, what do you say?
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay, Heather's in. We've got 5 left.
5 left. Oofa.
Light from Your Lighthouse. That's what I want in there.
Come on, we need to make some room for Memory Almost Full songs.
Oh my gosh, we have a lot
Oh
left.
shit.
Oh my god.
Okay, maybe we'll skip that for now. So Fine Line. I don't even know anymore, guys.
No.
No, okay. Riding to Chayapar. I love that one, but I feel like Driving Rain is. It's not taking.
Oh
up so
no,
much
Lynn's
room.
saying so far 5 of my favourites skipped over.
Oh no! Tell us what they were in
I
the chat.
wonder what
Lynn.
they were.
Which
Yeah,
ones,
tell
Lynn?
us.
Tell us, dear.
Yeah.
Tell us, Lynn.
So.
Boyan says
true.
the hardest part about picking 11 songs for this period is picking which two
three?
you're going to kick off Memory Almost Full to make it 11. I know. Well, he loves Memory Almost Full. He does.
That's so funny.
Oh.
So Riding to Jayapar, I think that one's great. Is it an in for sure?
But does it go in ahead of English Tea?
No. it's
No.
Probably
No.
not.
I'd put
So-
English Tea over that.
Yeah.
So what about Freedom before we get to that?
It's such an era-defining song, Freedom, but it's not his finest work.
No, I'm not including. I wouldn't include Freedom.
No.
Okay.
It's not the right. The value of the song doesn't outweigh.
Adrian, I know what you're saying. At the time, it was so
Yeah.
relevant, but
Yeah.
it doesn't in the context of the era. It just doesn't
Yeah.
work as well.
So English tea feels right to me.
Yes,
Yes.
Send it.
more twee, more twee, more twee.
Only Mama Knows. To me, that's in.
And me.
Adrian.
Yes, fantastic song.
Okay, agreed.
How many
Why
spots
So
left?
Blue?
3.
Trace. 3 left.
No why. I'm not. No why so
And-
blue for me.
Oh.
And how many? We have 14. We have 16 songs left.
Well, you
All right.
elbow dance tonight. You wrote that twice. We don't need dance tonight
Gotcha.
again.
So where is dance tonight?
The bottom.
Oh, the bottom. Okay. All right. Well, we'll get there.
We already elbowed that.
Driving Rain.
I think that's got to go, hasn't it? On the basis of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go for a drive.
Out.
Yeah, I think we have to get rid of that. Yeah.
Yeah, Spinning on an Axis is great, but if we only have 3 tracks left, I would save it for other spots.
Yep.
Just Give It Up Talking, for example, I love. Okay, nothing too much. Just out of
One of these last 3 spots has to be an Electric Arguments track.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that being. I really like Traveling Light though. I think Nothing Too Much Just Out of Sight would be fair, a better representation of that.
I was just checking to see if Driving Rain was included in McCartney's book, The Lyrics. It wasn't.
It was not. Oh, to see how we got the inspiration for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No.
Okay, gentlemen, we're at Nothing Too Much, Just Out of Sight. What do we think?
That would be my pick if Electric Argument's got to have a song.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
it's like a Led Zeppelin track, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got to have something off that album if we don't have already.
Yeah.
I think that.
I mean, I prefer Traveling Light, but I'm fine with.
I would prefer Traveling Light too, but I'm okay with Nothing Too Much.
Oh, how about let's put it to a vote.
Traveling Light or
Is that a 2-all draw?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Put it out to a vote. Go ahead.
Let's put it to a
Okay.
vote.
Okay. Which anything else is like a must-have for you guys for these last couple spots?
No. Traveling Light or
what the hell was it?
Nothing Too Much, Just Out of Sight,
Yeah.
which is something that the same guy that told him about Obla Deal Blada told him that.
Share, copy, let us know. Oh yeah, Dance Till We're High. Oh my gosh, that's a great one, Nick Styrat.
Dance Till We're High. I love
I
Dance
like
Till
that.
We're High.
It's tough. All right, we'll come back to it in a couple
I would
minutes.
actually choose that one in there too. It's too late.
I can add it.
Add it. Add Dance Till We're High.
Okay, back to poll.
Yeah. It's like a Christmas song, that.
Save changes. Sing the changes. Okay.
Is Nick still on the plane?
No.
Traveling Light. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, boy, and we're gonna have to deal with. It's close enough. But all right. So Tropic Island Hum, Andy, nice one, but we're kicking that out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You didn't even know it.
I don't need to know. I don't need to know.
No, you do. It's good.
Well, not at this moment. I don't.
He's still on a plane. The old git.
So See Your Sunshine out because it's not fit. We have the Electric Arguments tracks already. Tiny Bubble, I love that track. I would like to keep that in if we can.
Ahead of Rinse the Raindrops.
Absolutely not.
No.
Okay.
Rinse
All
the
right.
Raindrops is in there for
Traveling
me.
Light, we addressed that. Back in the Sunshine again. What do we think?
I don't know, that's always felt to me like was never quite finished, that song.
Which
Yeah.
one there? Back in the Sunshine?
Back in the
Sunshine.
sunshine again. Yeah.
That's
So
my
Friends
favourite track from.
Is it
Drive.
really?
Yeah, it is.
Wow,
Yeah.
yeah.
But And my second favourite's Rinse the Raindrops. But
Just something about the
So-
chord progression of that song that
yeah,
never really
that's-
grabbed me.
this is the one that James McCartney plays on, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that we agree that Rinse the Raindrops is in. How about that?
Yeah, I think so.
Go for it.
Tony, yeah, put it in.
Yeah.
Scroll all the freaking way up. All right, we got 2 slots left. One of them is going to the fans, the audience's electric arguments.
It's like his "I Want You." She's so heavy, isn't it? He said there's not much to the lyrics, but every time he sings them in a different way.
True.
Just like John does on "I Want You." She's so heavy.
Yeah.
So
It's only 10 minutes long on the album.
yeah,
I'd take another 10 minutes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
what do you say?
I say I go for Friends to Go.
I don't know. I mean, where are we in terms of chaos versus gosh, my brain is so dead. Chaos versus memory.
We've got This Never Happened Before and Jenny Wren. That's 2 from Chaos.
Yeah.
Um,
And Only Mama Knows and House of Wax. So we're 2 and 2.
yes.
Oh wait, no, and we in English Tea, so 3 for chaos.
Right. So you'd need one more for Memory Was Full if you want to balance it out and be, which we have.
I was thinking Mr. Bellamy because, like I said, I like a story song, and Biker got kicked out.
It did, and if as Adrian would say, the English theme, right? The English theme is a little prevalent with on Chaos. Well, it's a little prevalent on Mr. Bellamy too. That's a very British, unique sounding song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with Mr. Bellamy going on there.
Yeah.
Me too.
Mind you, Anyway is a great song as well.
I know, me too. I feel that same way about Anyway. Well, let's see if we can kick something out. Mr. Bellamy, Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd put that on.
Put it on? Okay. So anything we could kick out for Anyway or no?
And we're putting Mr. Bellamy on ahead of Dance Tonight.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
You're not a fan of that, Tony?
I love Dance Tonight.
I like it, but I just like other songs more. And seen him play it live so many times. I've got a little bit of fatigue with that song. But I do like it. But I just like other songs more.
And also, somebody made so Lars is really vying for Too Much Rain.
Okay.
Yeah, Too Much Rain. Nice.
It is a good tune, that.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see where our poll is at for electric arguments. Oh, this is tight too. So
Dance Till We're High wins.
Wow. And so from okay. And Nick Syrett even wanted to change his vote to Dance Till We're High. And you put that in at the last second too.
Yeah.
He did.
Wow. All right, Dance Till We're High.
Which I think is a good track. That represents that album pretty good.
Yeah, totally. So anything else that we're not totally set on?
I would swap Dance Tonight and Mr. Bellamy out.
I just feel like it's tough because I feel like they would almost fit in those early Paul eras differently. Like, Mr. Bellamy reminds me more of like the art pop, but like Dance Tonight reminds me more of like Beatlemania.
Fair enough.
And it's but this category doesn't really have that like angle to it. It's kind of just like Paul does everything. And so if we don't have a pop song on here, then let's add a pop song.
Well, Mr. Bellamy is a story song, like Tony was saying. Like he likes a good story in a song. It tells it. I'm fine with Mr. Bellamy being there. I just like Dance Tonight better, but I'm fine with that in there.
Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm toying between Too Much Rain and Mr. Bellamy now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We could be here all night.
I know. Okay, so do we want to put it to a vote? One more time.
I think we'll
between Bellamy and Too Much Rain.
Let's add a couple for this last spot. Too Much Rain, Bellamy, Dance Tonight. Anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Good choice. Yeah.
Last, Paul does it all. So.
What I want to know is because Nick's been on this stream from the beginning.
It's
I wanna
Bellamy
know
with a
what-
Y. Bellamy with a Y. Why? Not E.
I'm coming.
And
Sorry.
I want to know, Nick, whether watching this stream has made your flight go quicker or slower.
Dance
Definitely
tonight.
quicker.
I mean, this was literally our idea. It's a perfect flight podcast. Take
That's
you
what
all
he
the
said.
way home.
That's what he said at the start of this thing.
Yeah.
At 11 a.m. Which feels like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Let your voices be heard. Two legs, people, tell us how you feel.
Tell us, please.
Quicker for sure. Yay! Thanks, Nick. So Ronald wants Too Much Rain.
Well, vote.
Go on, vote for it then, Ronald.
Oh, we got a dance tonight vote. I knew somebody would be some love for that.
This is like horse racing.
Oh.
Everybody's wanting to dance
Yeah.
tonight.
I knew
so-
it. I knew that was going to happen.
Too much rain's off.
Hold on. Let the votes. Oh, four
Oh.
for dance tonight. Oh.
Oh,
Five. Oh my
Five for
gosh.
dance.
oh man.
Well, because they've seen Macca do it
Wow.
100 times with Abe doing his little dance jig. You see,
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah.
You
The
know,
Macarena.
Six.
the Macarena.
It's running away.
Yeah.
Running
Runaway
away
winner.
with it.
Over.
Yeah.
7? Oh my
Anyway,
gosh.
no votes. That's astounding.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, seriously. This is amazing. Well, it doesn't look like either anybody's making a comeback, so I
8
think we
votes
ought
for
to...
dance tonight.
8. Oh my god. All right. If it's not already
You can't-
official.
You can't argue with 80%.
No, you can't. Okay, so dance tonight is now we've got to put this thing in a playlist order, and
Yeah.
we've ranked. Paul does it all, 1999 to 2008, with one more to go.
Yeah, and also now we've officially crushed the Things We Said Today record.
What is,
it's
it,
not
what, is
just-
it, what is it? Just past 10 p.m. now for Tony and Adrian, right?
Not
Five-
9.
Just
Nine.
9:05.
Okay.
Yeah. I said to my wife, I'll be like half an hour. That was like an hour and a half ago, nearly.
Well, we appreciate your time.
Kaz, we're sorry. She'll never see this.
Okay, so
All right.
what's leading off this awesome playlist?
Heather.
Heather? Really?
I'd go with something. I go with a banger, as Tony would say. Let's go with a banger. Let's go
House
with
of
something
Wax.
really energetic.
Uh-huh.
Brown
Brown
Eyed?
Eyed Handsome Man.
Yeah. Brown Handsome Man.
let's
I'm
do
with
it.
Or Only Mama Knows, maybe.
Maybe
I
Brown
already
Eyed
knows.
Handsome Man, Only Mama
Into-
Knows.
Until Only Mama Knows.
And then maybe, I think we
Jenny,
close
slow it down. Slow it down.
close it out with Rinse the Raindrops. That's got the sort of ultimate end
Yeah.
of album vibe.
Yeah.
Dance Tonight's kind of middle of the album.
Yeah.
Change of pace.
So I think Heather could go next.
Yeah.
Or maybe right before Rinse the Raindrops, or what do you think?
What about having Jenny Wren as track 3? Because he does, as I said before, he does like an acoustic ballad as track 3 on an album. He's done
Yes.
it so many times. Bluebird, Loving Song.
True.
She's
True.
My
Very,
Baby.
very true.
I'm
Tony.
carrying.
Yeah.
That maybe this never happened before, kind of, or
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, he always
need to
tends
take it
to
back.
he always does start an album with sort of a bit of energy and then slow it down on the third track. Yeah.
Yeah. Put this never happened before, maybe somewhere in the middle, and then Lonely Road.
Maybe That's Never Happened Before was something he said to Heather.
Oh man.
So you could couple those, couldn't you?
Yeah. And sonically, I bet you
Sonically,
could.
yes. Obviously, that's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
nothing else.
Yeah, Boyan's got a good idea.
Lonely Road fourth.
Yeah.
House of Wax, fifth.
House of Wax is towards the end.
Yeah.
Put it here.
Andy Owen's comment followed by James Boyce's comment.
Let me see here.
It's interesting.
Owen says, "Love Dance Tonight."
And then James Boyce says,
Uh,
bit lower down.
oh, I'm dumbfounded. that Dance Tonight is liked more than Too Much Rain. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, never been a fan of Dance the Shite. Oh,
Oh my god. What do we think of Dance to High going after
He's got
Heather?
Dance Tonight fatigue as well, Tony.
Yeah, I think so. I've never called
I
it.
think this could be the
Dance to
playlist.
Shine.
Is this? I just kind of took control here, but
Yeah.
I slotted in.
It's probably
English-
for the best.
yeah. So Brown Eyed
I put-
Handsome. Go ahead. Go ahead. Brown Eyed.
I was just saying my changes were that after Lonely Road, nice intense gritty song, we're gonna do Dance Tonight, clean it up, English twee a little bit.
Yeah.
And then This Never Happened Before into Heather, and then after that instrumental we have Dance Till We're High to pick it back up, House of Wax, some more gritty rocker. And then
I love the way that
Raindrops.
playlist ends with Dance Till We're High, House of. Well, I really with Heather, Dance Till We're High, House of Wax, and Rinse the Raindrops. Those are four.
Yeah.
Those are four big songs to end that playlist. I do like that a lot.
The end of that album. The end of that album's looking pretty epic. Yeah.
Big time.
Oh,
Brown
man.
Eyed Handsome Men to open it. Only Mama Knows. Jenny Wren, Lonely Road. Dance Tonight for a little levity. Dance Tonight in English Tea for a little levity. Seriousness with This That Never Happened Before. And then full on with full Maca, melodic genius with Heather, Dance Till We're High, House of Wax, and then a full banger with Rinse the Raindrops to end it between this.
I think
era.
it's kind of like how Adrian was like, this is the acoustic set. I feel like you can have, these 3 piano songs, like Paul's going over to the keys for a little bit,
Yeah. I love it.
It's
So
looking
that's
great.
the playlist.
It's looking good.
Playlist.
Don't
Wow.
don't
No,
still
no.
don't still
Well, gents. I said I was going to be half an hour to the wife. That was 90 minutes ago. So,
not
so I'm
bad.
going
We-
to
Phil,
sign off, and I'm going to watch the rest of this secretly on my iPad,
We've got.
pretending to
we've
be
only got one.
interested in what she's talking to me about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, well, we've got one more era to do, and thank you for being here for 2 of them. I really
My
appreciate
pleasure.
your
My
time,
pleasure.
Adrian. Good
Yeah.
fun. Always good seeing you, mate.
Anytime, mate.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Adrian.
We'll see
Nice
you all
to
again
see you,
soon.
Adrian.
Take it
Thanks-
easy, guys.
thanks for the
Have a great night. Thanks so much fun.
See ya.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Woo!
All right.
Oh,
Nearly 5 minutes until 5 hours into this adventure.
Yes.
oh my God.
Well, now our
Oh,
our
go.
adopted son down under is the
Boy and
last.
Archer, come on down.
Well, let's wait. Should we just? There he is. So
Hey!
hey. All right. You guys, I'm
Bye, man.
gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then we'll.
All righty.
Say hi, Boyan. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm okay. How are you?
What the hell time is it in Australia right now?
It's just gone 6 in the morning.
Oh my!
Nice dedication to close this
I
out.
thought you'd be in your gym jams.
No, I decided.
And is he wearing his Bowery shirt?
Yeah, he is.
That's the shirt that Heidi mailed you. Wow,
It
and
is.
he's rocking it. He's rocking his Bowery shirt in
Oh.
Australia. Everybody watching on 2 legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is some dedication. Oh, love it.
Yes.
Oh, Boyan.
Thanks, Elijah.
We saved the best for last, mate, and I'm glad you joined us here at just after 6 a.m. in the morning. He messaged me about, I don't know, when I went on this morning, he goes, I'm going to grab a couple hours sleep, but I'm going to join you later. So you could just do this for an hour, then you can go back to bed, son.
Well, I gotta go to uni after that.
And don't forget, if you haven't hit the like button yet, we've been here 5 hours. Just make sure
Yeah.
you hit
Wait,
the like,
hold on.
hit the
Tony,
like button.
Tony, one more
It's
time.
the least you
Tell-
can do.
Tell
them-
everybody. Tell them all.
give it-
Tell them all, baby.
Give them a heart
Okay.
to heart.
So if anyone hasn't hit the like button yet, we have been here 5 hours, toiling away. So please hit the like button. It's the least you can do. It only takes a second. So
Please.
get it done.
Please. You know, we are the only weekly Paul McCartney solo podcast as of right now that does something pretty regularly. So, we like to
Yeah.
keep it silly, stupid, and fun and have fun with all of our friends all over the world, whether it's New York, Brooklyn, New Jersey, Australia, England, or anywhere. So it's
Yeah.
I cannot believe we're clocking in on 5 hours.
And
Mother of mercy. Jesus
can
Christ.
I tell you what else? It's 5 hours in, and
What?
we're just getting started.
Oh, don't.
They said
Don't
it
even.
wasn't possible. They said they couldn't do it. They said they would actually wet themselves during the broadcast.
And Tony's only taken one wee break. The guy.
I
He must
know.
have a-
And
he
Tony,
must have
who's
a
to say we
bladder of
didn't?
stone.
I can't believe it.
Meanwhile, I've gone to the bathroom 5 times in these 5 hours. Jesus,
I've gone to the
Christ.
bathroom 5 times, and I've only gotten up twice.
I know, it's on my list.
Which I'm going to go for the 6th time. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Kyle, hang on. Don't ask Boyan his question yet because I want to hear his answer.
All right.
Okay.
Wait,
So-
please.
All right. We'll wait. Boy, so
Have you been on since the beginning, Boyan? You were on fairly early, I think.
I jumped on about 2 hours ago. I woke up.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah, that was the first. I just woke up just to see what everyone was wearing. So I was going to wear my red.
Oh, right.
But I I went back to sleep for about half an hour, then had a shower.
Yeah.
And then this is what I look like after a shower. So you'd hate to see me before.
Well, it's so good to have you. Do you have any big omissions? Anything that we missed in the last playlist that you want to rake us over the coals for?
I don't think there was anything specific. There might have been a couple of memory almost full things that we didn't get. I think my vote was for Mr. Bellamy, but you can't always have what you want. That's okay.
I mean, that one got tramped. What's the word? I mean, that one just got destroyed.
It did. That was the one vote for it, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, I appreciate that. But Tony, how are you feeling at 4 minutes 59 seconds?
4 hours 59 minutes.
See, that's how I'm feeling at 4 hours 59 minutes.
So presumably you haven't got work or uni tomorrow, or
I've got
today.
uni.
Today for you.
I got to leave for uni in an hour and a half.
Oh,
oh boy, we'll write you a teacher's note if you need.
I could do with that. I did say I might need a doctor's note for today, but
right.
I think you need to pull a sickie.
If my university lecturer is in the chat right now, I'm in trouble.
James Boyce has been here for 5 hours as well.
Oh wow!
Oh really? Oh hell yeah! Thank you, James. That's amazing. I've been here the whole 5 hours. Kyle Super Chocolate keeping up with everything. Thank you. That's really nice. Yeah, we got our color coordinated spreadsheet here. Yeah, how about before we finish with our last playlist, how about I share my screen and we take a little walk down memory lane, have some dreamy music in the back of our minds here. Wow. Remember, hey Tony, do you remember Russ Beetle 63?
No, I've heard of him, but I can't remember him.
He was
Yeah,
on the
of course
podcast.
Of course I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does seem like a long time ago, doesn't it? It does seem like a long
Maybe
time.
because it was.
Yeah.
So we kicked it off with I Saw Her Standing There, Till There Was You, All My Lovin', She Loves You, Can't Buy Me Love, I'll Follow the Sun, Things We Said Today, And I Love Her, 8 Days a Week, I Want to Hold Your Hand, Long Tall Sally. I mean, that was a great first playlist just to show Paul's kind of like entrance onto the world stage with these high energy, radio friendly rockers, with, rockers and some folks, tunes for, everyone, like Things We Said Today, Till There Was You. And that was a great first playlist.
You guys haven't had any lunch either, have you?
I ate a slice of pizza really quick, but I guess I don't know what Andy does off camera. Then Papa's Art, we went into Sgt. Pepper, Here, There, and Everywhere, Penny Lane, Eleanor Rigby, I've Just Seen a Face, Got to Get to You in My Life, She's Leaving Home, For No One, When I'm 64, Fool on the Hill, and Yesterday. Another awesome one. Can anybody? Oh, maybe at the end, let's do a poll for which is the best playlist. We'll do that for those still hanging around.
I'm back.
Here he is. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Thanks.
Laura. Thanks, you,
Laura.
Thank you very much, Laura. Damn. Thank you.
Very nice, Laura.
What does chin chin mean? Is that sin sin?
Chin chin. It's Italian.
Oh, what does it mean?
It means like salute. Thanks.
Chin chin is like cheers,
Cheers. Thanks.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, cheers right back at you, Laura. Thank you.
Yeah.
Once we made it to the 5 hour mark. That's
Oh my
very
gosh,
sweet.
you're still here. You deserve a drink. Well done, all. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Thank
You did say you were going to be breaking out the beers, but at the start, it's been a bit dry here. But never mind.
What have you got, Tony? Have you switched?
No. Have I switched what?
So what are you drinking?
Oh, no. I've still got this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this day is just flying by. I mean, we just peaked up to our highest level of listeners 5 hours in. We went down for a sec,
Then we
but
went down to about 40, but it's been consistently 50 all day. So
yeah.
the grand dude. Now I know Boyan wanted Paul does it all, but Adrian nicked it before him. But I don't think Boyan will have any problem doing this period at all.
No.
All right,
right?
so let's ask Boyan our question.
Let's ask him this question. So the grand dude period, okay, from Kisses to the present day, what does that era mean for you?
Well, that was obviously when I started getting into Paul, because I was more of a Beatles fan until around 2012, I'd say. Maybe even further than that. I kind of picked a favorite Beatle at that point, and it was always Paul. And so I think the first album I ever listened to on release day would have been Egypt Station, I think. I remember I was up in the lounge room at midnight. It was like, I remember the hallway light being on, and I was sitting there in darkness just listening. And I didn't like it at first, I'll be honest. I thought it was really samey, I thought everything starts with a piano or a drum intro or something like that. But that's really grown on me since. And I've got probably too many copies of that, much like the next album that came out, McCartney 3. I think we all have too many copies of that album.
Let me ask you a quick question with Egypt Station. How many did you get all the variants of the color? Did you get the green and the red and the purple and the orange?
The green's in my eBay watch list. I'm wanting them to drop the price for me, so I've got that sitting there.
Oh, mate, you can find that on Discogs for like well under $50 US.
Okay, I might have a look, because this one's it's a bit expensive, the one I've got shipping from here.
Well, send it to your buddy in New Jersey, and I'll hold it for you when you come visit here in the fall.
Legend, thank you for that.
This guy. So, how old were you when Egypt Station came out?
I was 15.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And that was 7 years ago now, right?
Yeah. Thanks.
Mm.
15.
Same age I was when I discovered the Beatles. 15.
1977, Tony, right? 76. Yeah. That's that sweet spot of an age. Like, it's like you're 14 or 15 when it hits you, no matter if it's in the 60s or the 70s or the 80s or the 90s or whatever, or somebody like Boyan, like he was just about 14, 15. In 95, I was 14 with the anthology. That's when it hit me. Kyle, you weren't listening to the Beatles at 14 though, right?
It's kind of weird. I was huge into them in like middle school. And then I think in high school, they became like a middle school thing, which, once you're in high school, middle school is just like the most childish thing you can imagine. Right.
Right.
And so I matured. But then it's like, I came back to it in college. That's when I was really ready to fully receive it. Like before it was more just like, I'm Only Sleeping and Paperback Writer were kind of like my middle school songs. But then in college, it was like Abbey Road Medley, White Album, Ram, and now everything in between.
Awesome. Oh boy. So Kisses on the bottom through McCartney 3. Interesting period to go for.
Do you want to catch up our friend Joe Mayo? Just quickly recap the last 5 hours really quick.
Joe, let Tony let Tony do the honors if he wants to.
Oh, okay. So basically we've done a playlist of how many have we done? How many have we done, Carl? 6?
Seven.
No, we've done 8. We've done 8. This is
8 eras.
No, we've done 10. This is number 11. Wait.
Oh, this is not.
No, this is 8. We're doing 9.
So, 9. And going right back to the Beatles. So going back to Please Please Me, only considering songs that are either written by Paul or sung by Paul. So there are some covers in those throughout. And so basically the guest comes on and, suggests a load of songs. We've got a list of songs as well. And we'll kind of add our songs to the guest songs. And then we'll whittle them down into an 11-song playlist. So that's what we've been doing for the last 5 hours and 7 minutes.
And he saw us before he went into the one-to-one film, and now he's finished the film, and now he's on the back end, and he's like, "These guys are still on." Yes, we are, and we're ending the last era with a dear friend, Boyan Archer, who I met for the first time in England and the UK who made this wonderful mug for me. This Two Legs Podcast Red Rose Speedway customized mug with the Braille on the side, and he did the same thing for Tony with Venus and Mars thing, and he had Beatle tone on the side, and he's just a great guy, and we attended the gigs with him. Oh, Kiss! Oh, you're gone now. See ya. Bye. Gone. Fuck off. Fuck out of here. Fuck you. Gone. Gone. Not on this show. No, I'm kidding. That was funny. That was
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You did.
You did. Oh, there it is. So for you. I am sorry that we didn't get Ken Michaels couldn't have joined us because he would have been great for this. But we've got Boyan here, and Boyan, in this period, say Kisses to McCartney 3. If I had to ask you all the albums that came out during that time, even Kisses included, Kisses, New, Egypt Station, and McCartney 3. What's the and the associated extra tracks and In a Hurry and all that stuff? What's your go-to album during this period? Is it New?
I probably listened to New the most, but I think if I had to pick one, I probably like because I think there's more variety on Egypt Station because it's a longer album. I'd probably pick that over everything else.
You would pick because of the variety and the extra stuff that's on Egypt Station. You would,
yeah, especially the Explorers edition.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you very much, MVP.
Very
I don't know
sweet.
what this means, where it goes, because it's YouTube, and YouTube is weird with money, but it'll probably sit somewhere. But thank you.
Well, we'll make sure we get it. If they're going to give it, we're going to get it.
I tell you what, you take the extra tracks that are available on Egypt Station and the extra tracks that are available on New, there's a lot of content there between those albums. Oh, Mr. Sinclair. Good talking to you, lads. Epic achievement for gassing for 5 hours. When you're done, we need Spotify playlists. Kyle will handle that. Kyle's going to do a Spotify playlist for every era covered.
I'm gonna go touch grass, literally, and then come back to my computer for another couple hours.
Okay.
Oh, I know Kyle. He's I know by tonight, like he'll take a break, he'll eat, he'll chill, and then I know by like 10 o'clock he'll have playlists.
Yeah.
I know him.
And then I want to hear everybody's thoughts on them. That's the fun part.
And please Apple Music,
And Apple Music, my
because again,
preference.
I don't. All the kids do Spotify, but I'm more of an Apple Music guy. But whatever, peace and love. They'll be there for both. But yes, lot of songs to pick from this period. I mean, Boyan, do you have Kisses on the Bottom on vinyl yet?
Yeah, I've got it twice.
You have two?
Yeah.
Two? Why?
Yeah, one sealed and one open.
Oh, nice.
Look at him. You've got a sealed. Now, are those American copies or British or?
They're 2 Europeans. Yeah.
Yeah,
impressive.
Exactly. Apple Music, Adrian. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yes. And I knew that because I remember from our fest. Yes, you're an Apple Music guy, but we can make it for both.
So, Boyan,
for both.
Can you fire off some songs? I mean, obviously we have some here, but what do you have that is or isn't on this list? Feel free to talk about it as little or much as you'd like.
All right. Well, unpopular, I was only thinking because it's what Paul was doing at the time. This went on as a joke before. I think My Valentine I had up first because that was like his new thing. His new relationship had just started, and that was the way he was going. You know, is the direction his life was going. So that made sense to me. Then I had Save Us because I think that's just a great rocker that I really liked live. I think that'd be good if you brought that back.
Isn't there a Save Us live on the new expanded?
There is.
Do you want to add that to this, or do you want to do the studio version?
Yeah, live in Japan, I think it is, in Tokyo.
Yes.
What's your pick, Boyan?
I'd go live. I think it's good live.
Let's do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yeah, but I have.
Then my next two I had Alligator and Early Days.
Preach.
Preach. Class.
Total.
Another one that was good live in Japan, but maybe do the studio version. I thought Everybody Out There. That's another one I like. And another one I picked because it was obviously you had the Out There tour, or tour, as we said in the UK, Tony.
Tour.
How do
you say? How do you say it?
I don't say it. And then In the Blink of an Eye, I thought was another good one.
Ooh, good one.
He's gone left field.
Deep cut on that.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's a nice song, I thought. And then I thought I got this one out just because I like it. Both sides of this single, I think, are valid to be on.
I Don't Know and Come On to Me.
Yeah, I think they're both too.
Well, I think we'll probably. I have a feeling my gut's going to tell me we're all going to agree that I Don't Know has to be on this playlist, right, Tony and Kyle?
Yeah.
We'll see when we get to it.
All right.
Then I had two of the bonus tracks from Egypt Station: Frank Sinatra's "Party" and 60 Seconds.
Frank
G5
Sinatra.
I'm not the only Englishman. Yes.
Which I think is another great set of songs. And then just two from McCartney 3. I'd Find My Way, which I think, like Tony, you had that in your. Was that in your?
It was,
top?
yeah.
Yeah.
Number 10, I think I had it. Number 10.
And then finally, I had Seize the Day from McCartney 3.
That's a great one too. You wouldn't put Deep Deep Feeling in there, would you?
No, I think it's a bit long. Like, I like it, and I'll listen to the whole thing if I'm listening to McCartney 3, but same with I had Despite Repeated Warnings, but I took that out as well because I thought they were a bit...
What?
Maybe, I know. Maybe like... I was surprised that Rinse the Raindrops got into the last one, actually, because that was so long. I don't know if that outstays its welcome, which I might be off Adrian's friend list here. But... yeah, maybe I thought the same.
You'd never have survived in the 70s with prog rock.
Oh, forget it. He would have never made it.
His tracks weren't at least 20 minutes long. They weren't pulling their weight. And
no, they weren't.
You'd never have cut. You got to have staying power with these songs. A lot of people say that Driving Rain is too long, but with double album, isn't it? It's a double album.
Well, double LP, single CD, however you look at that.
Yeah.
Owen says, my Valentine is the natural continuation of the love spun, and maybe I'm amazed in my love, a more stable, less tempestuous variant of the love. I agree with that, even though I am a little. It is that set list song that's in everything. I agree with Adrian though that if you're going to represent this era, Maui Valentine's got to be in it. You may not like the song personally, but it's who Paul is now. And I think it's got to be in there.
But I kind of, Andy, you were telling me about I cannot remember the name, like Love I Cannot Wish You, or what's it called?
Oh yeah, More I Cannot Wish You.
I feel like I want to put a standard in there, but I think that we've tried to toe the line between saying like, okay, this one has to go in because of its like stature.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm so sick of My Valentine. I mean, I like it, but I feel like if we have one slot for that, I'd rather choose one that I like.
Then we have to vote on it. If I were going to represent Kisses, I was going to go with More I Cannot Wish You because of Paul didn't know the song. He only knew it. He only knew the Broadway show, but this was from the film version. And I knew Guys and Dolls well because it was a show that I produced when I was in high school. And he sings the song so lovingly and does a great job on it. But I understand the impact of My Valentine and where it is in Paul's life. So I'm okay with it being in this playlist either way. As Owen and Adrian are saying here, I totally agree with it. I understand its placement in this era if it has to go into the playlist.
So I want to add some, and I'm going to watch your facial expressions as I announce these.
Here we go.
Nothing for Free. Yeah. Okay. Home Tonight.
Yes.
Okay. So these weren't as controversial as I thought. I think I might have slipped one in there, but can't think of it. Okay. Tony, any other additions?
Yeah, Despite Repeated Warnings.
Now,
I think we got that.
There is one song that I will die on the hill for, like Sword in the Stone, it's going on the list, or I'm just going to end the stream. And that song is In a Hurry.
Oh, In a Hurry.
Okay.
In a Hurry. I mean, I'm on record on Two Legs as saying like that's one of the best songs he's composed in the last 20 years. I love the energy of In a Hurry, the pacing of it is it's phenomenal. It's absolutely fucking phenomenal. In a Hurry. The
So
whole
I-
never too late to celebrate stuff. How does that get left off Egypt Station? That to me that was a record store day only single. I mean, an incredible fucking song in a hurry.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny. It reminds me of like Good Night Tonight and Daytime Nighttime Suffering being left off of Back to the Egg. Like, because I feel like in 2018, we're so far from like the single not on the album era. And I know that's not what it was. It was more like a bonus track, but it really could have been like a single not on,
Inchworm.
Inchworm. Inchworm.
2 and 2 is 4.
Inchworm. 2 and 2 are 4. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's worse than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go for a drop. It's like it's fighting with Nod Your Head as being the worst ever McCartney song, I think.
Oh lordy. But even I gotta say, but Home Tonight's still a good track. I think Home Tonight. Did you get that Record Store Day single when it came out in 2019, Tony and Boyan and Kyle?
I didn't get it when it came out, but I got it afterwards.
Me too.
The picture disc you're talking about.
Yeah.
Pretty.
I mean, think about it in McCartney's career. He's going to release a double A-sided single on Record Store Day of 2 tracks never previously released on Record Store Day. Like Hello, and they were 2 really bangers of songs. I mean,
that's
Home
what I was
Tonight's
just
still
saying.
good.
Like it reminds me of like a single not on an album vibe.
Right.
It's like the 2010s, and that doesn't happen anymore.
No, it's a throwback to like, hey, here's a single that's not on my new album, but get these 2 songs. I mean, Kyle, I mean, this is right when your sweet spot of your like kind of diving into McCartney. Did you stream that? Did you stream it or no? Or you bought it later or what?
Way later. I think it was a weird time because I don't even know when I heard it for the first time. But it's totally off my radar when I was getting into Paul.
It was right when I joined Two Legs when that came out. It was like in the fall of 2019, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is freaking incredible!" So that In a Hurry for me is the one that's got it. Like it's got to be on this playlist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly what Record Store Days should be about. About labels putting out collectibles that have not been released before. Not
here
now on a 12-inch with a Beck version on the back.
Would you believe, Tony? I looked on eBay this morning. There are copies of Be Here Now going for at least $80 or more for 2 songs.
Nuts! It's nuts.
$80.
We've already got the George track, and we probably don't need the Beck cover. But
no,
stream it, kids.
Stream it if you like. But that's crazy. I mean, but again, I got 2 copies of Power to the People and. Which I bought on eBay, which I probably between both of them, I think they were about I think I paid about $100 and between both copies was about $130 for both copies. So
not terrible.
Double to not go out and deal with people, win.
So anything else from McCartney 3 we want to add, like Kiss of Venus, slide in?
Deep Feeling for me.
Deep Feeling's got to be on there.
That's in here, yeah. But our list is kind of light for McCartney 3. Long-Tailed Whistlebird.
Seize the Day, Sliding. Put Sliding in there.
Okay. Yeah, let me add Sliding. That's what I was thinking.
Pretty Boys.
I think there was a shout out for Deep Down. I think someone.
Yeah, I got that.
We also need a standalone single represented for this era, which we haven't talked about. Hope for the Future. Please put that in there too.
Yes, sir.
The thrash mix or the? That's a good question.
Good one, Boyo. Good one.
Well,
the thrash mix is quite good, actually.
It's not bad.
No. Women and Wives. There's a vote if you want to add that in there too, Kyle.
Yeah.
Do it
once
now.
Again.
Do it now, which is a great track from Egypt Station. Add that.
If anybody ever thought this would get easier, you were wrong.
But please add Dominoes and Confidant as well.
Okay, don't have Confidant. We're 40 songs in and we don't have Confidant.
What? 40 songs?
Yes. Yes, no joke. All right, you ready to whittle?
Hold on, Confidant and wait a minute. Confidant and
Naked Steel, the medley at the end.
I'd also like to get Road from New and Scared from New.
Road.
And I remember when Tony did his video ranking the Paul songs. He had "Road" and "Scared" on his list.
Oh
as well.
yes, yeah, it's a lovely song.
Great songs.
Yeah.
Do we
When
get pretty-
I did that video of the top 20 songs from this era, I think I started with over 60 songs, and I didn't even include any from Kisses on the bottom.
Wow.
So it's strong. It's strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're at 43 songs.
43 for the Grand Dude era. All right, let's start whittling. Let's do it. Share
It is a
that
decade.
screen.
Is this our longest? It's about our longest era.
Era.
I'll say whatever I want. All right.
Well, yeah, that was 99 through 08. That's 9 years, and this is a good decade.
Well, actually, but I mean, if we're not counting now and then, this is really the 20.
Fair. Yes, it's through 2020. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
My Valentine. What do we say? Do we got 4 votes?
I want to see what Boyan and Tony say.
It's got my vote.
For me, I think there's going to be 11 songs that are better than that, but
Ooh,
I'm not sure. Why don't we
We'll come back?
It seems to be quite popular with the viewers, so why don't we come back to it?
Okay.
Yeah.
New has got to be in there, isn't it?
In.
In. Yeah.
Okay.
Early days.
In.
Yeah, I like reflective songs for this
Boyan?
period for sure.
Boyan.
In.
Despite repeated warnings. But Tony, this was your number 1, right?
It was my number 1.
Spoiler alert. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Long-tailed winter bird. I like that one a lot, but I don't know how many 3 tracks we're getting in.
No.
Yeah.
I'm going to put more. Boyan, you agree? Elbow
Yeah,
that one?
Not long tail winter bird.
No.
Winter bird. When is that? What it's called?
No, that's the end. That's the last track. Winterbird.
Yeah.
It's the reprise.
I'm wondering if that's
I see.
that's allowed. Because the When Winter Comes bit is from 92, isn't it? Or-
Yeah, but it was released in 2020.
Yeah,
Oh, we did. Oh, yeah. Okay.
That would be a pretty tricky rule to throw in 525 in, Tony.
I know, but it's not conducive to that era.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Grand
It's-
Duke era.
I know what he's saying. Yeah,
yeah.
I get it.
Okay,
I get it.
I'll mix it. Alligator. I feel like Alligator's funny because it's like a more modern song, but it's like Grand Dude. Well, I feel like the whole Grand Dude vibe is like I'm old, but I'm still hip.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
You got early days twice. I'm going to delete that.
Thank you. I don't know. I mean, we can pass it for now.
In.
I don't know is in.
Yeah.
In.
Yeah.
Okay, gosh.
Absolutely.
We have 40 songs and we have like 6 spots left.
Oh well.
Oh
We
well,
got
indeed.
5 after in a hurry, I think.
Yep, exactly. Before, don't want to get Andy to fucking throw his computer at me from New Jersey to Brooklyn.
Now do whatever you want. I don't care.
Yeah.
Put whatever you want in now. I don't care. The list is
I'm
fine.
gonna have to revisit in a hurry. 'cause
What did you just said? Do whatever you want.
Not that fucking song.
I'm gonna have to revisit in a hurry because when I did my top 20, I included Home Tonight, but I didn't
Oh, Tony.
in a hurry. And now you've convinced me that it's a little belter.
It's the best. It's the best song Paul's done in 20 and since from the Flaming Pie era on. It's my favorite Paul song.
Really?
100%.
It's better than House of Wax.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
And this. Okay, Queenie Eye. Queenie Eye, who's got the ball?
I haven't got it.
Neither do I.
It isn't in my pocket.
All right.
O-U-T spells out.
Wow, that was perfect.
Yeah.
Everybody out there, I would argue for this to be included.
Yeah, it's good.
That one I could do without, but I'll
Do
go.
without.
I'll
You're
go
on
with the good. I'll go with the good, the greater good of the order. for
No,
that
but
one.
if you're not all in, I'm happy to set it aside. We have a lot to get through.
Yeah, I've never been big on that track.
Find My Way.
Yeah. In.
Yeah.
Boyan,
In. Definitely.
Tony.
Not for me.
Okay.
Not for Tony. All right. The Simon
I don't
Cowell.
know. I don't know. This is really hard, isn't it? It's really hard.
It is. I mean, we can come back to it.
Yeah, come back to it.
I'll keep it on here. Hand in Hand is great.
No.
Okay.
No.
Happy with You.
No.
I like it, but not really. Yeah.
Not good enough.
Do It Now. Not my favorite.
Okay.
Not with limited space to work with.
Yeah, and what are we talking here? 4? No, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go for a drive. Dominoes. Dominoes. I really like that one. I think that's one of the best songs.
In.
Okay. Did I say On My Way to Work? Did we skip it?
Listen, Joe. It's unanimous. It's not just what I want. It's what if one person doesn't like it, it's out. OUT spells out.
For this first pass.
For the first pass, you haven't been here, you haven't watched, so you don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
On
it
my
didn't
way
come up
to
in
work.
1-to-1. Yeah.
On my way to work is fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if everyone else does, but it's.
We have 3
I kind of
new
like
tracks.
I like that.
I know,
yeah.
I know, but when I did that top 20 and played all these songs from this era over and over again, I just had this newfound love for the new album. It's just so much better than I thought it was, or I kind of remembered it being. But anyway, I know we've got to mix it up a little bit, but
I mean, can we swap Early Days for On My Way to Work? Are those not the same line?
I don't know.
I think Early Days has too much historical value with his where he's talking about himself and John.
As a grand dude.
That's got to stay.
And it's great that they didn't alter his voice at all. So it's kind of his old man voice, and he's kind of reflecting on the past and stuff.
The song itself again. I just want to be.
We got that already, haven't we? We got that already. It's already in.
You're a keen eye on tone. Okay. Deep Deep Feeling. I love that one.
Boyan's not as big on this one.
Is it going to get vetoed?
No, pop it in.
No.
Don't feel obligated.
No, elbow it. Elbow it.
I just had
if you want, mate.
I was thinking about it, and then I thought, it's got all the backwards vocals, and it's very cool. Maybe leave it. Don't get rid of it, but we can come back.
Okay. Save Us Live. I thought that was a great idea. I'd like to keep that.
Pretty much,
Oh wait, Save Us Live. We like it.
How do you know you weren't there, sort of thing?
Exactly. And who did this and who did that? But as for me, I can't remember where they were when I was at. Absolutely.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's why we haven't gotten Volume 2 from Mark Lewison.
He's too embarrassed.
No. Peace and love, Mark. I hope Volume 2 comes out.
Save Us Live. What do we say? I say yes.
I say yes.
I say yes. Yes.
I like
See, Joe. Joe. It's democratic. The only thing I heard, I took a hard line within a hurry. That was it.
And that was the first one of the all 99 songs.
Save Us is a great album opener, isn't it? It's a really good album opener.
But James Boyce doesn't like it. Damn.
No, James, what are you at?
That's a great album opener.
Yeah. Deep Down.
No.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
Wow.
Get deep down. Get deep down. Get deep down. Get deep out.
Get deep out. Wow. I think it's a grower, Andy. Just give it some time.
I've gave it 5 years. I've given it 5 years.
I don't dislike it, but I don't think it makes the top 11, does it?
Oh, God almighty. That song is no good.
Yeah. See? Some simpatico there. All right. In the blink of an eye, what do we say?
Oh. Nah.
Kick it off. Home Tonight, for me, I love Home Tonight, but we're talking about 3 tracks left. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, well, we got 3 tracks left, right? What else can we do?
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness gracious. Wow.
Oh. I love the reveal.
Oh, geez.
Oh, okay. Home Tonight, I'm happy to just avoid it for now.
Oh, ask Boyan and Tony what they feel about it.
About what?
Gentlemen?
Home Tonight.
Oh.
Boyan.
I could probably go without it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Frank
Boyan,
Sinatra's Party.
well, let me ask
What?
Boyan, what's left where you're like, this has got to be on the list for you?
Probably Pretty Boys or Do It Now or one of the Egypt Station bonuses. I think probably one of those is probably
Like Nothing for Free.
I was thinking more Sinatra's Party or 60 Seconds Straight. I think.
Oh, true. Those were your picks. To be fair.
I don't know what everyone's feeling about those.
Those. It's funny. Those are pretty different, you know.
Mm.
Like Sinatra's like the reggae, and then 62nd Street is more of like a, I don't know if jazzy is the right word. It's kind of like a chill lounge tune a little bit. But I'm happy with either of those. But what are we missing here? So we have the singles. So all we have is New, Egypt Station, and the singles. We don't have anything for McCartney 3.
I think this is the song I'd like to see get added.
Seize the Day.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm because I think we need one or two from McCartney 3.
You need McCartney 3 at least.
We don't have any yet. We don't have any.
We don't? Oh, Seize the
No.
Day. Seize the Day. I mean, how does everybody feel? Now, Tony and Boyan, do you guys like it?
What
When
do you guys
McCartney
think?
3 came out,
Yeah, I like it.
you do like it. Like, I instantly love Seize the Day. I thought that song was a banger from the minute I got the album.
Yeah, I like Seize the Day. Good choice.
And Adrian's right. It captures the song in pandemic days. Very relevant. Yeah. Absolutely.
And then we don't have a Kisses track.
Well,
that's all right.
That's all right. Next.
No, you can't. You can't skip Kisses. It's got to be in there. What if we put Baby's Request in there, because he did Baby's Request on the bonus cut of it. You know.
He did.
Is it on Spotify?
No,
or streaming?
It is.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that. Okay.
You didn't. The kid in the Spotify era. And it's on the deluxe edition.
It's on the CD. It's on the physical product.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm working my way up to getting Kisses in my collection.
Please.
Oh man. So, what are we thinking here, boys?
Let me just ask Mike. Mike, yeah, this will be shown again. I'm hoping this will be shown again once it's complete. I had a rehearsal today. I just got done. I'm really curious about the earlier era before 1980. All of them, actually. Well, Mike, once we've wrapped it up, it'll be available on our channel and you can watch it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
On playback.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Joe thinks My Valentine should be there. So I think let's get the Kisses thing done. Kisses has to be represented.
Is that okay, Tony?
Yeah. What do you mean it's cheating?
It's cheating using Baby's Request Redux.
Oh, meaning.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
I agree. I just was. It would have been a nice little loophole to get Kisses represented with a wing strap.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
Don't fall asleep yet. Don't fall asleep yet.
Hey. So I don't know who's listening to these playlists. I mean, they're going to be available to everybody. So, but I think we just have to imagine, like, if we are MPL making the Grand Dude playlist, you know, I think that I just feel like My Valentine overshadows Kisses. And I actually think, you know, it's a pretty decent album. It has like a lot of, I mean, I like all of Paul's stuff. So of course I think there's some value in it. I just don't think that, we really want to go back to the Kisses well again, you know, I'm sorry, the My Valentine well to represent Kisses. Like I'm fine with it if we have to do it.
I think we have to.
You know what? I'm not fine with it. I take it back.
I know you're not.
All right. My Valentine it is.
Carl, can I ask you a question? Do you prefer the Only Our Hearts as a Paul McCartney original from Kisses on the Bottom?
Honestly, man, I don't know if it's just because we're 5.5 hours in, but I think that I don't remember that one.
Okay.
I have no problem admitting that. What do you think, Andy?
I think it's a better song, but we're talking about Macca here, right? And My Valentine is a song that means a lot to him. Okay, the fact that it's been in his set list every show since 2012, it's representative of who he is. It's got to be in there. I love Only Our Hearts better? Yeah, I do, but we're talking about Paul, and we're going to represent Paul. So My Valentine's got to be in there.
And also, it's got a lot more impact when you see it live with the video running behind him and everything.
Tony, you win with the sign language and the video and everything else.
It's
Because
really quite emotional.
It's much better live. Totally spot on.
And you know what? I've listened to My Valentine more recently because I just had the singles box set on shuffle on streaming, and just it starts up with this like beautiful like Spanish guitar. And I'm like, what Paul song is this? Like, what random 90s B-side did I stumble upon? And it's My Valentine, and I want to just like groan. I'm like, oh, fuck, man, My Valentine. But I listened to it, and I liked it, so I'm not like totally against it.
No, it means a lot to Paul. So it should be represented. I think so.
Yeah. All right. So that's that. So we got one more slot. How about we throw it to the audience to choose one more McCartney 3 track? Because we only have Seize the Day. Are there anything here that you would think of that you would rethink, or are you happy with, like, these are locks?
I'm happy with those.
I think that there are
Adrian. Good night, Adrian. Good night, Kaz. All the best. Peace and love.
Does it have to be a McCartney 3 song? What have we got? We just got Seize the Day, have we?
Correct.
I think,
we need another McCartney 3 song.
Nick Syrett would be ropeable if he found out that we only had one McCartney 3 song, I think.
We need another McCartney 3 song on there.
Yeah, it's a
good. Deep feeling, isn't it?
We got deep feeling.
It would be deep feeling, or
sliding, pretty boy,
or sliding.
We have like half the album on this list. We just didn't choose it.
Yeah. Oh, Scared's been left off. And Road.
We didn't even get that far down the list. That's what I'm saying.
And I Can Bet. That's a great song.
Okay, let me move this back up.
He's too good, that McCartney bloke, isn't he?
He is an embarrassment of riches. Adrian says Women and Wives, great Record Store Day single. It is that. True, for sure. Women and Wives, I would vote for Deep Feeling just for the vocal work in that song, which is so it's so epic for a guy in his 80s exploring, doing all those different voices in one song. I think Deep Feeling, and I took a long time for me to get onto this song, but I think Deep Feeling, if that has to be our song, maybe we put it out and vote. Put it out to a vote.
Yeah, well, first, I just want to kind of do a comparison here, because I feel like we were cooking at the end when we were adding some more last like options. I don't know which. Looking at this, man, I don't know what we would get rid of. Because we can't just like give credit to the songs that we just thought of first. Like, there's some truth to that, but like we just agreed on, like, we didn't even get to this side of the list. I copied and pasted this from the bottom.
No, I know.
Everybody out there is a good song as well. I Can Bet is good.
I Can Bet's great, but
Scared, Road.
How many do we have from Egypt Station? We've got Earl. We've got Despite Repeated Warnings. I don't know.
I don't know.
And Dominoes. We've got three from Egypt Station.
Only 3.
That's enough.
That's good. We've got two. So if we get one more from McCartney 3, there's 3 for that. We've got New. We've got Early Days. We've got Alligator. We've got Save Us. We've got 4 from New, 3 from Egypt Station. Yeah, we need one more final from McCartney 3.
Yeah, it's just crazy that we left out Scared and we left out the Egypt Station bonus track.
Well, I have an idea. Once we get the last song, that's 99, right? I think we then open it up to the audience and let them choose one last song to get us to 100, and then we call it a day.
Okay.
When would the song be from?
We'll just let them just put the song title in the comments, and we'll just count them up.
That's it. What song did we not pick? And out of every era, from the beginning to the end, tally them up, put them in the poll thing, and then that'll be our last song once we've got the Grand Dude era done, and that'll be 100 songs, and the viewers can pick the last song.
Yeah. I love it.
Okay.
And that'll be 100 songs even.
Are the viewers picking the last song for this playlist as well?
They are.
I think we should pick that. Personally.
The thing that I'm trying to get a sense of from you guys is like, I mean, listen, if the list is good, the list is good. But we have a lot left on the cutting room floor here, and I'm wondering if we can sub out like a song from New for an Egypt Station bonus track or something like that, or if it's just like no, it just doesn't reach the top 11. Boyan, what do you say? This is your category.
Well, I think if I had to get rid of one, and it might be unpopular, I'd probably get rid of probably Dominoes, to be honest, which I think's like it's a good start. But I don't want to get rid of another Egypt Station one. But then I like all the stuff from New that we've got, so I don't really want to touch that.
Well, we could swap Dominoes for an Egypt Station bonus track, can't we?
Well, see what everyone else thinks.
Would that be sacrilege? What do you think, Andy?
What, getting rid of Dominoes?
And swap it for an Egypt Station bonus track.
Which bonus track?
I don't know. Well, didn't get that far yet.
Frank's.
What does Tony feel? Is Tony? Are you locked?
I think Dominoes is probably better than the bonus tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
If we were doing it, the one that I would swap it for would be Frank Sinatra's Party.
I'm not swapping Dominoes for Frank Sinatra's Party.
No.
Should we switch my?
We're at a deadlock then, I think. So
open it up to the audience.
No, I think it wasn't a deadlock. I think that we just Kyle's sorry, I shouldn't be cutting myself by looking at the comments, but this is very funny. I think Kyle was procrastinating to keep this going 7 hours.
No.
Yeah, guys, let's slow down a little bit. Let's really think about this.
We're gonna try to get to 6 hours and then call it a day, which is 15 minutes from now.
Are we doing
That's
the
not
George Harrison playlist next?
Yes, exactly. I got a spreadsheet ready to go. No, we're doing Ringo. We'll save Ringo till like midnight.
Oh my god.
All right, what am I arguing with? This playlist is great. We just need one more song. Let's have the audience choose a McCartney 3 song to add. Sound good?
Ask them. Yes.
Let's do it. All right, you all chit chat. I'll work on this.
Go ahead, please. Hold on.
So let's.
How many people are still on, Carl?
53.
That's amazing.
No, I mean we've like literally have been hovering around this same number the entire time. I'm so impressed. Feel so blessed that everybody's so into this as we are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Stones. No, we ain't doing the Stones. No 40 licks here.
I'm unmute myself.
Women. Deep feeling. You got to put deep feeling in there too.
I was just thinking, if we get Road on the album or the playlist, then you do also get Scared, and that's getting 2 songs.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's attached to the track.
Yeah, it's on there on Spotify. Yeah, they join up.
Ooh, that's a good one, boyo.
It is. He's thought outside the box there.
So you get kind of what we did with Frangione earlier. If you do a medley or something or attached track, you're getting. You're getting a 2-for-1 deal. I like that.
There's anything that people want to get rid of.
Yeah.
Because Road and Scared, and I know Tony agrees because I watched his video when he did it, and I know he loves those songs, and those are just great Macca tracks where he's really experimental. He's really pushing the envelope of doing stuff. I love it. Dun 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 dun. Oh, so good.
So what are we taking out?
Thank you.
Hello, son.
Hi, how are you?
There's Boyo. I gotta unmute me.
I miss you, honey.
I miss you too. Well, we'll see each other soon. That's right.
Soon, Boyan. Love you.
That's right. Love you too. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. I was just trying to unblock Boyan's face by doing that. So
Yeah.
you're blocking Boyan's face by doing that.
Whoever's been the guest, whenever you put a comment up, I can't see their face.
Sorry.
That's why I don't want to unblock Boyan's face. Yeah, you've got to Find My Way twice.
Where? On this thing? Oh,
yes.
We'll only vote for it once. We'll add them up. Oh, no, I'll just edit it. Wait, but if people already voted for it, oh gosh, this is a mess.
Just edit it.
Well, you know what? Maybe I want to cry about it.
We didn't include I Want to Cry today.
We have to revise that. Find My Way.
Oh, Lynn. Lynn says Now and Then for the 100th song. I actually secretly would like that, but
oh man, that'd be perfect. So if I cut your Find My Way vote, I don't know how we would possibly know that, but vote again.
So 3 votes for Deep Deep Feeling, 2 votes for
Yeah.
Find My Way, 2 votes for Pretty Boys, 1 vote for Kiss of Venus, 1 for The Slide, and nothing. 0. Oh, sorry, Adrian. 0 for Women and Wives. Ouch.
Yikes. Here, let's come back to this. Let
it cook. Let it sit and cook for a bit.
Is there anything that we would
So go
want-
vote, Joe.
Go and vote, Joe.
Go and vote, Joe.
Is there anything that we would want to change Road Scared to?
What do you mean?
Is there anything that we would take out for Road?
Road and Scared is 1 track.
That's what I'm saying. So do we want to take out
How? You click the link, Joe. Mod on.
Just a few
Copy and paste and go. Jesus Christ.
There we go. So is there anything like that we're taking out to put in Road?
Well done, the real Jackson. He's got stamina. Been here the entire time, except for the first 20 minutes.
He's a
Joe, you know, a lot of people have been saying the first 20 minutes were the best.
Before we got started.
Yeah.
What time did we start? 11:15 this morning we started, which feels like 2 days ago.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. This flew by. I mean, we were busy the whole time. It's not like we were like mulling about one subject the entire time.
Well,
yeah.
Well, that's how you do it. You copy a link and you go.
We were just dealing with that because when you can solo live stream, you can do a YouTube poll, but we
and we learned that if we were by ourselves, if I was by myself or Kyle was by himself, he could just put a poll up and do it. But because we're using third-party software, it's a little different. So
yeah, but everybody's taking to it. We're getting at least 10 votes every poll.
Yes.
Oh, this is split.
Oh, wow. Look at this now. Find My Way eaching out. Yeah.
Deep Feeling has dropped down.
Oh,
Ted's been here all day. Russ has been here all day.
Wow.
Russ has been here since the beginning. Russ was our first guest for the first era with Beatlemania.
Yeah.
Lulu went to Cole's for 15 minutes. Other than that, she was here. Thank you, Lulu.
This
has been an epic day, man. Epic day.
So you know what?
This show.
Do you want to know what I think we should do?
What?
So it's 4-3-3. What if we do it? We make a new poll, but we only do Find My Way, Woman, Wives, Deep Deep Feeling,
and let them revote that way.
Let them revote.
Sure.
Why are we doing that? Because Find My Way's won, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, because I want the people that voted, that these 4 people, I want them to.
Now you want to see with the people that voted for Pretty
Yeah.
Boys and Kiss of
right,
Venus,
okay.
how
Yeah.
will they vote for those 3 songs?
Oh, did you see that? It just switched again. Now
It's like voting for the new leader of the Conservative Party. It's that sort of vote.
Yes.
So look, now it's tied. Now it's a tie. So now we have to.
Oh boy! So should we just leave it?
Well,
I
no,
bet
we
you,
should
I
do
bet that
Find
was
My
Joe.
Ways.
I bet you Joe voted for Deep Deep Feeling.
So let's do Find My Way and Deep Deep Feeling as the 2 that everyone votes for.
And not
Sorry,
Women and
sorry,
no,
Adrian.
no, put Women and Wives in there.
Okay.
For Adrian's sake.
For Adrian's sake, he was
Yes.
good to us. He's good to us. Create a poll.
Boyan, what would you vote? Out of those 3, Boyan, what would you vote for?
Find My Way, I think.
You would.
Yep.
Hey, Boyan, do you have every colored copy of McCartney 3 now?
No, I think I've got 5 or 6 on vinyl and a few CDs. I really want the Coke bottle clear. That's the one I'm looking for next.
Oh.
But
you poor kid. He's like it's 7:00 in the morning. I just want to go to bed. No, wait, is it Monday morning? Do you have class?
He's going to uni in an hour.
Oh,
I gotta leave in 40 minutes.
Oh shit!
Guys, we're 6 hours in and we just reached our highest number of viewers.
Wow,
this is amazing. So it is so close.
We're trying,
guys.
we're trying, Adrian. We're trying to get that in there for you. I don't like highlighting comments because I cut off Boyan's face. I'm sorry.
I know. I can stop sharing my screen or something. I don't know.
No,
There's
it's
always
fine.
something around it.
Nope.
Sorry.
Madeline's been here from the start. I haven't moved. My bum is numb.
That's my sister. That's my sister.
Oh, that's Mrs. Beatle Tone's sister, Madeline. Hi.
No, my sister, not her sister.
Tony's sister.
My sister, yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, this is neck and neck. This is crazy. I told you we shouldn't have put women and wives because now it's neck and neck between the two, and those women and wives people could vote, could make the difference.
Sarah Schmidt. Hi, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Our friend from the fest is here.
It's dinner time for my cats. I don't know if you hear this in the background. It's nearly deadlocked between these three.
8 votes, 7 votes, 5 votes.
I think we got to draw the line now. Find My Way is the winner. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious how these women and wives people would vote. But
exactly, Russ. My skin and blister.
Find My Ways class. Happy to lose this. Okay.
Yeah. So we're doing Find My
Way.
By one vote. That's not.
That's the one Boyo wanted.
Yeah. All right. I'm with you.
Even though it has that creepy video with the whole AI Paul Young thing. Oh God, that was awful.
It's the encouraging thing about Find My Way is that we find out that Paul, at his ripe old age, still knows his left from his right, which is it's fantastic.
Do you know what I mean? Though that like 8-7-6 votes is not like a clear winner.
Oh, but you've got to. You can't have another recount.
No. This is we're not doing. He just doesn't want to Find My Way. You see.
No, I like it. I just.
It's
this
not
is
the
just
2020 election, you know.
Yeah. Oh man. All right.
Lynn has been here since 11 o'clock. The chocolate rabbit fueled my focus. She has.
Oh, perfect. All right. If Find My Way is the winner,
call it a day, bud.
Call it a day.
It's time to put it on the list, and let's start to look at let's put it in a playlist order.
Yeah.
Let's put it in a good order, and then let's kick the last track out to the audience, and let's take this thing home.
Okay, so we're giving up on Scared and Road.
I think we have to.
We have to.
Okay. All right,
sadly,
folks.
Running order. Let's let Boyle pick. How does the great? This is his play. This is his era. How do you want it to go?
Right. Well, I think Save Us has to start the album.
That'll be nice for the live instead.
Agreed.
Start it off.
Yep.
Then probably after that, maybe go. Is In a Hurry too? Is that too early for In a Hurry? Do we think?
Might be.
Yeah. I'll Find My Way. Sorry, that'd be a good second one, I think.
There you go.
Totally. I would like to propose Early Days as the last track. Is that crazy?
I got no problem with that.
Kind of like looking back on, like, you know, if we do kind of like New as like an upbeat song, then Finish, and then Early Days after that to kind of like a retrospective kind of thing.
Yep. And Early Days being like the last song of the playlist with a 100th bonus track. Like
As now and then, yeah.
Early Days, like, hey, like, look, here's my life from the beginning to end in music, and this is how I've lived my life.
That's what I was going for. Yeah.
If Tony and Boyan agree.
Yeah, you guys cool with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think for number 4 here?
Well, I'm thinking. Well,
we're gonna post it. We're gonna post it, Jackson.
I'm thinking, Despite Repeated Warning should be third from last now, just above.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe Alligator after Find My Way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. And then maybe In a Hurry.
Yes, I agree, Tony.
Or do we? What have we got? What have we got left? We've got 2 from McCartney, 3.
We lost it over there. I think you pair up. I don't know, and My Valentine, because they're kind of slow. They're slow piano songs.
Sorry, we've got 2 from Egypt Station, 1 from McCartney 3, and 1 from Kisses.
Yeah.
So
there she is.
Believe it, Kim.
We don't play here on this show.
Mads has been on the whole show, Kim.
Yes. Tony's sister just popped on.
So I feel like, I don't know. Maybe Seize the Day before Despite Repeated Warnings.
I think despite repeated warnings and then seize the day, because there's like warnings,
Yeah.
future bed, and then boom, have a nice optimistic song after that.
I'm with you.
Right?
Yeah.
I think
So now we got kind of like 2 low-key ones and 1 upbeat one.
I think Dominoes should go after In a Hurry.
Yeah.
What are we all thinking of that?
Agreed?
Fine with that. And then my Valentine before despite repeated warnings, or what? I mean, we only got 2 left. What do we think?
Dominoes, and then I think I don't know needs to go earlier in the playlist.
Okay.
Kind of like, I think here is the spot for before In a Hurry.
Well, no, In a Hurry is such a frenetic song. Like In a Hurry's got to like. I'm trying to think. I think that's a good spot for it. I don't know. In a Hurry, calm down with Dominoes, and then go into what, My Valentine.
I mean, that's the last one left.
Unless we want to rejig that somehow.
Yeah, let me zoom out.
Does it need tweaking, lads?
Swap new with My Valentine. That's interesting.
No.
I wouldn't put My Valentine that late in the playlist. No.
Yeah.
No. Save Us, Find My Way, Alligator, I don't know, In a Hurry, big frenetic, good song. Dominoes, classic songwriting. Macca, My Valentine, indicative of his love now, despite repeated warnings for a kind of a big kind of political song. Seize the Day, Optimism, Full of Life, New, Optimism, Full of Life, Early Days. Hey, here's my career. Drop the mic.
Mm-hmm. And I also like how this goes: new McCartney 3, new Egypt Station, solo Egypt State. I mean, single Egypt Station.
Kisses.
It's like pretty well spread out.
Yeah.
Good. Jobs are good. And
okay. That's a good order.
And it's just under 6 hours, 5:59:58.
Wow. Now we're going to give one bonus song to the audience, and in the comments, write what you think the last song should be. We'll do an aggregate poll of what we think it all should be, and that'll be the last song of this playlist. That's 6 hours on the nose.
Oh my God.
Kyle is behaving like he's been married for years, virtually ignoring his other half for 6 hours.
Oh no. That's terrible.
MVP says Now and Then. A few other people said Now and Then. Put the Macca song in there that you think should close this playlist as the 100th track.
Is this song being added onto the end of Grandin?
You need to type the name of the song, otherwise we can't.
Oh, wait. But when we hold on, I mean, I don't want to get everyone all excited, but when you think about the flow or the structure of this, these are going to be 9 individual playlists, right? We're not going to add this to one big playlist.
No, but I think we make individual playlists, and then we make one big playlist.
One big playlist
with all of them. Yes.
Yeah.
So you make it doesn't have to be Now and Then. You make individual. Well, Joe, you weren't here for this, but we had a good discussion about it, and it is John. But Paul put a lot of work into that song, and Paul's the reason why the song came out.
Well, it is, but I thought we decided that we couldn't include it because of all the other John songs that during the Beatles years.
We did. But Sarah's saying Now and Then. So I think
it's thematic.
We do one playlist with everything, and then individual playlists, and on the overall playlist, you have the bonus track. Yes.
Yeah. No, I hear that. What is somebody? Oh, Ted. Thank you. We'd gladly accept the Temmie.
I mean, and we included Beatles songs in this. Songs that John had a big part in too. So I'm not opposed to including Now and Then in this because Paul at 2 years old when he did it had a big, he took John's demo with George and what they did in the 90s and made it complete with Ringo. Like Paul is emotionally invested in that song. Yeah, he didn't write the structure of the song, but damn, he was big. He was big time responsible for making sure that it became what it was finished.
When you think about it, it's kind of, it can't fit into an era because it encompasses 3 eras, right? It's when, well, I mean, I know when John made the demo, that wasn't an era of Paul's, right? But that's one period of time. Then they worked on the anthologies. That's another period of time.
And Paul was on that too.
Yeah, exactly. Some really great Venus and Mars. What about something like In Spite of All the Danger?
Whoa! No, we only sang that in the back of a cab.
Of a cab, yeah.
In a cab, a little bit pissed. Heidi says, "Don't be late for uni, son. Study hard. Love you, Boyan."
I was just thinking about that. I've still got half an hour.
Well, so I think, Kyle, what you should do is take everybody's choices and put out a vote on the and do one more vote, a straw poll vote with everybody's choice. Put all these songs in there and let them vote. Let them vote. I think we know which one it's going to be, but put them all in there. All of them. Too Much Rain, Jump. This is all these songs. Put them all in there if you can.
All right.
Okay, so if you want a song, you need to nominate it now before Carl's finished making the poll.
Share the screen after you put them. I'll read them to you, partner. Go ahead.
Right. Junk's already been in a playlist.
Junk's already in a playlist. So, all right.
So has
The Girl Is Mine.
The End, Elijah. That's also been.
Yeah. Soily. So we have Soily live. We have Too Much Rain. We have Mary Had a Little Lamb. We have the Venus and Mars reprise. We have Now and Then. We already have the Golden Slumbers medley in the Beatles in the studio years. I'm Down. Daytime, Nighttime Suffering is in the playlist.
That made a list.
That's already on there. Yeah.
How about the one that he made with his father's composition in
Walking in the Park with Eloise?
Yeah.
We've got Adrian says The End of the End. Put that in there as the vote. Yes, you have, but they probably use other software. We use StreamYard, and StreamYard doesn't have polling things. We don't have the capability to do that with this. So
yeah, pay attention to that next time. It might just be solo streamers, because if you just go live on YouTube, you can do that. But if you see like many people on a stream doing a poll, tell us, because we don't know how to do that.
No. And we use StreamYard, and that doesn't have that capability to do that. Spin It On.
Yeah. What do you think of like The End or something, but like live?
Well, we've already got. Andy's already knocked back Heidi's Golden Slumbers because we've already got it as part of the Abbey Road medley.
Yeah. It's already in here.
So we probably need to knock that one back.
I Lost My Little Girl.
Got it.
Yeah, The End's already there.
The End's already in there.
Yeah.
Right, but you can only do that when one person is live, Jackson. We have multiple people on. If I was just going live within YouTube, I can do polls. Kyle and I went over this last night when we were testing this out. If I was just the host and didn't have anybody on, I could do polls. You can't do polls. You can't have multiple people on. You can't invite people when you're in the YouTube studio. You have to use another third-party source. So it doesn't work.
Yeah. So we got 9 songs.
All right, these songs have not been official. Well, Love for You has been officially released, but it has to be available on the playlist to do Apple Music or Spotify. So we have 9 songs. Do we want to vote? Do you want to close voting? Do you want to close entries?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little too late for this, but I'm still not sure what the slot we're going for is here, because it's kind of like if it's just a random one we missed, then it might kind of just be like,
or go deep cut and finish the hidden track from the Wildlife Box when the Saints come marching in with Paul on trumpet. That's on there. He's right. I think you just attach it to the end of the overall playlist, Kai.
Okay. Let me. I'll create the poll, and if we see any other good ones, maybe I'll edit it.
Sure. I think it's quieted down with comments, with suggestions. So let's get it up, and then again, one mega playlist that has all these songs. This bonus track will be on that, and individual ones. Adrian has a fever. Do you have a? Well, he said he had allergies. I don't know if he has a fever.
He said he has hay fever.
His hay fever.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is.
All right, here we go. I'm presenting.
Present that thing.
Votes coming in fast, maybe.
And I have a feeling I know which way it's going.
Yeah, because I just feel. I mean, come on, it's like no contest.
Well, it's close. The end of the
It's
end
close.
and Now and Then are tied.
Yeah.
Either one of those, I'd be fine
Really
with.
live. What a great shout.
Interesting.
Oh, imagine if we had to break the vote. Oh,
I love my little girl.
I could
for
really
I'm
go
down.
another 6 hours. This was nothing.
You're joking.
I mean, maybe one day we will break this record.
Maybe stay tuned. We might.
Stay tuned. No,
Honestly.
but while we're waiting for the votes to come in, I just want to say two things. First of all, everybody that was here, just commenting, participating, loving this as much as we do, just so awesome. Just this is, I mean, like we literally do this for no other reason, just but to have an awesome time. And second of all, this is a challenge to anybody out there who's also a YouTube podcaster, streamer. You see this 6 hours, 8 minutes, go beat it. Make my day. Go beat this.
Somebody one day will, buddy.
It'll be us.
Somebody will do it one day. There'll be a couple of 20-year-old kids who'll say, let's do this for 10 hours. And we'll salute them. And hopefully we can be on their podcast and do it and join them.
Yeah, exactly. Make my day. Sorry. We got to create controversy. We got to create beef, you know.
It's okay, Sarah. You can watch it on.
About just the Beatles, Joe.
Yeah, we're talking just Beatles.
Just Beatles, buddy.
Yeah.
Just Beatles.
Yeah. So when this stream finishes, Sarah, you'll be able. If you go onto the Two Legs page, you'll be able to watch the playback of this. So you'll be able to see the whole thing. It's all 6 hours and 9 minutes of it.
Yep, and more. So Now and Then's up there with 7 votes. I see the end of the end kind of fitting this a little bit better because it's a Paul song and
True.
It's the end of the end.
We did finish up, Lynn.
Yeah. Last vote was 2 minutes ago, so that means it kind of slowed down. That means
It's slowed. So I think Now and Then is the bonus track on the overall playlist.
I think that though, look, there's all these other votes. Let's do it again, but just Now and Then and the end.
Now and Then. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I like your reasoning. Now let them choose that.
It is. It really is like the 2020 election.
Tiebreaker. Now and Then. Well, I'm really just trying to imitate ranked choice voting, which is, Now and Then, the end of the end, which is somewhat controversial, but I don't know. We'll see. It's too late to talk about that.
Exactly. No, we're not going to be that. We're not going to be that. No.
I don't even know what he's referring to.
No, because we have things like She Loves You on there, Joe, and if you watched it, you would have known that. We have I Want to Hold Your Hand, and we have things like that on here.
Yeah.
We have 8 days a week. And we have I Want to Hold Your Hand, and we have we have songs that we have a couple of songs that he shares lead vocals with John on. So which was the part of the first era. So
and you know what else? We're also just considering it. Like we talked about all the anthology songs and they didn't make it, right? And
Correct.
then this is like a whopping defeat of Now and Then. Wow. But we talked about it.
Right. Now we know. Now we know.
Yeah.
Wow, that was quick. Between the end of the end and Now and Then. Now we really know.
Yeah.
Yes.
See what I mean? Because all those other people voted for all those other songs that got like 1 or 2 votes.
And now we have we actually have a true a true polling of what people really feel. So now we know the end of the end closes it, which now we keep all the anthology stuff out of it, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, exactly.
Sentimentally, I would like it, but I get it. The end of the end. Let that be it.
Yeah, because we're really tracking Paul's career, his creativity. I don't think that every single song needs to have his lead vocals on it,
But sentimentally, Now and Then just tugs at the heartstrings. Just
it would have been perfect. I mean, if we were like really crazy, we could have added some like songs like 6 o'clock that he like penned for Ringo.
Oh, that's different.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, that's different. But
all
right, so let's so the bonus track, as voted, 13 votes to 7 votes by a clear margin, really.
It's the end of the
end. And it's a sad song. I'd hate to say that, but he's talking about the end of his life. So,
Oh,
Which
and you know
will-
what's even funnier though? Sorry, I mean I don't mean funny, but interesting. It's going to go early days into the end of the end.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
early days, and then the last track will be the end of the end as the bonus. Wow, woo!
So I did get a memory almost full track on there, which I'm happy with. All I've been here.
You did,
Part of your plan all along.
you
That's
did.
right.
Thank you, Adrian.
So here, let's take. I'll stop sharing screen in a sec so we could just
Yeah,
go
thank
back,
you,
but
Adrian. Oh man, what a
let's
playlist
try
this will
and-
be.
Let's take a big zoom out here.
So
if
let's look at
even
it all.
possible.
Let's just take a big zoom out, okay? There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eras, okay, of our guy Macca, who we love and everything he does, and we tackled something that has not been done before live on a podcast to go from the beginning of the Beatles to where he is right now, and to rank his eras as we define them with categories that mean something to him. Beatlemania, Pop is Art, Studio Years, Homespun, Wings Taking Flight, Finding Himself in the early 80s, A Beatle Again in the 90s, Paul Does It All in the early 2000s, and now the Grand Dude era from 2012 to 2020. And here's the great thing, guys. We're going to have to add another era onto this because he ain't done.
Yeah,
He ain't done.
exactly.
He's not done. So
Yeah.
this is not like the end of the end, and we're gonna have to refine this. And in a year's time, we're gonna add more to this. Whatever
It'll be
it will
2020 to 2030.
It will be till 2030. This is not the end, but this is something that has not been done before. And wow, we couldn't have done it without everybody being here today to join us and give us suggestions and comments and everything from 11 o'clock till now, till 5:30 on the East Coast. 6 hours and 15 minutes. My God.
Yeah.
And what we'll do too is on our Two Leg socials, we'll share an image of this spreadsheet so you can see everything as well. You know,
I mean, we could probably just share the spreadsheet too, and I'll just make it so nobody can edit it.
Right. We'll just share the spreadsheet so you can see what we came up with.
Yeah.
And the playlist will be available. And what a great way to look at Paul from when he was a 22-year-old guy with I Saw Her Standing There all the way to the end of the end.
Would
as a
it
bonus
be?
track.
Sorry, I was just going to say, if you're going to share the spreadsheet, might that be like a spoiler for people that want to watch the catch up? Maybe leave it a week before sharing the.
Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait a bit. We'll wait a bit to share the spreadsheet as well. But good point there, Tony. We'll wait a little bit.
Well, I want to make sure I get the playlist out to everybody that followed along. That'll be a spoiler too. But
right, and I mean, listen, if you sub to us or you're one of our patrons, we'll share this with you right off. But give it a week or so, and on our socials we'll blast all this stuff out. And
right.
Wow, it's 5:30, and we've been on for 6 hours and 15 minutes. And I think we can begin to wind down and say good night and say thank
I'm not
you.
ready to go.
You're just getting started, aren't you, Kyle?
Yeah.
Oh God, don't you hate young people?
Tony waited up till 3 a.m. to do a test run with us.
I know.
And he said, I can't stay up anymore.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I fell asleep.
Naturally.
Listen, there's nothing I can say more than thank you to everybody that is a part of the Two Legs family, a part of the Sunday family that watches me every Sunday, but now joined something new and original and fun to kill 6 hours with on a Sunday. I mean, you guys are all stars for watching us for 6 hours. You went to Kohl's, you went on the treadmill, you did this, but you still hung with us because you're just as passionate about Paul as we are. And that's what our show is.
So if you're here at the 6 hour 16 minutes mark, might as well mention our Patreon. That if you we do this for free. If you want to throw us a Patreon subscription, we really appreciate that. You get all sorts of great perks. Most importantly, being part of our Discord community where crazy people like us just talk about Paul 24/7.
And you get good access to Dutch imports.
Yep. Dutch imports, early access to shows, and all sorts
Fan
of great
club
stuff.
exclusives.
Fan club exclusives.
Yeah.
Um,
Three tiers, $5, $10, $15 a month.
Yeah,
You know,
and the show will always be free. But just if you
always
want to
free.
contribute to this, making this possible, we appreciate it.
We really do. I mean, it's a way to kind of just continue our Maca stuff off air. A big delay. He's saying a big delay going on. Not sure what that means. I'm not sure what that means.
It's
But
about time to find that out.
I suppose so. So I cannot possibly go back and thank everybody because everybody was on here. But listen, on behalf of me and Kyle, how much we appreciate everybody who tunes in every week, and especially when we do something as big as this. It's never been done before with Paul tackling all his stuff. And to do it live, I mean, if Tony only left once to go to the bathroom and change his shirt.
So impressive. So impressive.
You know what's going to happen next week, Andy? You'll come on and do your live stream and do like an hour and a half, and people feel shortchanged. Where do you think you're going?
Yeah.
Right. Oh.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh man. Listen, this has been so much fun, man, to do all this stuff too. And then we actually have playlists to go back and listen to what we talked about today. Listen to these playlists, listen to these eras, and as we talked about them and go through them. Awesome stuff. I mean, I'm sorry that Ken Michaels couldn't join us, but I want to thank all of our guest spots that the people came on today. Russ Beetle 63 kicked us off at 11:30. Then Susan Ryan jumped on for Pop Bizarre. Okay, and then we had Mr. Owen Ling join us on train to Dublin for White Album Let It Be for the studio years. And then we had Joan Borelli, our fan on the run, to kick us off with solo Maca. And she loved that. And she gave us some great ideas and suggestions for the Homespun era. And then Tom Frangione of the Beatles channel on Sirius XM did us for the Wings, for the Wings era, which was a lot of fun. And then we had Finding Himself which was just us, wasn't it?
That was just us. But then Adrian did a double play.
Yeah. Adrian joined us and he kind of batted clean up there a little bit. Yeah. And Mr. Sinclair joined us for the end of Finding Himself, and then he joined us for Flowers and Flaming Pie through a Beetle again. And then he did his own category, which is the one he wanted because it's the era he felt most passionate about for Paul Does It All. And we had one of our sons from Down Under, Boyan Archer, close us out for the Grand Dude for Kisses on the Bottom through McCartney 3. So wow. What a great day, man. Kyle, Tony, Boyan,
Andy.
Thanks, Andy. Man. This has been everybody. This has been so much fun.
Anything else on your mind?
No. This is again. Stay tuned for something a couple months from now. We're gonna do something very similar again, but in person, on site, and we're gonna do it again. And it's gonna be. If you thought 6 hours was long, we're gonna shatter this.
Mm-hmm. That's the plan.
More to come.
Cool. I think I'm gonna go outside.
Go outside. Get some fresh air. Get something to eat. Boyan, get to class.
Oh well.
Won't be late.
Yeah.
Tony, have a strong drink and go to bed.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, seriously, this has been so much fun.
It has. It's been great.
I can't believe we've done this for 6 hours and 21 minutes, but it's time to sign off and say goodnight.
That's the record, baby. 6:21.
6 hours and 21 minutes. Beat that. Watch. Somebody will beat it next week. Somebody will beat it next week now. Watch. You'll see.
Okay.
Listen, Two Legs family, Beatles family, everybody, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for what you do and for being here today and joining us as we geek out about all things Maca. And we'll see you next week. Have a great week, everybody. Stay safe. Enjoy your Paul. Enjoy your Wings. Enjoy everything Beatles and Paul related. Love you all. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.